Good morning, Africa, and a warm, heartfelt welcome to Kenya, our host nation. From Nairobi, the Silicon Savannah of Africa, to communities represented from across East, Central, and Southern Africa, we gather today for the 5th Smart Summit, united under one powerful theme: healthcare technology for a better world. This theme is both our challenge and our promise. It calls on us to ensure that innovation is not just advanced, but accessible, not just intelligent, but humane. As we begin, let us take a moment to recognize and honor the beautiful tapestry of nations gathered right here in the heart of Nairobi. Today, we celebrate the unity, resilience, and shared ambition of our continent. To begin, we salute our gracious hosts, Kenya, the land of majestic savannas and proud warriors, and home to one of Africa's most dynamic tech ecosystems. Kenya continues to lead in mobile health, fintech-enabled insurance, and digital patient engagement. As the Silicon Savannah, Kenya proves that when innovation meets purpose, impact follows. Nairobi, make some noise for yourselves. Known for its lush landscapes, vibrant culture, and warm hospitality, Uganda is where innovation meets the soul of Africa. With a youthful population accelerating mobile-first health solutions, Uganda is emerging as a powerful hub for digital healthcare innovation. Kenya, give Uganda a big hand for their spirit and momentum. Next, we celebrate Tanzania, gateway to the Serengeti and home to the mighty Mount Kilimanjaro. With one of Africa's fastest growing digital healthcare ecosystems, Tanzania is extending healthcare services to remote and underserved communities through mobile technology. Let's raise our hands and give Tanzania a big round of applause. Rising next is Rwanda, the land of 1,000 hills, a nation transformed through unity and visionary leadership. A global pioneer in drone-powered medical deliveries, Rwanda shows us how healthcare technology can overcome geography and save lives. Kenya, clap it up for Rwanda. Now we honor South Sudan, the youngest nation on our continent, resilient, determined, and forward-looking. Through digital health solutions, South Sudan is closing access gaps in hard-to-reach and post-conflict settings, ensuring no one is left behind. May our applause echo hope for a prosperous future. Up next, the Democratic Republic of Congo, a land of rich resources, diverse cultures, and boundless potential. Through advanced digital disease surveillance systems, the DRC is strengthening epidemic preparedness across vast and complex territories. Let's show them the Kenya spirit with a powerful round of applause. Moving south to Malawi, the warm heart of Africa. With early adoption of digital tools for community health workers, Malawi has strengthened maternal and child healthcare outcomes. Kenya, show Malawi some love with your applause.
In the heart of over 8,000 healthcare institutions, our technology solutions have revolutionized patient care. From streamlining administrative tasks to enhancing diagnostics, we've empowered hospitals to focus on what matters most: saving lives. Our collaboration with insurance providers has reshaped the industry. Real-time data analytics, fraud detection algorithms, and personalized health plans have made insurance more efficient and accessible, serving millions of lives across Africa. Meet our beneficiaries, the heart of our mission. Through fast access to healthcare, personalized health apps, we've empowered individuals to take charge of their well-being. Health is no longer a privilege, it is a right. From clunky databases to seamless interoperability, our systems have evolved. We've embraced cloud computing, AI-driven insights, and virtual card technology. The future? Limitless. Beyond borders, we've diversified. Our solutions span telehealth, precision medicine, and population health management. Because health knows no boundaries. Our legacy? Not just technology, it is impact. Because every line of code, every partnership, every breakthrough matters. In the heart of over 8,000 healthcare institutions, our technology solutions have revolutionized patient care. From streamlining administrative tasks to enhancing diagnostics, we've empowered hospitals to focus on what matters most: saving lives. Our collaboration with insurance providers has reshaped the industry. Real-time data analytics, fraud detection algorithms, and personalized health plans have made insurance more efficient and accessible, serving millions of lives across Africa. Meet our beneficiaries, the heart of our mission. Through fast access to healthcare, personalized health apps, we've empowered individuals to take charge of their well-being. Health is no longer a privilege, it is a right. From clunky databases to seamless interoperability, our systems have evolved. We've embraced cloud computing, AI-driven insights, and virtual card technology. The future? Limitless. Beyond borders, we've diversified. Our solutions span telehealth, precision medicine, and population health management. Because health knows no boundaries. Our legacy? Not just technology, it is impact. Because every line of code, every partnership, every breakthrough matters.
Ladies and gentlemen, delegates on the floor, and also to our online audience, we would like to welcome you to the Smart Summit 2026. To the delegates that are here, if you'd be so kind as to turn to the person seated next to you, give them a nice firm handshake, look at them eyeball to eyeball, and tell them this is the 5th edition. This is the 5th edition. All right, fantastic. Welcome. Before we can be able to just formally start well, ladies and gentlemen, it is quite important that we start from a right footing. And at this point in time, we would want to start with a word of prayer. I'd like to request the delegates that are here, if we can all be upstanding for a word of prayer that is going to be followed by the Kenya national anthem and also the East Africa anthem. To guide us on this word of prayer, I'd like to call our strategy manager at Smart Applications International, Sarah Waithera, to guide us in a word of prayer. Welcome, Sarah.
Good morning, everyone. Let us bow our heads for a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, God over all that exists, we ask for your gracious presence to be with us today. Thank you for this day and the opportunity of life. As we gather here, God, we ask for your mercy and we ask for your power to guide us each step of the way. We thank you, God, for every delegate that you have enabled gather here from all profession and walks of business. May our shared interest be filled with your wisdom and insight to supersede our human abilities and take us to the next business frontier. We pray for world peace and ask for your protection over this nation of Kenya, the president, and other leaders. Keep us in your perfect peace and provision, even during these uncertain times. God Almighty, may you be glorified in our affairs today and forever. In the name of Jesus, we pray and believe. Amen.
Amen. We remain upstanding for the Kenya national anthem and the East Africa anthem.
O God of all creation, blessed is our congregation. Just as the ocean of defender, every day in unity, peace and liberty, let it be found within our borders. Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We may have our seats. The Group Chairman of Smart Applications International and also the Central Bank of Kenya Chair, Mr. Andrew Musangi, and the Board of Directors, the Group Managing Director, Smart Applications International, Harrison Muiru, the CEO, Smart Applications Kenya, Isaiah Mosiori, the Director, ICT, Ministry of Health, Stephen Reru, innovators, policymakers, and champions of global health, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. To the delegates on the floor, we are glad and honored to have you here. For the ones who've joined us online, welcome once again. We are glad to have you here for the 5th edition of the Smart Summit. My name is Ian Muiruri, and I am going to be your MC for the summit. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that comes out is that there are moments in history when technology ceases to be just a tool, but also becomes a bridge to dignity and access, and also to life in itself. For the past 20 years, one organization has been building the bridge across 12 nations, from introducing the groundbreaking biometric Medistat system to launching the Smart Access app, which has been downloaded over 500,000 times. This is an organization, ladies and gentlemen, that has been consistently proven that innovation is about one thing and one thing only. It is about people. Today, we are not here to simply discuss the machines or code. We are here to celebrate a movement, and we've been joined by over 9,000 healthcare facilities serving more than 1.6 million lives. A network, ladies and gentlemen, that proves a better world is not just possible, it is being built right now. This is a journey of impact that has been cemented with the company's induction into the prestigious Hall of Super Brands, a testament of 2 decades. We are glad and honored to be associated and to partner with such a powerful brand as Smart Applications International. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 5th edition of the Smart Summit, guided by our theme, Healthcare Technology for a Better World. We have a fantastic program that has been lined out for us. We are going to delve into the global healthcare innovations, and we are going to get a very good grasp of that. We are also going to get a very good grasp of the global insurance innovation. We also have a ceremony where we're going to have an intent to partner that is going to be between UNHCR and also Smart Applications, an intent to partner. We have also lined up a panel discussions with captains of industry, and the conversations are built for problem solving, and each panel is going to bring the diverse voices from insurers to hospital CEOs, from innovators to regulators. And also in the afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have the Industry Healthcare Awards. Before we also proceed, I would like to take a moment to celebrate the partners who've made this summit possible. I'd like to start off with Aga Khan University Hospital. Do we have any representation here on the floor? You can kindly just wave at us. Any representation from Aga Khan University Hospital that is here, just kindly just wave at us. All right, but let's appreciate them with a warm round of applause for their patronage. All right, Gertrude's Hospital, any representation that is here from Gertrude's Hospital? Okay, fantastic, but please, let's appreciate them with a warm round of applause. Metropolitan Hospital, and I've been informed that we're going to have an ambulance that is going to be right outside the hall, just in case, God forbid, but just in case of any eventuality. Metropolitan Hospital, any representative that is here? All right, let's appreciate them with a warm round of applause. Bolt, who are our logistic partner, who also partner with us. Let's appreciate them with a warm round of applause. Hako Industries, we know the representation is already here. All right, let's appreciate Hako Industries with a warm round of applause. Thank you very much, Hako Industries. And now, ladies and gentlemen, also we want to appreciate Capital FM. We are going to be live on their morning show, and they're here on the ground, making sure that we can be able to have that online presence. Kindly, let's appreciate Capital FM with a warm round of applause. Our Wi-Fi for the delegates that are here is SPH, that is Safari Park Hotel. It is open Wi-Fi that you can be able to access. And in line with that, I want to kindly request all the delegates that are here, if you'd be so kind as to take out your phone, just take out your phone. Wherever you are, just take out your phone, all right? Take out your phone. And I want you to take the most executive selfie of the year, all right? You can take a selfie of yourself, take a selfie of the person that is sitting next to you, take a selfie of the room, everyone, all right? Even if you're seated next to the person who has not replied to your email for the last 6 months, kindly just make sure that you can be able to take a selfie with them. Our hashtag is Smart Summit 2026. Smart Summit 2026. We want to make sure that we can be able to send many selfies out there. Put it on LinkedIn, put the hashtag Smart Summit 2026. If you want to take it to X, that is our hashtag. We want to make sure that we have that digital presence out there. I'll give you just 15 more seconds for the delegates that are here to be able to conclude on that. And also for our viewers who are online, that is a hashtag that we're going to be doing. Kindly also use that hashtag whenever we are going through the program. And also there's a wisdom nugget that comes. You can be able to just post that and keep the conversation going with the Smart Summit 2026. That is going to be our hashtag. For the ones who are not particularly familiar with this location, the laboratory that we are going to be using for the delegates that are here is that once you walk outside the hall, on my extreme left, that is where the laboratory is going to be for the delegates that are here, all right? And that is where you'll find the gents and the ladies. A bit of guidance, especially for the ones who are doing the panel discussion, and also for our speakers. I will be your walking timer, especially for the moderators. If you see an indication of me standing somewhere next to the stage, that is an indication that time is running up, so I will be your walking timer. And even as we start, ladies and gentlemen, we want to make sure that we can be able to start with the smart applications rhythm. And I want to kindly request, ladies and gentlemen, if we can all rise to our feet. So all rise to our feet. That also applies to the ones who are also online, all right? And it's a round table setting, but ladies and gentlemen, I want to make sure that we can be able to face this particular screen forward. If you need some space, you can be able to put your seat under the table. It's just a minute and a half, and we should be done with this, all right? So stretch out your hands, ladies and gentlemen, just as if you're driving something, right? And then you can move it side to side. Make sure your facial expression is okay because we're taking photos, all right? And if you want to slightly move your hip, just to make sure you have that bounce, you can be able to do that, all right? And at the count of 3, we are going to do this. 1, 2, 3. We shall go 1, 2, 3, and we clap on that side. Let me see you do it. 1, 2, 3. The other side. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. And then another thing that we want to do, ladies and gentlemen, smart applications have been able to push technology beyond Kenya to the regions. So we started here, push it up, and then we push it down. Let me see you push it up, and then we push it down, and then we push it up, and then we push it down. And then another thing, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to health and technology, there's a tingling sensation that you get whenever you hear about smart application. The tingling sensation, how we do it, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands up like this, wiggle your fingers, put it down, up, down, wiggle your head a little bit, Have you heard about smart applications? Up and down, up and down. And we usually say, ladies and gentlemen, that this is best done with music. Mr. Director, give us that song. Harrison Muiru has paid for the song, and we can be able to put the highest volume in here. Stretch out your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Move your hands. Just move it. And then slowly, just glide with it. This actually could be my side hustle. Let's have our seats, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have our seats. All right, thank you once again. And just one more time, we just wanted to make sure that we can be able to do that appreciation for the partners that are here. One more time, we just want to make sure that we can be able to acknowledge the Metropolitan Hospital Nairobi, who've been able to partner with us. And also we would like to appreciate Aga Khan University Hospital for their patronage. Also, we'd like to appreciate Gertrude's Children Hospital. Thank you so much for your partnership and your patronage, and also our logistical partner, that is Bolt. We appreciate your patronage, and the Nairobi Hospital, and also Hako Industries. So thank you for your patronage. As also mentioned, that Capital FM is also on the ground, and we appreciate their patronage on the same. Then also, we also just want to make sure that we can be able to push our hashtag Smart Summit 2026 on all social media platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, even as we get ready to start, I would like to call your attention to the screen. Thank you.
Good morning, Africa, and a warm, heartfelt welcome to Kenya, our host nation. From Nairobi, the Silicon Savannah of Africa, to communities represented from across East, Central, and Southern Africa, we gather today for the 5th Smart Summit, united under one powerful theme: healthcare technology for a better world. This theme is both our challenge and our promise. It calls on us to ensure that innovation is not just advanced, but accessible, not just intelligent, but humane. As we begin, let us take a moment to recognize and honor the beautiful tapestry of nations gathered right here in the heart of Nairobi. Today, we celebrate the unity, resilience, and shared ambition of our continent. To begin, we salute our gracious hosts, Kenya, the land of majestic savannas and proud warriors, and home to one of Africa's most dynamic tech ecosystems. Kenya continues to lead in mobile health, fintech-enabled insurance, and digital patient engagement. As the Silicon Savannah, Kenya proves that when innovation, impact follows. Nairobi, make some noise for yourselves. Known for its lush landscapes, vibrant culture, and warm hospitality, Uganda is where innovation meets the soul of Africa. With a youthful population accelerating mobile options, Uganda is emerging as a powerful hub for digital healthcare innovation. Kenya, give Uganda a big hand for their spirit and momentum. Next, we celebrate Tanzania, gateway to the Serengeti and home to the mighty Mount Kilimanjaro. With one of Africa's fastest growing digital healthcare ecosystems, Tanzania is extending healthcare services to remote and underserved communities through mobile technology. Let's raise our hands and give Tanzania a big round of applause. Rising next is Rwanda, the land of 1,000 hills, a nation transformed through unity and visionary leadership. A global pioneer in drone-powered medical deliveries, Rwanda shows us how healthcare technology can overcome geography and save lives. Kenya, clap it up for Rwanda. Now we honor South Sudan, the youngest nation on our continent, resilient, determined, and forward-looking. Through digital health solutions, South Sudan is closing access gaps in hard-to-reach and post-conflict settings, ensuring no one is left behind. May our applause echo hope for a prosperous future. Up next, the Democratic Republic of Congo, a land of rich resources, diverse cultures, and boundless potential. Through advanced digital disease surveillance systems, the DRC is strengthening epidemic preparedness across vast and complex territories. Let's show them the Kenya spirit with a powerful round of applause. Moving south to Malawi, the warm heart of Africa. With early adoption of digital tools for community health workers, Malawi has strengthened maternal and child healthcare outcomes. Kenya, show Malawi some love with your applause. Next, Zambia, a nation with a heritage of brave explorers and the majesty of Victoria Falls. Zambia's national electronic health record systems demonstrate how data-driven healthcare can transform public health delivery. Let's rise and let's applaud Zambia. From the Indian Ocean, we welcome Mauritius, where innovation thrives amid stunning beaches and multicultural heritage. A model for smart health infrastructure, Mauritius blends digital governance with universal health care access. Kenya, give Mauritius a warm and vibrant hand clap. Now to Cameroon, the beating heart of Central Africa. Through digital health solutions that bridge urban and rural care, Cameroon is strengthening primary healthcare, disease surveillance, and access across diverse communities. Let's stand in solidarity and applaud Cameroon. Let's give it up for Somalia, a nation defined by resilience and determination. In low infrastructure environments, private sector innovation has driven telemedicine and mobile payment solutions, proving that innovation thrives where it is needed most. Kenya, welcome Somalia with a powerful round of applause. And finally, Ethiopia, home to one of the world's largest health extension programs. Strengthened by digital tools and data platforms, Ethiopia shows how technology can elevate primary healthcare at national scale. Ethiopia doesn't just innovate in systems, it quite literally operates on its own time, blending ancient wisdom with modern progress. Kenya, let's welcome Ethiopia with a powerful round of applause.
Right, ladies and gentlemen.
Together, we are Africa. Together, we are innovators, leaders, and builders of a better world. As we open the 5th Smart Summit right here in Kenya, let us commit to harnessing healthcare technology for a better world, one that is inclusive, resilient, and human-centered. Karibuni Kenya. Karibuni Smart Summit.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the Smart Applications International. And as the video has said, welcome to Kenya. At this particular point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite some talented dancers, Idanga, all the way from Rwanda. These are Rwandese dancers who we want to give them an opportunity to come and perform for us. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's appreciate them with a warm round of applause as they come forward. Welcome to our dancers.
Ngwino mama, ngwino shenge, aho nahereye muhamazi, kandi ziwanyu muzika zose, amarwa yuzuye intango, kandi n'ubuki busesa iminza. Ngwino kibondo umujyani wanyu, iyo ababyeyi bahoza abana, banga guhora bakabahendahenda, bakabahongera ababaheka. Nugerayo bazaguha amata, baguha imenge usomeze ishushu, n'umutobe uzakumara inyota, kandi n'impungure zihoza abana. Urihe mpanurira, urihe ngo muhoze, nifuza ko wazibanyu umata bateza adatemba, uko biganza bikamariza, nayo nyambi inogeye amaso, nayo nyambi inogeye amaso.
Ndamusetsa numva gute nyorotse rwose ngo uhita ukunda gutakisha warakarita warasinawutsinza mugabo ngambera n'umutasi gusa ko ntabaza umuseke wakarebuza gusasanisha.
Ngwinore menye umuravumba n'igicushu, n'igiti cy'umuvumu, ndetse imbehe n'inkongoro niho biva. Dore isekuru n'umuvure ngakwa akamaro k'umuvumu, urankujyana iry'abega kwa bikina, usanga iyo jegera n'isaboko, baziretere bazinikize, mazinka y'abagunga igukamirwe. Nugerayo bazaguha amata, baguha imenge usomeze ishushu, n'umutobe uzakumara inyota, kandi n'impungure zihoza abana. Urihe mpanurira, urihe ngo muhoze,
Thank you. Let's appreciate Idanga Banga with a warm round of applause. And ladies and gentlemen, we would like to acknowledge the very presence of the Principal Secretary, State Department for Medical Services, Ministry of Health, Dr. Ouma, who's also been able to come with Steve Rero, Director, ICT, Ministry of Health, together with our Chair, Mr. Andrew Musangi, Chairman, Group Chairman of Smart Applications, and also coming in with our Group Managing Director, Smart Application, Mr. Harrison Moiru. Let's appreciate them with a warm round of applause to our leaders in the public sector and also in the private sector. We appreciate your unwavering support in making sure that we can be able to lead and continue leading with the example that you've been able to set. All right, fantastic. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this particular point in time, we want to get an opportunity to hear from our host. And at the helm, ladies and gentlemen, of Smart Applications Kenya is a leader whose 17-year journey with this particular company, ladies and gentlemen, has been a masterclass in two things that I've been able to see from him: dedication and growth. This is a man through sheer force of vision. He now orchestrates the company's operations across the nations, and he is the strategist for ensuring that technology is transforming healthcare for the many millions that are there. And also not just innovative, but also seamless, secure, and world-class. He is a leader that we all look up to and appreciate. Ladies and gentlemen, help me appreciate the driving force behind our operational excellence. Is the Chief Executive Officer of Smart Applications Kenya. Please put your hands together for Mr. Isaiah Mosiori as he comes forward to give us the host address. Welcome, Mr. Mosiori. And we appreciate your unwavering support. It is an East African custom where we clap for the speaker until he gets on stage. One more time, let's appreciate him. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I need to feel the energy of Nairobi, Kenya. Good morning once again. Good morning. That sounds exactly like it. We are right here in Nairobi, Kenya. We have been waiting for this event for the last couple of months. It's here, it's home. We want to appreciate your presence this morning. Our distinguished guests from the ministry, the PS, present, the leaders from the industry are present here with us, the members of the board, the chair of the board, partners, innovators, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and jambo. Indeed, the energy in the room is a clear signal that we have made a conscious choice to be here. As the CEO of Smart Applications Kenya, it is indeed my privilege to host you here today at the Smart Summit 2026. I take this very early opportunity to welcome you all to Nairobi, Kenya, for the 5th Smart Annual Summit. We are indeed delighted and humbled to be your proud hosts this morning, and we say karibuni. This is definitely not just a summit, it is a gathering of great minds, people, you and I, who have made a resolve to contribute to healthcare technology for a better world. Yes, a better world. For my 5-year-old daughter, a better world for her would mean a better teddy bear. Somebody else, a better world would mean a faster car. For somebody else, it could mean secure financial future. Somebody else, it might be longer, healthy life. It varies across the geographies, across demographics, and various economies. But at the bottom of it, none can dispute that a better world means better healthcare outcomes, empowered lives through better decisions. And this is exactly at the core of Smart Applications. Smart simplifies access to healthcare services, empowering people to make informed decisions. We have done this over the last 22 years and going, and presence in over 12 markets globally. Your presence here today, both physically and online, is a bold statement of your commitment. we don't take it for granted that you responded to our call and you committed to join us today. Please join me in applauding you and I for being here for this noble cause. Allow me to state my conviction right here at this point that I'm very sure every minute you'll spend with us here as we share experiences, lessons, case studies, learnings, it will indeed add to your toolkit of making the world a better place. Yes, a better place. For a parent, for a spouse, for a child, for a visitor, for a worker, for a patient. Yes, you and I included. My humble plea and appeal to you this morning is that as you experience the 5th annual Smart Summit through the scheduled exciting and electrifying sessions that are planned for the day, let us learn, let us share, and most importantly, let's commit to apply the lessons learned. Let me set the tone right here at the outset that today is not about speeches. By the way, the only speech you will hear is what you are hearing right now. This is the first and the last speech. The rest are conversations. The rest are engagements. The rest are networking sessions. And indeed, today is about engaging. It's about outcomes. By the time we leave this room, we should have better clarity on what is needed, areas of prioritization, and more decisively about what we are prepared to do differently. If we cannot face the realities of our time, of course, we do risk continuing with a partner that suffocates the much-needed momentum in achieving a better world for all. So, as we begin today's sessions, I encourage each of us to engage fully, be candid. Let us challenge our assumptions, including yours and mine. Let's interrogate what needs to be changed. Let's be prepared to act on what we must change. Because the future of healthcare will not be defined by what we discuss today, but what we choose to do next. Welcome to the Smart Summit 2026 here in Nairobi, here in Kenya. The 5th Smart Annual Summit. Once again, karibuni. Thank you very much, and over to the MC.
Thank you, Mr. Isaiah Musiori, CEO, Smart Applications. Please, let's appreciate him one more time with a warm round of applause. Whenever we have activations across the region, especially even in Kenya, Mr. Musiori is always present. And one of the things that I appreciate about him is that he's a hands-on leader. You lead from the front, and we absolutely appreciate you. Thank you for the welcome remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, and now we want to invite our next speaker. And our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, he is the visionary engineer behind Smart Applications' remarkable Pan-African rise. This is a man who is focused on people first, touching a life, and making sure that he can touch as many lives as possible. So he doesn't just enter the markets. This is a man who's able to transform them, turning challenges into the next level growth, access also across the B2B and the B2C frontiers. He is a leader and a true definition of holistic leadership in technology. Ladies and gentlemen, I've come to love and appreciate his leadership. He is a strategist par excellence and a leader extraordinaire. Please help me appreciate with a warm round of applause the Group Managing Director, Smart Applications International, Mr. Harrison Muiru. Let's appreciate him as he comes forward to give us his speech. And thank you for the Pan-African rise and also making sure that Smart Applications is a brand to reckon with. One more time, let's appreciate Mr. Muiru as he comes forward. Welcome.
The Honorable Dr. Ouma Oluga, PS, State Department, Medical Services, representatives from different insurance companies, representatives from different healthcare facilities, representatives from different insurance brokerages, healthcare stakeholders, regulators, different association representatives, good morning. All protocols observed. It is indeed my privilege to welcome you all to the 5th Smart Summit under the theme, Healthcare Technology for a Better World. As I stand here, I take this moment to really thank you, because despite a short week, the holiday that has been given to us tomorrow by our Muslim brothers, you have made time in your busy schedules to join us again for this summit, for conversations where we will speak about a better world, where we are not only speaking about technology, because technology is not an end to itself. As we were having some tete-a-tete with the PS, Dr. Uma Oluga, he asked us a very challenging question. If technology is really at its optimal, why are we still struggling with several issues in the healthcare sector? Why are we still having elements of paper, elements of patient anguish in the process? Today, as we gather here, we will be unpacking how we address together in partnership these areas that still are systemic in some of our healthcare institutions. And why are we doing that? It's because we want to speak about a standard of dignity that we want to extend to every patient, to every clinician, and every family seeking care. At SMART, as we're fondly known, our work that extends across 12 countries, and I want to appreciate the various stakeholders who are joining us online in the wider Eastern Africa, Central and Western Africa, as far away as Cameroon, the islands in Mauritius, and all the way south in Zambia and Malawi. We appreciate you joining us online today. Our belief is simple and unwavering. Healthcare should be simple, accessible, and dignified, painless, seamless, anywhere, anytime. And increasingly, healthcare is no longer defined by buildings or equipment, but how effectively we can integrate technology to enable access, trust, and continuity of care. So today, as we step into these conversations, we want to talk about the different facets of the value chain, as we speak about our healthcare ecosystem, working with governments, insurance, healthcare providers, and development partners to design and implement digital systems that are compliant, that actually work in real environments, solving real pain points with testimonials, and doing this at scale. Our focus is not in innovation theater. It is positive, sustainable impact through implementation, governance, interoperability, and sustainability. Because in healthcare, a system that works in theory but fails in practice is not an innovation. It is a risk. I will be coming back here because I know a number of you are looking at me with expectant eyes. Because normally, as part of my usual speech at the summit, we do share our data insights, and we shall share that about the healthcare trends that we have seen. But in the interest of time, allow me to take this moment to welcome our chairman, Mr. Andrew Musangi. And thereafter, we'll be hearing an address from the Honorable Dr. Uma Oluga. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Harrison. Good morning, everyone. Good morning again. I hope you've been able to partake of some of our breakfasts and have energized yourselves for a very engaging day. You can tell from Isaiah and Harrison that technology companies are not long on speeches. but we are more action-oriented. So I welcome everybody, particularly Dr. Frederick Ouma-Oluga, PS, State Department for Medical Services, all our distinguished guests, our partners, our stakeholders, our innovators, our team members. I welcome you all here today, my fellow board members as well, to a very engaging summit. I think the last get-together set a very high benchmark. Correct me if I'm wrong, Harrison. We were in the city of Kampala. And Judy and her team set a very high benchmark for the Nairobi team. PS, I can assure you, previous events had a rather humble outlook until we reached Kampala and they showed us how it really should be done. So congratulations to the team here in Nairobi for taking the hint from our team in Uganda and setting up a wonderful day. The story of SMART is a story of several chapters. But in 20 plus years, the one thing we can guarantee ourselves is any technology that sits still is guaranteed to be dead in short order. The reason we are sitting with you, our partners, 20 years later, is because we have maintained a philosophy of dynamism. We have maintained fidelity to the ethos of this company, where the constant question has remained, what next? What's new? And that question has constantly been answered by all of you in this room. And today, in Africa, we face a continuing paradox. More technology than ever. AI is a new huge conversation. Mobile platforms, data analytics, name it. Constantly facing new challenges. And anybody, whether in the public sector or in the private sector, who does not adapt will be left for dead. And you will suffer from persistent inefficiencies. We do know we operate in an environment with limited resources. But the efficient deployment of these resources can only be done on the backbone of technology. That is something we firmly believe in at SMART. The other thing we believe in is in demonstrating leadership in action. We firmly believe that the proof of the pudding is in the tasting. SMART today, as Harrison said, is in 12 African countries, serving over 2 million people through 9,000 plus healthcare facilities. And at a ballpark, at last count, every day, we process about 132 million worth of health claims for 50,000 patients. So if you let that sink in, our belief is in making an impact on three very important people in our ecosystem. Number one, the patient. Number two, the healthcare providers. And last but not least, the insurers or the schemes that serve the first two parties. And to bring all those two together, you have to be solving a problem for each one of those parties. The patient experience in the hospital experience with the patient and in settlement of claims with insurers or scheme managers, and for the scheme managers, the efficiency of the entire process. We found an environment when this business started where piles of paper were growing in all three of those segments. The patient had a pile of paper, the hospital had a mountain of paper, and the insurance company had the biggest mountain of all, because that's where all claims used to come and sit and marinate on a desk. And you will bear me witness, some of you who are here from the insurance sector, each of your offices had 2 to 3 floors with a couple of 100 people sifting through mountains of paper to determine should this claim be paid or should it not be paid. Am I right? Today, that is all being done through technology. The patient verification through technology, the treatment cycle through technology, the payment regulation through technology. And this is not the end of a journey. This is just where we are today. So for SMART, it is all about collaborative leadership, collaborating with you to build the next stage of this journey. And while we do so, we do it responsibly. Healthcare data is the most sensitive data you can handle anywhere today. So I leave you with a call to action. To our partners in the public sector, our government leaders led by the PS today, continue creating this enabling environment for growth. As a government, you lead policy, but you develop that policy together with players in the private sector. You lead us on standards of innovation. What are the minimums that are expected in an environment like ours? There are also global standards we comply with, but continue creating that enabling environment. To our minds, the government is very important in this journey because they create the highway. We have to be data compliant, we have to be healthcare standards compliant, along with many other statutory compliance levels. So to that leadership and partnership, my call to action is long may it continue. To our insurers and provider leaders, let's embrace interoperability. Let us embrace the new digital health superhighway, where patient data and records can move seamlessly from clinic to hospital to insurer. Let's prioritize the patient over our institutional silos, because it's all about the patient at the end of the day. And to our technology leaders, let's build for impact. Africa's health challenges are urgent. Solutions must be scalable, affordable, and designed for those who need them most. SMART has taken this well beyond this room, well beyond this continent, and our aspirations are to be a global leader in this field. PS, we are not shy to say this because we come from a country that built M-Pesa. Global innovations that are recognized the world over. In healthcare, that technology will be built by SMART. Asanteni sana. Our slogan today is healthcare technology for a better world. A world where mothers will not carry tattered paper cards, where patients will not be turned away and discover that their insurer is not paying at the end of a very expensive and disturbed journey through a health institution, and where every single shilling meant for healthcare gets to where it deserves to be, the patient. Every single shilling. And this can be done at SHA level, it can be done at public hospital levels, it can be done at every single private hospital. So we welcome you to a day of very engaging discussions. PS, we know that you have another engagement today, but we certainly look forward to hearing your views on where you see the future of healthcare and healthcare technology. We are committed to the next step, your leadership, your courage, and building a better world.
So thank you, Andrew, and to all our distinguished guests, Group Managing MD, and all the hospitals here. Mr. Kirubi there. I have seen some insurers. I saw Njeri walking in. Yeah. So good morning. Thank you. When I came in and I was passing through, there's a decorated entry point. You know, I've been to this hotel before, and that entrance didn't look like that. And there was something that was very decorated and very colorful. And so I said that, this is how technology sometimes gives us an illusion of achievement. They make you feel like all your problems have been sorted. Yes, and when now it is named smart, now you will be in the moon thinking that this is now the smartest solutions. And perhaps you've spent a lot of time building that, and I believe the market has responded to you very well. But I asked 3 questions when I was in the room, and which the group MD has talked about. One, and this one was very random. It's not part of my speech, but it could be just what I talk about. When we go to hospitals, many hospitals still hold us in the waiting area for many, many hours. The response to that waiting has always been that the insurance company has not yet approved. And then I asked, so why does SMART exist? And they answered me that those hospitals are not on SMART. But I have no way of proving, so it looks like I'll ask for your database so that I can prove who is on SMART and who is not. Then I asked the second question. You are in this hospital. The hospital is on SMART. The insurance is on SMART. But then the insurance has still chosen that these are the only doctors that we can work with. But SMART says that our main work is to authenticate that what you're doing is great. So why is still there that lack of access for the patient, so that people are sort of hardened? And then they told me that the insurances need to work more with SMART, that there's a lot more solutions that only some hospitals have taken. And then I asked the last question about why is it that all of these invoices that are given by providers on SMART, some of them are still not paid by the insurances? And at that point, I realized that I will get more answers from them and I'll just become a marketer for SMART. So I decided to come and read my speech. Our healthcare sector has been undergoing a lot of reform. And I think you know this. And one of the things that constantly we have been asked is whether we are alive to the problems of the participants, those in the sector, and whether what we are doing as government truly solves those problems. We placed healthcare as an economic transformation agenda to answer 2 questions. One, that healthcare shouldn't be the reason people die early or get poor while seeking care. And that has been part and parcel of lack of economic growth when people who have small hardwares, working capital of 100,000 or 200 or even 50K, but they make some living out of it. They sell something and at the end of the day they have 1,000 or 2,000 shillings, some income that enables them to fend for their families, to pay school fee, even to pay government tax. And then an illness comes and all of that stock is gone. Just one illness. Maybe not even a serious one. Just an illness. You get admitted and you have to close your hardware or your shop. And then we are back in this cycle of a family that cannot move ahead. And that's the story of nearly 70% of Kenyans. People stuck because of healthcare. And so we thought to ourselves that this health financing issue has to be tackled. And even though today we are discussing technology, I always take the opportunity to remind us that even with the smartest of technology, our work and the greatest piece of work we can do to transform healthcare is still in healthcare financing. Giving everyone access to a mechanism that ensures they can afford and access healthcare without worrying whether their shop will collapse. And that's where the social health insurance is important. And we continue to preach this gospel, working with everyone, because I know that I'm speaking to a company that has existed on data for very many years. I'm sure you have a lot of reach to continue helping us preach this gospel. Because if we don't widen our net of resource to finance healthcare, everything, including all the innovations that we have, they all fall flat. And the second thing that we have always wanted is how can we place healthcare on the path of economic growth? How can healthcare bring in investments, innovations that create jobs, that bring in foreign direct investments, that stabilize our manufacturing? And perhaps that places Kenya at the top of the world when it comes to innovative companies. And Kenya's been ahead when it comes to technology. How can we make healthcare be that space that makes Kenya be counted in the future, just like maybe financial services, Safaricom did? And I believe that second question can be best answered by this kind of summit. And within those two questions, we have crafted all a model for universal health coverage that is very focused on answering the intersection between illness and poverty, but also the intersection between illness and innovation. Newer ways of doing things. Not just technology, but the entire ecosystem of new solutions, new methods of governance. Sometimes that intersection is not very comfortable. It's like illness itself. It's characterized by anguish. It's characterized by anxiety. Often a lot of noise. But eventually, we have to move ahead. And even though technology is not the answer in itself, technology is the infrastructure that facilitates that answer. Today, I know we're talking about the promise of technology in healthcare. And technology in itself is rapidly evolving. And I'm glad the chairman has talked about one of the principles or the pillars of this company is dynamism. Because what we discuss today may be very irrelevant tomorrow when it comes to technology. Unfortunately. But it can be a foundation, even when it becomes not as relevant, it can be a foundation of what we do tomorrow. And so that dynamism and the spirit of change has underpinned technology. The way phones used to look like 30 years ago and 20 years ago, and what was in them is very different. And technology in itself teaches us that we must change. And so you're the best example of why our healthcare system must also change, why it must transform. And I want to make the case that we cannot speak about technology, but want the status quo of yesteryears in terms of how we make our decisions, how we finance, how we position health workforce, how we digitize. Everything must change because technology itself has shown us that we don't change, we perish. We become Kodak and Nokia. And I loved coming here because it gives me the moral authority to speak about our transformation. Gives me the moral authority to speak about transformation and why we must do it. Why we must move from NHIF to SHA. Why we must get everyone to pay up their contributions. Why we must do the things we want our hospitals to do. In the anguish, in the anxiety, in the difficulty, why we must do it. Because otherwise we perish. And when we perish, unfortunately, we fail not just ourselves, we fail the patient. And while many of us are speaking about this triad of the health financier, the insurance, the person who provides the care, and the patient, the government is predominantly focused on just the patient. Not because everyone in between is not important, but because that's the constitutional imperative. The people. Article 1 of the Constitution, the people. And so for me, when I'm here, is to look at the foundation that you have built, the foundation that we are building, and how that must usher us into a future, and the change in between, the change within our healthcare systems, and the change that you must embrace for us to go in that journey together. We have enacted a Digital Health Act. We have passed regulations. We have a Data Protection Act. We have a constitution that is very strong on information access, on data issues, on rights. And then we have all of these ideas. I think Kenyans have some of the best brains, the best solutions. So between this governance imperative and the innovations that we have, how do we shape the change of the future, change for the future? And that brings me to how we can work on a shared frontier, how we can form some strategic assets together. Not by incidents, not by force but by forming a pathway of progress. As I mentioned, we have key assets. For 60 years, we have NHIF data that has not been very useful to this country. A lot of data, 60 years of information, all the things that we've paid for, the people, the diseases, all of that. And then now we have even expanded and invested in a health information exchange, a digital infrastructure or a pipeline that draws from above all the registries that we have for the health workers, for the hospitals, for the community health systems, from the drugs, all the registries at the top, and then brings in all the actions from the bottom, from the hospitals, from all of our NGOs, very soon from yourselves. So how do we move? How do we use this asset of data to move forward? And I know you too are asking yourselves that question. How do we make this a key wealth for the country? Not just wealth in terms of data usage, but wealth in terms of innovation, so that Kenya can be counted among the countries of the future who laid the foundation for data-driven health systems, but didn't stop there. Produced new ways of delivering care. Because the truth is that we have problems within our system. Patients are still complaining. We have progressed, we have improved, we have solved a lot, but we are not there. We are not there. And first and foremost, the patient, as I mentioned. That's, for us, from a government perspective, very important. How do we solve those things, those waiting problems, those issues around visibility, the access to financing? How do we use data? How do we innovate around it for that? Number two, how do we use this data as an investment for innovation? How do we create a marketplace that can harness all of these ideas that the youth have to keep them engaged, to create a health technology ecosystem that thrives, but more importantly, to solve the diagnostic problems? Right now, there's a lot of changes in rapid diagnostics technology. We want to move to manufacturing, but as we want to move to manufacturing, we have to do something called technology transfer. How do we innovate around research? Because the way that I used to do research, and Dr. Gakombe is here, and perhaps being my senior, he knows. You know, we went with some papers, collecting data, doing all of these surveys. I think that is outdated. In this era of data visibility, I think all those surveys that we used to do are outdated. I think the way in which scientists right now are, for example, looking at retrospective studies, I think all of that is outdated. Yet it is those studies that lead to new drug innovations, rapid diagnostic tests, new technologies around X-rays, around PET scans. How do we create that innovation marketplace using the data that we have? And the last piece is, how do we use it to change the story for investment? How do we use it to de-risk the investments in infrastructure, the investment in services, the investments in health workforce, training, workshops? Occasionally, I sit in an office that is difficult because I have to approve things that I sometimes don't agree with. Because there is no new way of doing something. So one of them is recently, there is this way of training doctors and nurses when there's new technology. So the healthcare is really changing. So the X-ray last year doesn't look like the X-ray this year. So you have to retrain even the person taking the X-ray this year. So you must have a training budget. But sometimes I disagree with the way in which we want to train. I think we need to be having technology-driven training, simulations, which we have not laid a foundation for. And so I still have to approve manual ways of people going somewhere. And I'm like, what are we doing? But you must answer those questions for me. Otherwise, your value in this room, I will not complete. And I want to finish by talking about the governance. Data, as we look at it, and part of the reason why digitization has been a key priority in the health space is to answer only one question: the truth. What's the truth? Single source of the truth, so that we do not have to argue about what it is. We can argue about what to do with it, but not what it is. That the report that comes from AMREF or the World Bank and the Ministry of Health should not say different things. It must say the same thing. The truth. That's where technology, that's where you all help us. And then we can sit in this room and talk about, so what do you do? What do we do? What do we do about what this data is telling us? Now, for us to do that, we must have a mechanism of validation, of certification. We've laid that in our law and in our regulations. But there is still a lot of work that needs to happen around clinical efficacy, around the governance compliance, and unfortunately, around equitable reach of this data infrastructure. We still have pockets of this country that, as we speak in this room and talk about advancements in technology, in data, they don't know what we are talking about. There's no connectivity. Even the outdated computers, they don't have. And the digital literacy, one of the biggest challenges that we still have in the health sector, to an extent that health sector was classified as rigid, not adopting technology as fast. It was a problem in the US, it's been a problem in Kenya. We keep saying, these old doctors. But it's just about digital literacy. It's about change. It's about giving people new ways of doing things. The second principle that is important is how we are going to integrate everything that we are doing. I already talked about the digital infrastructure that we are building, the health information exchange, and the need to pull in these solutions. But more importantly is the interoperability within this integration. We've been having a discussion with our MIPs, medical insurance providers, how we standardize the information architecture between social health authority and themselves, and how we interoperate it so that our fraud efforts are uniform and give us the result that we require of the healthcare system. Those are interoperability issues. Those are technology issues. Those are data issues. And how we transform individual innovations, because there are many. Some kid somewhere is doing something around AI right now in health. How do we bring that? How do we interoperate it? How do we make sure that the system components are not repelling the change that we need for the future? Because sometimes you can do very good things, pat yourself on the back and block everyone else. And the last bit about all of this is the regulation. There's a lot of emerging technologies, wearable devices, a lot of AI applications, analytics that want to connect with our X-rays and the PAC systems, and the manner in which patients are taken to hospitals. And I think what would be very useful is for us to discuss a sandbox environment. Recently, I saw one of the senators talking about artificial intelligence bill. Those are regulatory issues. And the sooner we think about it, the better. So that we begin to use the knowledge of these 20 years to shape how the regulatory sandbox will look like. So that regulation doesn't become a hindrance to further innovation. But also, lack of regulation shouldn't risk our data. And right now, I know many of you, including hospitals, they have gone to generic AI. And while they are pointing fingers at the government and saying, oh, you know, you are sharing data, they are sharing more data through those generic AIs. And we are coming to stop it, by the way. I've told you, at least I know something small. They are uploading, some of them, even doctors, nurses, they are uploading some patient files because they want to get something from AI. But they think they are not sharing data. They think that it's us who are sharing data. So regulation is very important. The last is the commitment to our partnership. The public-private commitment to partnership. That even as we strongly focus on the people, the patient, that the space of insurance, the space of providers is protected, and that we move together to achieve those aspirations of the people, and that you become those people. That's the health policy obligation. And that's what we can offer to each other. That's what we owe each other. And so today, I am very grateful for being here. I hope I have not annoyed you by asking you the questions that I did. Let's move forward. Let's do two things. Let's improve experiences in the healthcare system. Let us improve the outcomes. But more importantly, let us build a foundation of evidence, not just a market. Let us build a foundation of evidence that will work for all of us. that will work for all of us. And I know many of you in this room, you know how to build that because it's your daily reality. You have to build your companies, you have to build your businesses, otherwise you collapse. The same is for the country. We have to build it together. The work that you do must feed to the work that I do. The work that I do must feed to the work that you do. And Kenya is building that system. Today we welcome you to be part and parcel of that as we recognize that the distance we intend to cover, though we want to cover it with urgency, requires partnership, but it requires the Kenyan citizen in mind. What are their problems? How do we solve that? That's the assignment I leave you with in this summit. Thank you so much and be blessed. I wish you best of the liberations.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, policy without compassion is merely paper, and the true health reform must be written with the ink of a lived experience. And Dr. Ouma Oluga is someone who has definitely lived that particular experience. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, help me appreciate the Principal Secretary, State Department of Medical Services, Ministry of Health. Thank you for your leadership and your unwavering support. I absolutely agree with you, especially when it comes to the regulation of AI and uploading documents on OpenAI. You have no visibility on who is on the back end having a look at those critical and sensitive documents. Also, we want to appreciate our group chair at Smart Applications International, who is also the Central Bank of Kenya governor, for his remarks earlier on. Let's appreciate him one more time with a round of applause. Mr. Andrew Musangi, thank you very much. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we want to have an opportunity to hear from a board director at Smart Applications International, a man who is well known as a champion of integrity, collaboration, and also patient-centered solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor and the privilege of calling forward to the stage board director, Smart Applications International, Mr. Robert Kirubi, as he comes forward to give his remarks. And as we say in Swahili, makofi tafadhali for Mr. Kirubi as he comes. Mr. Kirubi is the one who is able to ensure that Smart grows, but not only grows, but it becomes an organization that grows with a purpose. His oversight on partnerships and innovation has been very instrumental. Welcome, sir. Glad and honored to have you. Thank you.
As I stepped up on stage, I was hoping your energy levels were still fairly high. But as I look across the room, if I can politely ask everybody to please stand up just for a moment. And when you respond, I'd like them to hear us all the way across outside of this room. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Come on, one more try. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Thank you. Now, I was asked to keep this short. You can sit down, sorry. I was asked to keep this short and not to bore you. I hope you've had a lot of coffee this morning because unfortunately, I'm going to re-emphasize a lot of what you've already heard this morning. On behalf of the Board of Smart Applications International, it is my pleasure to welcome you to this 5th Smart Summit. To our partners joining us from across Kenya and from around the world, thank you for being here today. Your presence reflects something important, a shared belief that healthcare systems can be strengthened, improved, and made more accessible through thoughtful use of technology. Healthcare touches every life. It shapes how societies care for their people, how families experience moments of vulnerability, and how nations invest in their future. Today's summit is about one central question: how do we build healthcare systems that truly serve people? Before we go further, I'd like to express my gratitude to the many partners who make this journey possible for SMART. To our government partners, thank you for the leadership in strengthening healthcare systems and for creating an environment where innovation can contribute to national priorities. To our insurance partners, thank you for your leadership in thank you for trusting SMART to support and protect the integrity of your medical schemes. To the more than 9,000 healthcare providers across Africa who rely on our platforms every day, hospitals, clinics, doctors, nurses, administrators, thank you for the work you do on the front lines of care. To our technology partners who help us continuously push the boundaries of what healthcare systems can achieve. And as you've heard today, most importantly, to the patients and communities we ultimately serve. Healthcare transformation is never the work of a single organization. It is the work of ecosystems built on trust, collaboration, and shared purpose. Over 20 years ago, SMART began with a simple idea. Healthcare works best when information is accurate, secure, and available at the moment of care. From that idea came MediSmart, a biometric card system that helped transform patient identification and claims verification in medical schemes. What started as one innovation has grown into a Pan-African healthcare technology platform, operating today in 12 countries, serving more than 1.6 million users, and supporting healthcare delivery across 9,000 healthcare facilities. Today, innovations like Smart Access app, downloaded more than 500,000 times, place healthcare access directly in the hands of patients. But while our technology has evolved, the mission remains constant: to strengthen healthcare systems so that care can reach people more effectively, more transparently, and more reliably. A real-life example: imagine a patient walking into a clinic in Kisumu, Kampala, or Lusaka. In the past, as you've heard today, that patient might have arrived with a paper card, uncertain eligibility, and a process that could take hours before treatment could even begin. That experience is very different today. The patient arrives, their identity is verified instantly through biometric or digital verification. The provider confirms eligibility in seconds. Treatment begins immediately. The claim is processed transparently, and the system ensures that funds meant for healthcare actually support care. No confusion, no delays, no uncertainty. When technology works properly, it becomes invisible infrastructure, quietly ensuring that healthcare systems function the way that they should. That's the kind of world SMART is trying to build. The theme of this year's summit is a better world. For us, this is not just a slogan. It is a practical vision of what healthcare systems should achieve. A better world means patients are never turned away because records are missing. Healthcare workers spend more time treating patients and less time on administrative tasks. Resources allocated for healthcare reach the point of care. Systems protect both transparency and patient privacy. Technology, when implemented thoughtfully, helps create these outcomes. It becomes the foundation that allows healthcare systems to scale, improve, and adapt. At SMART, our work is built on 3 pillars. Access. Healthcare must be accessible when and where people need it. Technology removes barriers and brings services closer to patients. Integrity. Fraud and inefficiency drain critical resources from healthcare systems. Our platforms help clients reduce scheme costs by 25 to 40%, ensuring that healthcare funds support actual treatment. Last, innovation. Healthcare systems must continue evolving. From biometric verification to mobile access, from claims processing to predictive analytics. Innovation ensures healthcare delivery keeps pace with modern needs. Kenya's commitment to universal healthcare coverage represents one of the most significant policy priorities of our generation. But achieving UHC is not only about policy or financing. It's about systems that work at scale. Systems that can register millions of citizens, verify patients instantly, ensure transparency in claims and payments, and provide reliable data for better healthcare decisions. Technology, therefore, plays a foundational role. Without reliable digital systems, universal healthcare remains difficult to implement. With strong systems in place, it becomes possible to deliver healthcare more efficiently, fairly, and sustainably. We are proud that SMART's platforms contribute to strengthening this foundation. As we look to the future, our commitment remains clear. We will continue expanding our presence across Africa. We will deepen partnerships with governments, insurers, providers, and technology innovators. And we will remain focused on solving real healthcare challenges, improving patient experience, strengthening healthcare financing, and supporting professionals who deliver care every day. And none of this happens in isolation. Healthcare transformation requires collaboration across sectors and institutions, partnerships that bring together technology, policy, medical expertise, and community trust. So in closing, I encourage each of you to engage fully. A line our father used to use every day at every board meeting with the management at SMART: what's next? Ask the difficult questions today. Share your insights, challenge assumptions, and explore new ways we can work together to build healthcare systems that truly serve people. Because ultimately, a better world is not built by technology alone. It's built by people, such as all of you here, working together with a shared commitment to improving lives. Thank you for your trust in SMART. Thank you for your partnerships. And thank you for joining us today at the SMART Summit 2026. I wish you all a productive and inspiring meeting.
Great, thank you for that, Robert Kirubi. Thank you for your guidance and also leadership at the board level. And we absolutely appreciate your unwavering support on that. Thank you once again. So, ladies and gentlemen, just before we can be able to take a brief health break, I'd like to also open the floor. We have an opportunity for some of us to win a voucher. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask a question. If you believe that you know the answer to that particular question, you will be able to get a free voucher for a medical check, be it or dental, and you can be able to proceed from there. So this one, I'm just going to ask it on the floor, and we can be able to see who, quite simple questions, who can be able to get it and will be able to get an opportunity to win that particular award. So, who on the floor who could be able to tell me what is the medical term? The medical term, quite simple, for a heart attack. If you believe that you know the answer, you can raise your hand wherever you are. 100%. Let's appreciate her with a warm round of applause. That was quite, very, very fast. Which female nurse became famous for her work during the Crimean War and considered the founder of modern nursing? Just raise up your hand. Yes? Florence Nightingale, 100% correct. Let's appreciate him with a warm round of applause. For the two winners, you can be able to come and see me, and I have a voucher for you, a proper dental review. I was about to say mental. Proper dental review, and you can be able to do that. But just to get the warm, let me see how warm we are on the floor. We all know, let me just jump it to music. We all know that Michael Jackson is the king of pop when it comes to music. And who is the queen of pop music? Tina Turner is not correct, but we appreciate the music you listen to. Thank you very much. Gentleman at the back? Who? Madonna, are you sure about it? 100% someone said Queen Jane here. It is Madonna. Let's appreciate him with a warm round of applause. The final one before we can be able to take our break, I'd like to just ask simple question. And you need to give me the full name. Which Kenya National Park is home to the largest population of elephants in Kenya? Just, if you believe you know the answer, just raise up your hand and then we can be able to give it to you. Where are you? Yes, sir. Sorry? Savo. Are you sure about it? 100% confident about your answer? You are very close, but that is not the correct answer. Who would like to give it a yes? Amboseli. Close, but that's not the full name. It can't be just Amboseli. It just can be like a spoon, a table. Yes? Amboseli National Park. Let's appreciate her with a warm round of applause. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll notice that there's been a bit of a change in the program, and we appreciate your patronage and also flexibility on the same. We just want to take a very brief health break at this particular point in time. We want to see how we can take at most 20 minutes, and during this tea break, we want to have an opportunity where you can be able to engage with the various stakeholders from the Smart Application team. We have the smart booths that are right outside here. That is for the healthcare and also for the insurance business. It would be good if you can be able to have a discussion with them, have a conversation, and also appreciate the value proposition that they have. We shall be able to serve the tea right outside here and also right outside the hall. Our team will be able to guide us on that. And for the ones who've just walked in, the laboratory is at the very far end. It is exactly 5 minutes to 11. We are hopeful that we can all be back here at exactly 11:15. All right? So please give a high five to the person seated next to you and just tell them, I'm buying you this cup of tea. It's on me. It's on me. All right? Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's maximize the 20 minutes that we have, and we can be able to be back here at exactly 11:15. We have a packed program, and also there's a lot of value that we can derive from that. Thank you very much. Over to you, DJ. Thank you.
In the heart of over 8,000 healthcare institutions, our technology solutions have revolutionized patient care. From streamlining administrative tasks to enhancing diagnostics, we've empowered hospitals to focus on what matters most: saving lives. Our collaboration with insurance providers has reshaped the industry. Real-time data analytics, fraud detection algorithms, and personalized health plans have made insurance more efficient and accessible, serving millions of lives across Africa. Meet our beneficiaries, the heart of our mission. Through fast access to healthcare, personalized health apps, we've empowered individuals to take charge of their well-being. Health is no longer a privilege, it is a right. From clunky databases to seamless interoperability, our systems have evolved. We've embraced cloud computing, AI-driven insights, and virtual card technology. The future? Limitless. Beyond borders, we've diversified. Our solutions span telehealth, precision medicine, and population health management. Because health knows no boundaries. Our legacy? Not just technology, it is impact. Because every line of code, every partnership, every breakthrough matters.
My name is Collins Ngeno, Group Technology Director at Smart Applications Group.
Hey, my name is Jane Gikonyo. I lead the HR team at Smart International.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Harrison Moro, the Group Managing Director of Smart Applications.
When I think about technology, it's easy to get lost in the buzzwords of AI, blockchain, machine learning, and all these other words. But at the core of it is not about all these big words. Technology should be something meaningful. And what we should be focused on is, what is technology doing for humanity? How is a human being at the end of it benefiting from this technology? In healthcare, for example, which is a space where we play in, technology is known to avail healthcare to some of the marginalized communities. It's extending the reach of healthcare to some of the people who would otherwise not have been able to access it through technologies like telemedicine, for example. And at Smart Applications, we do not just build technology for the sake of it. At the core of it, we look at what is it doing to the human being? What is it doing to extend healthcare access? And for that, we've been recognized and given super brand status because of the work we do, because of what we've been able to do and the impact of what it has had in the community. For us, we take pride in assisting that child who perhaps had a medical emergency and the parent was not around, and somebody, maybe the caregiver at that point in time, is able to, through one of our solutions, get this child to hospital and get access to that much needed healthcare. And for that, we are very proud and we would want to continue impacting society. Thank you.
We are excited to have achieved the super brand status. To have this status inspired us to even the next level of innovation. When we innovate, we create experiential career pathways for our people where people feel engaged, they feel involved to create and to build impact for themselves, for the company, but most importantly, for the community. We at Smart see our people as a critical process to this achievement. And one of the things that we're doing differently is to ensure that we are very well embedded in our culture. We live our values which are authenticity. We allow our people to be real, come to work and do what they love to do, where we have creativity as part of the things that we want to do differently, listening to the market and ensuring that as we listen, we are consistently creating new solutions to ensure that our people, our communities are well serviced. We also are very caring. At Smart, we ensure that as people come to work, they feel they have come to a place where they love to work, where they feel heard, involved, and a fun place to work. We have young people and we want to ensure that every day, everyone wakes up to come to Smart, they feel empowered to do what they have, what their aspirations are. This super brand status, hence, is an inspiration to all of us to do better, go ahead of ourselves, ahead of the change, and ensure that we are consistently creating solutions for the market. This recognition as a super brand emphasizes that we're a great place to work. We're a place where if you're a new graduate, if you're looking to maximize your skills, then you're welcome to join Smart. We grow our talent. We're very intentional and deliberate, creating pathways for our teams. When people join us as graduate trainees, we ensure they have clarity of what it is they want to achieve at SMART. So we converge where personal aspirations converge with business expectations. Hence, we create a win-win environment for all our people. So look us up on our platforms. We have many opportunities that come up, and we are looking for great talent to work at SMART. What we promise you when we work at SMART is that we recognize great potential, we recognize innovation, and we recognize anybody going above and beyond to ensure that we are creating human-centric solutions for our customers. We also ensure that as part of our culture, we create a great place to work for everyone, irrespective of the generation. We create a collaborative work environment. So you may come in as a technology expert, but before you leave, you're a business expert, because we do a lot of projects together as teams, collaborate and bring all energies to ensure that whatever products we get to the market are beyond reproach from whatever side you look at. So SMART is a great company to work for, and this super brand status inspires us to move to the next level of excellence.
Today, I'm happy to share with you the story of our journey, how across the last 22 years, we've impacted how healthcare is accessed across the African continent. Today, as we stand tall, we remember that we do so on the shoulders of our partners, of our clients, of the patients and the hospitals and the insurance companies that have believed in us. As they say, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. Ours began with looking at the challenges that were plaguing healthcare access 22 years ago, starting with many patients whose records could not be found at healthcare facilities, whose process of accessing insurance covers was tedious, who ended up in many frowns, tears, and disappointments at the point of care, because many calls had to be made, many emails had to be exchanged, many faxes had to be sent in order for approvals to be done. With that, we rolled out our biometric infrastructure as a small team of 5-6 young individuals who believed in the power and the vision that we could transform healthcare access through enabling innovation and bringing a digital access right into the heart of the African healthcare facility and automating processes between that facility, the patient, and the insurance company. It took many tries. Some of the initial steps were very painful. Technology, as you know, sometimes fails when it's needed the most. But we're glad that we didn't give up. It's a story of resilience. It's a story to our absolute belief in being authentic to our passion, of being committed to a cause of simplifying access to healthcare, of commitment to ensuring that we empower our users with information digitally, and that we remain our caring selves, because healthcare is really about care. We are proud today, as we stand 22 years, that journey of connecting the dots through use of biometric access, through use of our Smart Access mobile app, through use of our digitized patient access mechanisms that automate the insurance verification process and the claims process at the hospitals, has contributed to many mothers accessing care for the children, provide meaningful human-centric innovation. And that we cannot do without you, our customer, our partner, our stakeholder. I take this moment to thank our Smart Applications heroes, our staff who have journeyed with us. Many have come to join us across the years of continuing to build this company, from starting off in Nairobi, Kenya, to going to over 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 hospitals today that we stand with in Kenya, to another 700 healthcare facilities in Uganda, into Rwanda, South Sudan, Southern Africa in Zambia and Malawi, in the islands in Mauritius, Central and West Africa in DRC and Cameroon, Tanzania, Somalia, Ethiopia. We continue to ensure that we can work with similarly like-minded partners to serve the healthcare needs across the African continent. As we take this moment to celebrate that journey, that has earned us the super brand status, we say that our commitment is renewed to work with you as our partner as we continue to ensure that healthcare is built in Africa for the world. Thank you.
My name is Collins Ngeno, Group Technology Director at Smart Applications Group.
Hey, my name is Jane Gikonyo. I lead the HR team at Smart International.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Harrison Moro, the Group Managing Director of Smart Applications.
When I think about technology, it's easy to get lost in the buzzwords of AI, blockchain, machine learning, and all these other words. But at the core of it is not about all these big words. Technology should be something meaningful. And what we should be focused on is, what is technology doing for humanity? How is a human being at the end of it benefiting from this technology? In healthcare, for example, which is a space where we play in, technology is known to avail healthcare to some of the marginalized communities. It's extending the reach of healthcare to some of the people who would otherwise not have been able to access it through technologies like telemedicine, for example. And at Smart Applications, we do not just build technology for the sake of it. At the core of it, we look at what is it doing to the human being? What is it doing to extend healthcare access? And for that, we've been recognized and given super brand status because of the work we do, because of what we've been able to do and the impact of what it has had in the community. For us, we take pride in assisting that child who perhaps had a medical emergency and the parent was not around, and somebody, maybe the caregiver at that point in time, is able to, through one of our solutions, get this child to hospital and get access to that much needed healthcare. And for that, we are very proud and we would want to continue impacting society. Thank you.
We are excited to have achieved the super brand status. This demonstrates the commitment our people have towards innovation, creativity, and ensuring that we are creating human-centric solutions for all. We're looking forward to have this status inspired us to even the next level of innovation. When we innovate, we create experiential career pathways for our people, where people feel engaged, they feel involved to create and to build impact for themselves, for the company, but most importantly, for the community. We at Smart see our people as a critical process to this achievement. And one of the things that we're doing differently is to ensure that we are very well embedded in our culture. We live our values which are of authenticity. We allow our people to be real, come to work and do what they love to do, where we have creativity as part of the things that we want to do differently, listening to the market and ensuring that as we listen, we are consistently creating new solutions to ensure that our people, our communities are well serviced. We also are very caring. At Smart, we ensure that as people come to work, they feel they have come to a place where they love to work, where they feel heard, involved, and a fun place to work. We have young people and we want to ensure that every day, everyone wakes up to come to Smart, they feel empowered to do what they have, what their aspirations are. This super brand status, hence, is an inspiration to all of us to do better, go ahead of ourselves, ahead of the change, and ensure that we are consistently creating solutions for the market. This recognition as a super brand emphasizes that we're a great place to work. We're a place where if you're a new graduate, if you're looking to maximize your skills, then you're welcome to join Smart. We grow our talent. We're very intentional and deliberate, creating pathways for our teams. When people join us as graduate trainees, we ensure they have clarity of what it is they want to achieve at SMART. So we converge where personal aspirations converge with business expectations. Hence, we create a win-win environment for all our people. So look us up on our platforms. We have many opportunities that come up, and we are looking for great talent to work at SMART. What we promise you when we work at SMART is that we recognize great potential, we recognize innovation, and we recognize anybody going above and beyond to ensure that we are creating human-centric solutions for our customers. We also ensure that as part of our culture, we create a great place to work for everyone, irrespective of the generation. We create a collaborative work environment. So you may come in as a technology expert, but before you leave, you're a business expert, because we do a lot of projects together as teams, collaborate and bring all energies to ensure that whatever products we get to the market are beyond reproach from whatever side you look at. So SMART is a great company to work for, and this super brand status inspires us to move to the next level of excellence.
Today, I'm happy to share with you the story of our journey, how across the last 22 years, we've impacted how healthcare is accessed across the African continent. Today, as we stand tall, we remember that we do so on the shoulders of our partners, of our clients, of the patients and the hospitals and the insurance companies that have believed in us. As I say, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. Ours began with looking at the challenges that were plaguing healthcare access 22 years ago, starting with many patients whose records could not be found at healthcare facilities, whose process of accessing insurance covers was tedious, who ended up in many frowns, tears, and disappointments at the point of care, because many calls had to be made, many emails had to be exchanged, many faxes had to be sent in order for approvals to be done. With that, we rolled out our biometric infrastructure as a small team of 5-6 young individuals who believed in the power and the vision that we could transform healthcare access through enabling innovation and bringing a digital access right into the heart of the African healthcare facility and automating processes between that facility, the patient, and the insurance company. It took many tries. Some of the initial steps were very painful. Technology, as you know, sometimes fails when it's needed the most. But we are glad that we didn't give up. It's a story of resilience. It's a story to our absolute belief in being authentic to our passion, of being committed to a cause of simplifying access to healthcare, of commitment to ensuring that we empower our users with information digitally, and that we remain our caring selves, because healthcare is really about care. We are proud today, as we stand 22 years, that journey of connecting the dots through use of biometric access, through use of our Smart Access mobile app, through use of our digitized patient access mechanisms that automate the insurance verification process and the claims process at the hospitals, has contributed to many mothers accessing care for their children simply. I recently had the story of one of our users who, through the Smart Access app, provide meaningful human-centric innovation, and that we cannot do without meaningful human-centric innovation, and that we cannot do without you, our customer, our partner, our stakeholder. I take this moment to thank our smart applications heroes, our staff who have journeyed with us. Many have come to join us across the years of continuing to build this company, from starting off in Nairobi, Kenya, to going to over 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 hospitals today that we stand with in Kenya, to another 700 healthcare facilities in Uganda, into Rwanda, South Sudan, Southern Africa in Zambia and Malawi, in the islands in Mauritius, Central and West Africa in DRC and Cameroon, Tanzania, Somalia, Ethiopia,
significantly. So those things in terms of really giving us a proper way of understanding what's happening and where we need to provide solutions to.
I love the fact that you're mentioning you're giving first-hand solutions and you're seeing in real time with data. Data is essential, but data can also be stolen. And a lot of people feel that Africa is a playground for testing and data breach. How are you going to make sure that the Kenyans and Africans in general are being protected when it comes to their data and their health?
Speaking on behalf of SMART, and they're better technical people than I to really talk about that one, but perhaps a number I can give you, not a number, but just let you know that we are every day, just about every second, our servers are being hit by people trying to breach to get the information. We've done a wonderful job and continue to do a great job in protecting that information within our system, and we always try and improve continuously and innovate around how we protect data. Obviously, don't go around selling that information that we have, GDPR and everything else. We comply, and we're ISO certified against that as well. So that's a really key and important feature of SMART and the applications that we do out there, and the care that we give to our patients and customers.
Fantastic. We heard earlier at the summit that over 500,000 people have already downloaded the app as well. So it's great to see it's being digitized. But what about those in rural areas, the marginalized people who maybe don't have access to an app?
Besides the app, which most people use, but there's biometrics as well. So your fingerprint or your facial scan, those are things that everybody has, and also gives access to the system as well.
Fantastic. And for those who don't actually know what Smart Application is, maybe you are the best person to tell me, but what is Smart Application?
Providing access to healthcare for everybody, and I think if you heard my speech this morning, before paper, walking into a hospital, trying to prove who you are and what coverage you had, will take hours, paperwork, the insurance company has to be contacted, can we verify that this person can access this kind of healthcare today. Everything's packaged up in an innovative, digitized form, and happens instantaneously. So you're ill, your fingerprint, your facial recognition, or the smart card, or the app, and you get your care taken care of immediately. And everybody through the whole chain, from the clinic, the hospital, the insurance company, that information flows seamlessly. And so you get paid at the end of the day, you get your healthcare done instantly, and everybody moves on, as opposed to sitting around for hours in a waiting room, waiting for all these manual steps to take place.
You know, I completely understand. I remember that growing up, I was like, this is taking forever. You were in the hospital the whole day. But this makes it so much more faster and efficient and safer as well for you and your family. Now, for those who are watching online, what should they expect for this 5th summit happening right here at Safari Park?
A lot of exciting information in terms of where we're headed as an organization, some new products and services that will be coming out, but also just what is happening in healthcare in Kenya. What insight provide based on the information that we have as an organization, and what technology and innovations are out there that will still to be integrated into our system. So there'll be a lot of different things that people will pick up here that will be an interest to lots of demographics and different people.
I like the fact that the healthcare is being discussed not just locally but globally as well. Don't forget, Smart Application is not just in Kenya, and 13 different countries, getting to 14 very soon. So this is fantastic. Wherever you are, you're taken care of. And I think that you need to make the right choice and the smart choice. And check us out on Capsule FM, your best mix of music. And of course, you can watch it live right here at Safari Park Hotel as it's being streamed live. Use the hashtag Smart Summit 2026. Let's get back into the music. Let's get back into some rock and roll.
Can I breathe now?
Yes,
Continue to ensure that we can. My name is Collins Ngeno, Group Technology Director at Smart Applications Group.
Hey, my name is Jane Gikonyo. I lead the HR team at Smart International.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Harrison Moiro, the Group Managing Director of Smart Applications. When I think about technology, it's easy to get lost in the buzzwords of AI, blockchain, machine learning, and all these other words. But at the core of it is not about all these big words. Technology should be something meaningful. And what we should be focused on is, what is technology doing for humanity? How is a human being at the end of it benefiting from this technology? In healthcare, for example, which is a space where we play in,
technology is known to avail healthcare to some of the marginalized communities. It's extending the reach of healthcare to some of the people who would otherwise not have been able to access it through technologies like telemedicine, for example. And at Smart Applications, we do not just build technology for the sake of it. At the core of it, we look at what is it doing to the human being? What is it doing to extend healthcare access? And for that, we've been recognized and given super brand status because of the work we do, because of what we've been able to do and the impact of what it has had in the community. For us, we take pride in assisting that child who perhaps had a medical emergency and the parent was not around, and somebody, maybe the caregiver at that point in time, is able to, through one of our solutions, get this child to hospital and get access to that much needed healthcare. And for that, we are very proud and we would want to continue impacting society. Thank you.
We are excited to have achieved the super brand status. This demonstrates the commitment our people have towards innovation, creativity, and ensuring that we're creating human-centric solutions for all. We're looking forward to have this status inspired us to even the next level of innovation. When we innovate, we create experiential career pathways for our people where people feel engaged, they feel involved to create and to build impact for themselves, for the company, but most importantly, for the community. We at SMART see our people as a critical process to this achievement, and to ensure that we are very well embedded in our culture. We live our values which are authenticity. We allow our people to be real, come to work and do what they love to do, where we have creativity as part of the things that we want to do differently, listening to the market and ensuring that as we listen, we are consistently creating new solutions to ensure that our people, our communities are well serviced. We also are very caring. At SMART, we ensure that as people come to work, they feel they have come to a place where they love to work, where they feel heard, involved, and a fun place to work. We have young people and we want to ensure that every day, everyone wakes up to come to SMART, they feel empowered to do what they have, what their aspirations are. This super brand status hence is an inspiration to all of us to do better, go ahead of ourselves, ahead of the change, and ensure that we are consistently creating solutions for the market. This recognition as a super brand emphasizes that we're a great place to work. We are a place where if you're a new graduate, if you're looking to maximize your skills, then you're welcome to join SMART. We grow our talent. We're very intentional and deliberate, creating pathways for our teams. When people join us as graduate trainees, we ensure they have clarity of what it is they want to achieve at SMART. So we converge where personal aspirations converge with business expectations. Hence, we create a win-win environment for all our people. So look us up on our platforms. We have many opportunities that come up, and we are looking for great talent to work at SMART. What we promise you when we work at SMART is that we recognize great potential, we recognize innovation, and we recognize anybody going above and beyond to ensure that we are creating human-centric solutions for our customers. We also ensure that as part of our culture, we create a great place to work for everyone, irrespective of the generation. We create a collaborative work environment. So you may come in as a technology expert, but before you leave, you're a business expert, because we do a lot of projects together as teams collaborate and bring all energies to ensure that whatever products we get to the market are beyond reproach from whatever side you look at. So SMART is a great company to work for, and this super brand status inspires us to move to the next level of excellence.
Today, I'm happy to share with you the story of our journey, how across the last 22 years, we've impacted how healthcare is accessed across the African continent. Today, as we stand tall, we remember that we do so on the shoulders of our partners, of our clients, of the patients and the hospitals and the insurance companies that have believed in us. As they say, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. Ours began with looking at the challenges that were plaguing healthcare access 22 years ago, starting with many patients whose records could not be found at healthcare facilities, whose process of accessing insurance covers was tedious, who ended up in many frowns, tears, and disappointments at the point of care, because many calls had to be made, many emails had to be exchanged, many faxes had to be sent in order for approvals to be done. With that, we rolled out our biometric infrastructure as a small team of 5-6 young individuals who believed in the power and the vision that we could transform healthcare access through enabling innovation and bringing a digital access right into the heart of the African healthcare facility and automating processes between that facility, the patient, and the insurance company. It took many, many tries. Some of the initial steps were very painful. Technology, as you know, sometimes fails when it's needed the most. But we are glad that we didn't give up. It's a story of resilience. It's a story to our absolute belief in being authentic to our passion, of being committed to a cause of simplifying access to healthcare, of commitment to ensuring that we empower our users with information digitally, and that we remain our caring selves, because healthcare is really about care. We are proud today, as we stand 22 years, that journey of connecting the dots through use of biometric access, through use of our Smart Access mobile app, through use of our digitized patient access mechanisms that automate
not only here in the present, but most importantly, into the future. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates on the floor, and for the ones who are watching us online, we have the pleasure and the privilege of inviting the Director, Information and Communications and Technology at the Ministry of Health. Please put your hands together for Mr. Stephen Reru as he comes forward to give us his address. Welcome, Mr. Reru, and we'll look forward to the conversation. Karibu sana. Thank you.
Those were very, very kind words. So thank you very much for being so kind. So one of the things that, as the director of ICT as the ministry, I will have to do is to report back on how this summit experience was, because I'm here representing PS for Public Health and Professional Standards, Mary Modoni. So one of the things that I think I will say, and by the end of this summit, you may have to prove me right or wrong, is that this was a very well organized summit. And looking around and with the little interactions I've had with the participants and delegates, I will also be reporting that the persons in this room are very, very well geared to help drive the government agenda and achieve some of the policy direction that we're taking as the Ministry of Health. I'll just speak a little bit on some of the takeaways that I've had. One was from the group MD, is that we need to focus on sustainable impact. And that is already what government is doing, and the reason for my, the reasons for having a director of ICT at the Ministry of Health. We have to now look at sustainability of all the different technologies that we have been deploying. The other thing that I picked up was, and that I'll be reporting back, is that a non-integrated solution is a risk. And again, we are demonstrating that by implementing the superhighway and having the health information exchange. And then the chairman, but I said I was corrected, it's group chairman, we are still trying to understand that disambiguation, but group chairman, I'll be reporting that we need, as government, to continue with our leadership. And what I liked most as the director of ICT is that the insurers in this room need to embrace interoperability, right? Because that is exactly one of the things that is top of my agenda as the director of ICT. Interoperability, all these different systems in the sector to be able to connect. I'm a technologist, and I think we need to continue building for impact, as the group chair said. And then, not to repeat what the PS said, is that 70% of Kenyans either die early or become poor as they're interacting with the health and care system. So through technology, we need to improve on our outcomes and have a single source of truth. And I was just recapping what I'll be reporting back in my brief before I read and represent PS Mary Modoni. I know there's protocols already established. We either stand on them or we use them. So I will use all the established protocols, and now I will read on behalf of PS Mary Modoni. So this is I was sent here to represent her, so I'll have to read exactly to keep with the government protocol. So bear with me. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, development partners, innovators, and members of the healthcare community, ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and a privilege to address you today at this 5th edition of a premier healthcare technology and innovation summit. This convening, bringing together over 500 delegates physically, more than 2,000 participants virtually, and representation from over 10 countries, reflects the growing recognition that the future of healthcare lies in collaboration, innovation, and digital transformation. Allow me to begin by reaffirming the government of Kenya's unwavering commitment to digitizing the health sector as a cornerstone of achieving universal health coverage. Digital health is no longer optional. It is foundational. It is central to improving efficiency, strengthening accountability, expanding access, and delivering better health outcomes for all Kenyans. To guide this transformation, the government has established robust legal and policy frameworks. These include the National Digital Health Strategies, data governance and protection laws, enterprise architecture standards, and interoperability guidelines designed to ensure alignment, security, and sustainability. We have already registered significant achievements. For example, the nationwide scale-up of electronic medical records and digital reporting systems. Number 2, the deployment of the electronic community health information system. And number 3, the expansion of health facility connectivity and infrastructure. Number 4 is the establishment of standards for data exchange and system integration. And number 5 is strengthening the health information exchange layer to support real-time data use. These achievements form a strong foundation upon which we are now building the next phase of transformation. Our vision is to create a fully integrated, person-centered digital health ecosystem. At the core of this vision is the digital health superhighway, a secure, interoperable backbone that connects all health sector stakeholders, systems, and data flows across the country. This superhighway enables seamless data exchange, supports continuity of care, enhances real-time decision-making, and ensures that innovations are scalable, sustainable across the entire health system. And we are now leveraging artificial intelligence to strengthen disease surveillance, clinical decision-making, and health system planning while ensuring ethical, secure, and responsible use of data. At the same time, digital transformation within the Social Health Authority is streamlining registration, improving management, and enhancing transparency, while robust identity management systems ensure that every Kenyan can be uniquely and securely identified within the health ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, if there is one factor that will determine the success of this transformation, it is the strength of our partnerships. Public-private collaboration is not just a policy aspiration, it is already delivering tangible results, and its potential are far greater. Allow me to share a few examples. First, the rollout of the digital health infrastructure. Partnerships with telecommunications providers and technology firms have enabled connectivity to health facilities that were previously underserved. Through such collaborations, we have expanded broadband access, enabling real-time reporting and telemedicine services in remote areas. Second, in the deployment of systems like the Electronic Community Health Information System, ECHIS, and electronic medical records, private sector innovators and development partners have supported system design, implementation, and capacity building. These partnerships have accelerated deployment timelines and ensured that solutions are user-centered and fit for purpose. And third, in health financing, collaboration with technology companies has enabled the digitization of services within the Social Health Authority. From digital member registration platforms to automated claims processing systems, private sector expertise has been instrumental in improving efficiency, reducing fraud, and enhancing service delivery. Fourth, in the emerging field of artificial intelligence, partnerships with research institutions, startups, and global technology firms are helping us pilot solutions for predictive analytics, diagnostics, and resource optimizations. These collaborations are positioning Kenya as a leader in the digital health innovation within the region. And importantly, in building the digital health superhighway, we are working closely with private sector partners to develop interoperable solutions that align with national standards, ensuring that all systems, whether public or private, can continue to communicate effectively. However, to fully realize these collaborations, we must deliberate. We must ensure that partnerships are aligned with national priorities and frameworks, solutions are interoperable and scalable, data governance and patient privacy are upheld, investments are sustainable and inclusive. We must move from fragmented, project-based engagements to long-term strategic partnerships that deliver systemic impact. At the center of our strategy is the imperative for integration and interoperability. We must ensure all systems, public and private, operate as operations across the health system, invest in interoperable and in purpose, partnership, and a shared vision for the future. I thank you and wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much. And as the PS has spoken, I cannot add anything per government protocol. Goodbye.
All right, let's appreciate Mr. Stephen Reru. He's the Director, ICT, Ministry of Health. Let's give him a round of applause. And great, thank you for that, Stephen Reru. Stephen, you're doing also the integration for information transfer at Konza? Yes, yes, and it's a fantastic work that you are doing. So we are closely following the good work that you're doing out there, and we highly appreciate your leadership. All right. Great. Please give a high five to the person sitting next to you and tell them, I'm in the summit. I am in the summit. Right, fantastic. Yes. Now we want to go to the next conversation, which is bridging the borders and building access, the role of international private medical insurance in the digital health of Africa. This is insights on the cross-border healthcare access and how international insurers are able to support. So to bring this conversation forward, ladies and gentlemen, is a man who has the precision of a banker and also the heart of an innovator. Is a man who is able to craft solutions for the globally mobile and also the ultra wealthy and also the everyday Kenyan alike, proving this one thing, that world-class healthcare protection knows no borders and also no hierarchies. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome a leader who ensures lives above all else. He is the CEO of Bupa Global Kenya and also Managing Director for Africa. This is none other than Uditha Jayaratne as he comes forward to give us his talk. And as we say in Swahili, makofi tafadhali, as he comes forward, welcome Mr. Jayaratne. We're glad and honored to have you here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, do we have the slides? As introduced, I don't know how I'm going to follow that, but my name is Uditha Jayaratne, and I'm quite impressed that you actually pronounced it the way you did. So that's pretty good going. It's a Sri Lankan name, not easy to pronounce. Everyone calls me UJ, so feel free to use UJ as a if you wish. So thank you for having me here. So Group Chair Andrew and Group MD Harrison, thank you for allowing me to come and share the stage with everyone else and actually get some messages across. So before I actually start and go into some of the notes that I have, can I just engage the audience? So first of all, can I just get you to raise your hands if you care about healthcare and your own healthcare? Okay, so all of you do, unsurprisingly. How many of you have private health care? Okay, well, a few of you, that's good. How many of you have access to global healthcare specialists? A few of you. That kind of sets the scene, right, in terms of why this is important. And so let me get into this. So Bupa, first of all, what is Bupa? Who is Bupa? I'm not sure if you're familiar with it. So we're often described as a healthcare insurer, but that's actually just part of the story for Bupa. So Bupa is a global healthcare company with a heritage of over 75 years, but with a very different operating model. We're a provident association. So we have no shareholders, and that's important. That basically means we make profit, but we reinvest that profit back into the ecosystem of healthcare. Our purpose is really simple and clear, which is we are focused on creating or helping people live longer, healthier, happier lives and making a better world. Now, I've heard synergies to that statement with Robert. I think your statement in your speech, which is great. Let me go on to the next one. So today, that purpose for Bupa is at a real global scale. We serve, and let this sink in, we serve nearly 70 million people around the world today as an organization, as a healthcare organization. And that's across over 190 countries and supported by over 80,000 Bupa colleagues. And importantly, we are not just, as I said, in the funding space. We're also in the part of delivering healthcare. So across our ecosystem, we connect customers to millions of healthcare providers globally. Our network is over 2.4 million accredited healthcare providers. We work with thousands of doctors, consultants, and therapists, and we operate clinics, hospitals, healthcare centers, and facility care and care facilities in multiple markets across the world. So when a customer chooses Bupa, they're not simply buying insurance. They are accessing a connected global healthcare ecosystem, combining care, coverage, and strong digital capability, which I think is relevant for today's conversation. And that matters more today than ever before because healthcare has not kept pace with the way people are living today. And I think that's a really important point to start the discussion or the conversation anyway. So let me move us on. Okay, so Africa is in a very defining moment, I would say. It's already the youngest continent in the world with a median age of around 20 years and over 60% of the population sitting under the age of 25. By 2030, the expectation is that the population will boom to about 1.7 billion people, and the middle class is expected to be around the 500 million mark. Now, that drives greater demand on better service, but that specifically includes healthcare provision and capability. So now, on top of that, the regional integration will accelerate across the continent with greater movement of people, talent, and businesses across borders. But access to healthcare, again, to my point before, remains uneven, and we need to address that. At the same time, the nature of health challenges is shifting. We are seeing a growing rise in long-term lifestyle-orientated conditions, so diabetes, heart disease, and other chronic conditions. These are conditions that develop quietly over time and often detected too late. For organizations like ours, this speaks to our purpose, but more importantly, to a responsibility. So how do we close this gap? The answer lies in digital technology. Because the traditional healthcare journey looks something really like this, right? So you feel unwell, you delay, you procrastinate. In many cases, you ignore it because you think it's going to go away. And because access is inconvenient, because time is limited, or because the system feels too difficult to navigate. You eventually seek care because you realize it's not going away, often when the symptoms have progressed. What could have been managed early becomes more serious, more expensive, and more disruptive. So this is how chronic conditions take hold. Now, compare that to a digital-first journey. Same individual, notices symptoms, contacts a doctor within minutes, receives immediate advice, is guided to the relevant testing, and then supported over time. The condition is identified earlier, managed earlier, controlled more efficiently, which results in lower costs, less disruption, better outcomes for that individual. This is the shift, waiting for illnesses to continuously managing health. And the system level impact is significant. So healthcare systems today lose around 20 to 30% of spending through inefficiencies, driven by late diagnosis, duplication, or poor coordination. That has a fundamental impact on our insurance industry and actually the consumer at the end of it, because it makes that cost is translated and transferred to the consumer, which makes medical inflation rise and insurance unaffordable, which is not the objective of this game, right? Digital changes that trajectory. It is also fundamentally improves the economics of healthcare to the point I made earlier. By enabling diagnosis and continuous management, conditions are treated before they require higher cost interventions. Care pathways become more efficient, shifting from reactive treatment to more sustainable proactive care, ultimately improving the loss ratios over time. Now, those of my colleagues in the room who are in the healthcare sector will know and Bluer, our tech platform, integrates all of our digital consultations, health tools, and ongoing support into a single member experience. This is not a future ambition. This is already how our customers engage with us today. So over 80% of our members are digitally registered, and nearly 60% actively use this service each year. Because the future of healthcare is continuous, connected, and must be proactive. And this transformation is particularly powerful in markets like Kenya. 3 years ago, we did something no international insurer had done before in Kenya. We established the first locally admitted, directly licensed international health insurance company right here, Bupa Global Insurance Limited, committing us to this market. This was not easy. It required trust, patience, and a belief in Kenya's long-term vision. But today, the impact is clear. It means we can serve our members better, fully comply with local regulations, and contribute directly to Kenya's healthcare economy. And that's an important and a proud point for Bupa Global. This lesson for business leaders is clear from me. The opportunity is not to catch up or to copy. It is to build differently and leap ahead. But healthcare is not just about system, it's about people fundamentally. And it starts long before someone enters a hospital, a clinic, or a doctor. At Bupa, our purpose is clear, as I said. Our purpose is to help people live longer, healthier, happier lives and make the world a better place. And that cannot begin at the point of treatment. It must begin with the fundamentals of health. That is why we invest beyond insurance. Through our Clean Water Initiative in Kenya, we have facilitated 4 boreholes to date, and we went live last year, April. That now serves over 35,000 people in vulnerable communities, with clear ambitions to reach and serve over 100,000 lives by 2028. This is not philanthropy on the side of the table. It is recognition that the bigger drivers of health sits outside the healthcare system itself, because clean water prevents disease, prevention reduces pressure on the healthcare system, and stronger communities create more resilient economies. If we're serious about transforming healthcare here in Kenya and Africa more generally, we need alignment. Now, I've heard this before. We need collaboration, we need innovation, we need alignment. Because healthcare is not one system, it is, I think it was already said, it's an ecosystem. It requires coordination between governments and regulators, healthcare providers, technology providers, and insurers. Each has a role to play. Government creates the framework. Providers deliver the care. Technology enables access to connectivity. Insurers coordinate, and finance care pathways. The challenge is not capability, as I said, it is alignment. And this is where partnerships become crucial. So organizations like SMART are helping to digitize access, connect providers, enable real-time coordination. But digital only creates value when it connects to the real care on the ground. Alongside this, we need regulatory clarity, digital infrastructure, stronger ecosystem partnerships, because no single organization, I think I've heard this before, no single organization can do this alone. So let me leave you with this. Africa has a unique opportunity. In many parts of the world, Europe, North America, digital healthcare has been layered onto a system where it was built decades ago. But here, the opportunity is different. Look at Kenya. In Kenya, digital adoption is one of the highest globally at over 80%. Africa has a chance to build a healthcare system through innovation and collaboration. More connected, more accessible, more responsive to how people actually live and engage with health. Because in the end, the most expensive healthcare is not the care you receive. It is the care you receive too late. At Bupa, we are proud to play our part, bridging borders, building access, and connecting ecosystems to deliver better healthcare for Africa using Kenya as our hub. We are excited to bring our global capabilities to the local markets across Africa. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, UJ, for taking us through that. We absolutely appreciate you, and also for your patronage, and also for your leadership and the fantastic work that you are doing at Bupa. At this point in time, thank you so much, UJ. At this point in time, we would like to bring back our Group Managing Director, Mr. Harrison Muriu. Before he comes forward, we got a call from someone who really wanted to give a token of appreciation when you had started off at the summit, but we said we'll just record the call and then we'll give that particular individual an opportunity to say something. So if the technical team can be able to put that on screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the things I've learned over the years is that real leadership isn't always loud. It's not always about being in the spotlight. And that's exactly what we see in Harrison Muir, the Group Managing Director of Smart Applications International Limited. Harrison represents a kind of leadership that Africa and the world needs more of. Leadership that understands the technology. Harrison Wewe, Nimetu Wanguvu Sana, Jama Wa Power, keep going, the work matters.
Let's put our hands together for Mr. Harrison as he comes forward to guide us on the next part of the presentation. Welcome. Asante Sana.
Wow, I don't know what to say after former President Barack Obama gave that. Now it becomes very difficult to know about what is real, what is fake, but much appreciated. I know his roots are still with us in Kenya. And this being a very important subject of healthcare in the African continent, I'm sure is a topic that is very close to his heart. Earlier on, I was here and I gave a preamble around the context, content, and scope of the conversation that we're having today. And that is about healthcare technology for a better world. And this has resonated across the many speakers that have been here. As we spoke about how technology needs to be representative of the patient and ensuring that it dignifies the patient at the moment they are most vulnerable. And that is why our smart applications in the entire value chain that we play, right from our smart access app, And we want to thank the champions here who have really driven adoption to the currently over 500,000 users that we have across the 12 countries that we operate in. And we also want to recognize the healthcare facility champions represented here who use the platform every day to serve members and ensure that that dignity is preserved and that the process is seamless. Because, as I said earlier, healthcare should be simple, secure, accessible, and dignified, anywhere, every time. I have a presentation which we shall go through. I'm trying to get this to work. Okay. Around this context, but I want to first reflect on our footprint there. And today we're joined with an online community that spans representatives from Cameroon. And we've gone through a journey in that particular part of the world where we have implemented the system at close to 71 healthcare service providers in a francophone environment. And why am I speaking about that today? Because in the west of Africa, we've come to understand the same challenges that we've had here, and we can leverage on the learnings across the many years that we've worked together, working with insurances and healthcare facilities to transform a country that is where we were in this insurance and healthcare facility segment back in the 90s. And it's important today because as we sit here, we have to have a Pan-African conversation. That it's not just a Kenyan context. It's about how we can spur change and transformation in how healthcare is managed across the continent. And working with you as partners and riding on your shoulders, we can paint the entire continent red and ensure that we democratize access to healthcare. Because one of the things that we promise as SMART is with your SMART Access app, you don't have to worry. If you're a Kenyan who has traveled to Uganda, a Rwandan who has traveled to DRC, a person from the Congo who has traveled to Mauritius, you get the same seamless access. Within that ecosystem of 9,000 healthcare providers, we've been able to have visibility. And as you land in your country where we operate, you can see the providers that you can access and be assured that you are going to be catered for should you have that moment of need. We continue to expand as our different stakeholders request us to. I'm glad that there was a challenge from the speaker from Bupa, UJ. You mentioned 2.4 million providers. That is a vision that we intend to fulfill, working collaboratively with the purpose, with the attendees here and beyond. So we work in different environments, some emerging, some very mature. And we're glad that Kenya is one of those that is quite mature. And why this matters is that because digital health only delivers value when it comes at scale, across borders, institutions, and care settings without compromising governance, data security, or continuity of care. Smart scale, as we sit at those 12 countries, 70 insurance, different brokers, administrators, 9,000 healthcare facilities, over 20,000 interactions of patient visits a day, is a test of resilience, trust, and credibility. And we are happy that you've partnered with us to achieve that. Now, the challenge of inefficiency is a reality we face today. So 4.5 billion people across the world lack access to basic healthcare services, and 2 billion people face financial hardship due to healthcare costs. We heard what the PS Oluga said when he was here, that as we speak, every minute, there's somebody who's close to poverty. There's somebody who's close to losing their life because of inefficiencies within the healthcare ecosystem. It is a global emergency and a moral test of our systems. And that is why we do not look at this as abstract statistics. They translate into delayed treatment, exhausted clinicians, financial leakage, and eroded public trust. But this also reveals something that is really important, and that it is not a technology gap, it is an implementation and a governance gap. The challenge is real, and so is the opportunity, and that is why we have continued to endear to fulfill the entire value chain when it comes to our propositions across the ecosystem. And one of the things that we continuously promote in our communications, as you've seen, is that Smart is not just a biometric company. I know many times we are viewed in that lens. We are an entire ecosystem provider, as we shall showcase in the many solutions that we have today, and we have a solution that can fit into your needs. Because we benchmark around the problems that we're resolving, those service pain points, and translate them into targeted improvements around uptime, claims visibility, hospital automation, medical records, capabilities, analytics and insight, insurance management, and responsiveness, because trust in healthcare technology is earned through the reliability, and that is what we continuously push the bar of excellence on. We look at fitting care into your life, because healthcare begins with the patient. And today's patient is increasingly digital. They require clarity, fairness, and dignity. And if I was to ask across the room, how many of us have onboarded into a fitness app or a wellness app, I'm sure I would receive more than half of the room, or more than 75% of the room raising their hands. It's because today's patient is more aware, and they have asked that they be given access to their information. Questions like, what am I covered for? Where can I seek care? How do I access services without confusion or humiliation? Are what embodies trust in the healthcare ecosystem. And I'm happy partnering with you, we've been able to enable this on Smart Access. On Smart Access, currently, one of the features that we released in the second half of last year is a wellness capability and enables you to track your steps, keep track of various healthcare metrics. And if you are not so aware of that capability, feel free to interact with us in our Smart Access booth. Why do we push for democratizing access to information to the patient? Because we believe that this is the foundational principle around reducing queues at the hospital, eliminating confusion, making sure that the patient experience is not an affair that is riddled with anxiety, but one which the patients have control and dignity. We continue to raise that bar and continue to improve the Smart Access platform as the mobile capable tool for our patients to access cover, to discover providers, and to have visibility on their expenditure without a struggle. The impact is simple: less confusion, less waiting, more dignity. Care that fits your life. We also look at the healthcare stakeholder, the healthcare provider, because whether it's a clinic, a single doctor, an optician, a pharmacy, there's this consistent pressure, because providers are really the backbone of healthcare. And as you've seen for statistics that have been mentioned there before, we do not have as many healthcare practitioners as we would wish to. And with that deficit needs to be resolved by using digital capabilities. So today, over 2 hours of time are spent by clinicians to 1 hour of patient care, which means that we could double the volumes that patients that are seen within our healthcare systems or healthcare facilities if we were to adopt the right technology. Clinicians are overwhelmed by administrative work, by paperwork, manual workflows, and administrative friction, which leads to errors, burnout, waiting time. And that imbalance results in not only inefficiency within those healthcare facilities, but is translated to the burden that we see echoed in the statements that have been made on this podium. That people are afraid to go to hospital, and that delayed going to hospital leads to much more adverse outcomes. How do we resolve this? Is by restoring the balance. Good healthcare technology should be invisible but powerful. Seamless patient engagement, retrieval of records, automated workflows, e-claims, and paperless transactions. And that leads to fewer errors, less work administratively, more time for the patient. That's what we achieve through our Smart Health Plus hospital management information system, which has been able to transform over 300, now going 350 plus healthcare facilities in different countries spanning from DRC, Malawi, here in Kenya, in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Somalia, on a platform that digitizes the entire workflow of patients, of managing finance within your healthcare facility, of managing your lab, managing your optical, your pharmacy, your different centers of operation. And we invite you to interact with us at our Smart Health booth so that you can learn how we can help you restore your balance at your facility if you're not using this ecosystem, this system. The system is fully integrated to our insurance platform, and that means there's seamless interaction when you do your claims all the way, and the journey is fully automated on a paperless process into the insurance side. We are proud of this innovation. And why are we proud? It's because we have built it not for providers, but with providers. We have worked with our 9,000 healthcare facilities to understand their pain points. And when providers, leadership, CFOs, credit teams, billers, and CIOs have given us feedback, we have taken this as critically important. And this has championed our work in terms of the optimal practical workflows, simplified engagements, and patient-centeredness that is core in our solutions. For healthcare managers, we know that smooth operations save lives. Behind every patient experience is an operational system. And indeed, it is always a pressure cooker because you know that once you make that promise, once that payment of premium is made, there is always that expectation. Across Africa, 20 to 30% of medicines are lost due to pure supply chain visibility. Hospitals lose billions annually, and operational excellence needs to start in order to stem the systemic issues. With our healthcare program management solution and hospital management information systems, we enable supply chain and inventory management in a much more stronger way, whilst at the same time integrated that to the automated billing and claims workflows, therefore resulting in real-time operational dashboards that enhance your capability and result in better patient safety and healthcare sustainability. And that at the end of the day translates to smooth operations at not an additional cost. For policymakers, we are looking at elements to do with data as a foundation of leadership. Through our analytics solutions, we've been able to bring together and harness that data to trends and insights that then make responsive to outbreaks and disease patterns faster, to allocate resources better, and moving policy from reaction to prevention. And therefore, as I say, SMART is a testament in our philosophy of public interest imperatives, because healthcare is a public good. And that's what we endear to provide through the analytics and real-time report platforms that exist across our solutions. Interoperability has been spoken a lot across here, and I would like to assure our stakeholders, both the insurers and the healthcare providers, that we have you covered. As we stand here today, we know and have attested to the bigger voice that is coming in from different governments, not only in Kenya, but governments like in Rwanda, where we are engaging through the RDB and RRA, governments in Mauritius and DRC as well, where we have interacted with the healthcare, the digital healthcare entity, ANICAS, to adhere, but also participate to the policy on what is desired when systems connect. Because we do know that interoperability will link patient providers, pharmacies, insurance facilities, and ministries. And without interoperability, costs rise, fraud increases, and care fragments because of the silos. We estimate that costs can reduce by up to 15%, safety can improve, and the continuity of care becomes possible when interoperability is not just a technical preference, but becomes a standard. And that is what we have done within our smart platforms, continuously looking at world standards and bringing home and carrying out the change management on adoption of such standards as ICD 11 or ICD 10, SNOMED, NOINC, which are part of the data sets that are inherently native in our systems, HL7, FHIR standards as well for data exchange and interoperability. And as we stand today, we are actually in the closing stages of integrating to the Health Information Exchange as one of the first pioneers. And we will be able to, yes, and I'm glad that the Ministry of Health has recognized this. Thank you, Stephen. And we will be able to extend that service to our stakeholders, our healthcare partners, our insurance companies, so that you do not have to go through the laborious engagement of technical work, but we can seamlessly, through the integrations that we service you, help you to comply. So what is the opportunity ahead? Africa is not behind. We are not a dark continent. But within us, we have the means to leapfrog, because we can build modern systems without the challenges of legacy. The reason why mobile penetration has accelerated way beyond what has baffled our American, European, and Asian neighbors is because we didn't have the comfort of landlines. And that is very true, and a testament of how SMART has been able to expand its footprint to reflect the scale that digital health can reach, working beyond Kenya into thousands of facilities, thousands of patients, and extending this across multiple African markets. At ecosystem level, the public narrative around Africa's direction is also clear. We've heard the voice of the Africa CDC talk about strengthening integrated health systems. And as smart applications, we are happy to be a member of the Africa CDC Digital Health Program that is looking at bringing together digital health actors to advance how indigenous system providers, solution providers can help solve the challenges of accessibility, surveillance, and coordinated response capacity across its member states. Therefore, as we look at this challenge of technology not being a tool, we look at it from the lens of humanity, that people indeed can make the difference. Technology alone is not the solution, but the execution of how that technology interfaces within our processes. And that transformation requires collaboration between government, leadership, and regulatory clarity that has been mentioned here, providers committed to workflow transformation, insurers committed to transparency and efficiency, innovators committed to responsible solutions, and partners committed to sustainable implementation. We thank you as Smart Applications because you have been our key partners around fulfilling that transformation. We cannot mention each and every one of you by name, but it's true testament, because many a times we have received calls, we have been stopped in different arenas and told, wow, today as a patient I have the comfort I can go to hospital, or my child can go to hospital without me worrying. That access is guaranteed because I have always smart access with me. That my facility has been able to improve cash conversion and stem leakages by up to 20% by adoption of our Smart Health Plus program. That hospital chains have approached us and told us that they now have an up to 37% improvement in success rate in where they position their clinics based on smart analytics. The story goes on and on. What are we saying? That a better world is possible. A better world is one where healthcare is accessible, efficient, connected, human-centered. As my chairman said here, it's when a mother accesses care without barriers. A doctor spends time healing, not typing. A hospital runs efficiently without worry of reconciliation issues. A government makes evidence-based decisions that are timely. Technology is here to restore dignity, not replace humanity. And at Smart Applications, this is our mission. It is echoed in that statement about simplifying access, empowering our different stakeholders to make informed decisions. Finally, as I conclude, my ask to you and our rallying call as Smart Applications is to partner with us to accelerate responsible digitization and adoption of technology geared towards transformation, the smart way. 2, it is also for you to challenge us as Smart. Challenge us to continuously deliver to your next level of expectation, to measurable impact, to reduce leakage, to better governance. And thirdly, is to innovate with us, because healthcare transformation is indeed a shared responsibility. Thank you very much, and indeed, let us work together to transform the world into a better place through digital healthcare technology. Thank you. There will be a summary that is coming in terms of our healthcare insights, and we ask you to indulge as that plays so that we are able to see what the metrics are telling us across our countries of operation. This is just a snapshot of the insights, and for further interaction of that, feel free to interact with us on our Smart Analytics booth and to patronize that solution so that you can make better decisions. Thank you.
Hello and welcome. I'm the Smart Summit Virtual Assistant, here to guide you through key insights from our regional performance analysis. The regional performance for the period reflects significant variability across markets, with Kenya continuing to anchor the portfolio through strong and consistent growth across revenue, patient traffic, and unique patients. Rwanda and Tanzania also demonstrated positive momentum. Rwanda through strong revenue gains, and Tanzania through rising utilization, despite slight revenue compression. In contrast, Uganda, Somaliland, South Sudan, and Cameroon recorded notable declines in traffic and claim volumes, pointing to shifting utilization patterns, potential economic pressures, or access constraints. Smart served 1,028 million patients in 2025, generating 5.78 million clinical visits, a 3.94% decline from last year. Despite the drop in patient traffic, overall claim expenditure remained stable, growing slightly by 0.36% to $428.3 million, suggesting higher cost per service intensity or a shift toward more expensive care categories. The total number of claims processed fell by 3.83%, aligned with the drop in visits, while the repeat visit rate remained steady at 3, indicating no major change in patient behavior or care-seeking frequency. This section provides the baseline context for deeper analysis across cost drivers, regional trends, diagnostics, pharmacy, chronic illness, roaming patterns, and population segments. Smart served 1,028 million patients in 2025, generating 5.78 million clinical visits, a 3.94% decline from last year. Despite the drop in patient traffic, overall claim expenditure remained stable, growing slightly by 0.36% to $428.3 million, suggesting higher cost per service intensity or a shift toward more expensive care categories. The total number of claims processed fell by 3.83%, aligned with the drop in visits, while the repeat visit rate remained steady at 3, indicating no major change in patient behavior or care-seeking frequency. This section provides the baseline context for deeper analysis across cost drivers, regional trends, diagnostics, pharmacy, chronic illness, roaming patterns, and population segments. Radiology demand in 2025 is largely driven by ultrasound services, particularly obstetric, pelvic, and abdominal scans, which dominate overall usage. This points to strong demand in maternal health and reproductive care, alongside general diagnostic imaging for abdominal-related conditions. Ultrasounds, being non-invasive and widely applicable, makes them a key contributor to both traffic and revenue. On the other hand, X-rays remain essential for routine diagnostics, especially for chest, dental, and musculoskeletal assessments such as spine, knee, and ankle. This reflects a steady need for imaging in managing infections, injuries, and chronic conditions. Overall, radiology trends show a balance between preventive, maternal care, and essential diagnostic imaging, both playing a significant role in healthcare utilization. Laboratory services in 2025 are heavily driven by routine diagnostic and screening tests, with full hemograms and urinalysis leading by a wide margin. This highlights a strong focus on general health assessment and early detection, as these tests are commonly used across a wide range of conditions and patient groups. Malaria testing, both blood smear and rapid tests, also features prominently, reflecting the continued burden of infectious diseases in driving lab demand. Additionally, tests such as blood sugar, H. pylori, CRP, and UEC point to growing attention on chronic conditions, infections, and inflammation monitoring. Overall, the trend shows that laboratory services are central to healthcare delivery, supporting both diagnosis of acute illnesses and ongoing management of chronic diseases, making them a key contributor to healthcare utilization and costs. The top dispensed branded drugs in 2025 reflect a strong focus on pain management, infections, and common illnesses, with medications like paracetamol variants, antibiotics such as Augmentin and ceftriaxone, and anti-inflammatory drugs leading usage. This indicates a high burden of acute conditions like infections, fever, and pain-related illnesses, which continue to drive significant pharmaceutical demand. At the same time, the presence of drugs like esomeprazole and antihistamines such as Zyrtec points to ongoing treatment of gastrointestinal and allergic conditions, aligning with earlier diagnosis trends. Overall, medication utilization shows a pattern of high-frequency, short-term treatments, complemented by ongoing management therapies, contributing substantially to overall healthcare costs. The most dispensed generic drugs in 2025 highlight a strong reliance on affordable, high-volume treatments, with paracetamol and common antibiotics like amoxicillin, clavulanic acid, azithromycin, and cefuroxime leading usage. This reflects a continued high burden of infections, pain, and fever-related conditions, where generics play a critical role in improving accessibility and managing costs across large patient populations. Additionally, drugs such as cetirizine, montelukast combinations, and esomeprazole point to ongoing management of allergic and gastrointestinal conditions, reinforcing patterns seen in diagnosis trends. Overall, the data shows that generics are central to healthcare delivery, supporting both acute treatment needs and chronic condition management, while helping control overall pharmaceutical spending. In 2025, the cost structure across encounter types shows that procedures and radiology are the main cost drivers, with procedures having the highest average cost at $94.62, followed by radiology at $53.19. This indicates that more advanced or specialized interventions significantly increase overall healthcare spending, even if they occur less frequently than other services. On the other hand, consultations remain relatively low cost at $21.22, acting as the primary entry point into care, while laboratory, $36.20, and medication, $41.16, costs reflect the ongoing need for diagnostics and treatment. Overall, the trend highlights a cost escalation as patients move along the care pathway, from initial consultation to diagnostics, and ultimately to more expensive procedures. In 2025, medication and consultation encounters dominate overall traffic, with medication leading at 2.6 million visits and consultations closely following at 2.4 million, showing that most patient interactions are centered around diagnosis and treatment dispensing. This highlights a healthcare system largely driven by routine care and prescription management. Laboratory services also account for significant volume, 1.25 million, reinforcing the strong diagnostic demand observed earlier. Procedures, while lower in traffic compared to consultations and medication, still represent nearly 1 million encounters, indicating their importance despite being higher-cost services. Overall, encounter distribution shows a system primarily focused on outpatient care, diagnostics, and medication management, rather than high-frequency, complex interventions. In this analysis, we explore how healthcare trends differ between Gen Z, a digital-first, highly connected generation, and baby boomers, who are navigating rising chronic health challenges. Among boomers, the diagnosis pattern is strongly dominated by chronic, non-communicable diseases, with hypertension and type 2 diabetes leading by a significant margin. This clearly reflects the long-term disease burden in older populations, where cardiovascular and metabolic conditions drive most healthcare utilization and ongoing management. Additionally, conditions such as hyperlipidemia, hypertensive heart disease, prostate hyperplasia, and low back pain highlight age-related health challenges that require continuous monitoring and treatment. Vision-related disorders like presbyopia further reinforce the aging profile. Overall, boomer healthcare demand is primarily driven by chronic disease management and age-associated conditions, resulting in sustained repeat visits and consistent care needs. For boomers, radiology utilization is strongly aligned with chronic disease monitoring and age-related conditions. The presence of echocardiograms and chest X-rays highlights cardiovascular and respiratory assessment, consistent with the high prevalence of hypertension and heart-related diagnoses. Similarly, lumbar spine X-rays and MRI, along with knee and ankle imaging, reflect musculoskeletal degeneration and chronic pain management common in older populations. Ultrasound services such as abdominal, kidney, ureter, bladder, KUB, and pelvic scans further support ongoing evaluation of organ function and internal conditions. Overall, boomer radiology demand is more focused on cardiac evaluation, spine issues, and chronic condition monitoring, reinforcing their higher need for continuous and specialized diagnostic care. For boomers, laboratory services are clearly centered on chronic disease monitoring and preventive screening. Tests such as blood sugar, HbA1c, lipid profile, UEC, and liver function tests highlight strong management of diabetes, cardiovascular risk, and overall organ function, aligning with the high prevalence of hypertension and type 2 diabetes in this group. This indicates sustained, long-term care rather than one-off testing. Additionally, the presence of PSA testing reflects age-specific prostate screening, reinforcing the preventive focus for older males. Routine tests like full hemogram and urinalysis remain important, but overall lab utilization among boomers is primarily driven by ongoing monitoring of chronic conditions and age-related health risks, supporting repeat visits and continuous care. For boomers, the most dispensed branded drugs are strongly aligned with chronic disease management, particularly hypertension, diabetes, and cardiovascular conditions. Medicines such as Treviamet, Glucophage, Empaget, Amlazar, and Ascard indicate high utilization of diabetes control, blood pressure regulation, and heart protection therapies, consistent with the diagnosis trends seen in this age group. At the same time, the presence of pain management and anti-inflammatory products like Myospas and Fastum Gel reflects ongoing management of musculoskeletal conditions common in older adults. Overall, boomer medication patterns are dominated by long-term maintenance therapies rather than short-term acute treatments, reinforcing their higher need for continuous care and prescription adherence. For boomers, the most dispensed generic drugs are strongly concentrated in cardiovascular and diabetes management therapies, with atorvastatin, rosuvastatin, amlodipine, metformin, and sitagliptin/metformin leading usage. This clearly reflects the high burden of hypertension, hyperlipidemia, and type 2 diabetes in this age group, consistent with their top diagnoses and lab trends. The presence of combination therapies, e.g., amlodipine, losartan, HCTZ, further indicates advanced long-term disease control. While there is still some use of medications for pain, paracetamol, acid-related conditions, esomeprazole, and infections, amoxicillin, clavulanic acid, the overall pattern is dominated by chronic maintenance treatments rather than acute care drugs. This reinforces that boomer healthcare utilization is primarily driven by continuous management of non-communicable diseases, contributing to sustained repeat prescriptions and long-term pharmaceutical demand. For boomers, the average cost per visit is significantly higher across all encounter types, reflecting the complexity of care in this age group. Procedures lead at $176.02, followed by radiology at $105.75, and medication at $95.31, showing that advanced diagnostics and long-term treatments are key cost drivers for older patients. This aligns with their high burden of chronic diseases such as hypertension, diabetes, and heart conditions. Laboratory services also remain relatively high at $83.02, reinforcing the need for continuous monitoring, while consultations average $25.66, indicating that the real cost impact comes from investigations and treatment rather than the doctor visit itself. Overall, boomer healthcare spending is intensity-driven rather than volume-driven, with higher cost services dominating per-visit expenditure. For boomers, medication encounters lead utilization at 89,866 visits, followed by consultations at 72,096, showing that this group is heavily driven by ongoing prescriptions and continuous care. This reinforces the chronic disease profile observed earlier, where long-term management is the primary healthcare need. Laboratory, 33,260, and procedure encounters, 34,291, are also significant, indicating strong diagnostic and treatment intensity compared to younger groups. Overall, boomer encounter distribution reflects a chronic care model, where medication refills, regular monitoring, and periodic procedures dominate healthcare interactions rather than acute, one-off visits. For Gen Z, the most prevalent diagnoses are largely driven by acute and lifestyle-related conditions, with urinary tract infections leading, followed by gastritis, allergic rhinitis, pharyngitis, and headache. This suggests a healthcare pattern dominated by short-term, treatable conditions, rather than chronic disease management seen in older groups. Notably, eye-related conditions, myopia and astigmatism, and dental caries feature prominently, reflecting preventive care needs, lifestyle factors, and increased screening or awareness. The presence of antenatal screening also indicates reproductive health engagement within this age group. Overall, Gen Z healthcare utilization appears more focused on acute infections, preventive services, and basic outpatient care, with relatively lower burden of chronic, non-communicable diseases compared to boomers. For Gen Z, radiology utilization is strongly centered on ultrasound services, particularly obstetric and pelvic scans, with obstetric ultrasound leading by a wide margin. This reflects higher engagement with reproductive and maternal health services, as well as routine screening and early-stage care within this age group. Other services such as abdominal, chest, and dental X-rays show demand for general diagnostic and dental-related evaluations, consistent with the prevalence of infections and dental caries in their diagnosis profile. Overall, Gen Z radiology trends are driven more by preventative care, reproductive health, and basic diagnostic imaging, rather than chronic condition monitoring seen in boomers. For Gen Z, laboratory services are primarily driven by infection-related and routine screening tests, with urinalysis and full hemogram, FBC, CBC, leading utilization. This aligns with their top diagnoses, such as UTIs, pharyngitis, gastritis, and other acute conditions, indicating a healthcare pattern focused on diagnosis and short-term treatment rather than long-term monitoring. Malaria-related tests, blood smear and rapid tests also feature prominently, reflecting the continued burden of infectious diseases in this group. Additionally, tests like H. pylori, CRP, stool tests, and typhoid antibodies further reinforce the dominance of acute infection and gastrointestinal investigations. Overall, Gen Z lab demand is largely infection-driven and diagnostic-focused, supporting their higher reliance on outpatient and episodic care. For Gen Z, the most dispensed branded drugs are largely driven by acute infections, pain management, and gastrointestinal conditions. Medications such as Augmentin, Cefixime, ceftriaxone, azithromycin, and metronidazole highlight strong antibiotic use, aligning with their top diagnoses and lab patterns that are infection-focused. At the same time, paracetamol and Cipladon reflect common fever and pain management, while esomeprazole supports gastritis treatment. The presence of normal saline also suggests frequent use in minor procedures and acute care settings. Overall, Gen Z medication trends show a clear pattern of short-term therapeutic treatments, mainly targeting infections and common outpatient conditions, rather than long-term chronic disease management. For Gen Z, generic drug utilization is strongly dominated by pain management and infection treatment, with paracetamol leading significantly. This indicates high demand for symptomatic relief, alongside widespread use of antibiotics such as amoxicillin, clavulanic acid, azithromycin, ceftriaxone, cefuroxime, and Cefixime, reflecting ongoing management of common bacterial infections. Additionally, medications like esomeprazole and montelukast, levocetirizine, show treatment of gastrointestinal and allergic conditions, while diclofenac highlights musculoskeletal pain management. Overall, Gen Z medication patterns suggest a balance between acute care and emerging chronic condition management, positioning this group between the highly infection-driven Gen Z and the chronic disease-focused boomers. For Gen Z, the average cost per encounter is generally lower compared to older groups, reflecting their predominance in acute and outpatient care. Procedures are the highest cost category at $87.12, followed by radiology at $43.38, indicating that when advanced services are needed, they significantly increase per-visit spending. However, overall costs remain relatively moderate. Consultations, $19.87, and laboratory services, $20.39, are comparatively low, showing that Gen Z healthcare utilization is more volume-driven than intensity-driven. Medication costs average $35.22, reinforcing the pattern of short-term treatments, mainly for infections and common conditions. Overall, Gen Z healthcare spending is characterized by frequent but lower-cost encounters. Unlike boomers, where chronic disease management drives higher per-visit costs. For Gen Z, encounter distribution is led by medication, 356,679, and consultations, 344,384, showing that most interactions are centered on diagnosis and prescription dispensing. This reinforces the earlier trend of acute, short-term conditions where treatment and symptom management dominate utilization. Laboratory services, 193,698, also represents significant volume, indicating strong diagnostic demand, particularly for infection-related testing. Procedures, 143,298, are moderate, while consumables and other services remain comparatively lower. Overall, Gen Z healthcare utilization is outpatient-driven, infection-focused, and medication-heavy, with high engagement but generally lower complexity compared to boomers.
Thank you so much for that, and we appreciate that fantastic presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, just kindly bear with us. I know we are far spent on time, but we'll make sure that we can be able to align with the program. One of the things that they usually say that it's doing business without advertising is like winking at a woman in the dark. One of the things that you have to realize is that the best way, it's a lot of effort, but zero visibility. Kenya is a beautiful country. We have, like in Amboseli National Park, where we have the largest population of the elephants. When we go to the Masai Mara National Reserve, we get to appreciate the big five that we can be able to see there. We can be able to appreciate the wildebeest migration that happens also at the Mara. Why do I say this? It's because I mentioned this because our next speaker actually chairs the Kenya Tourism Rebrand. Not only that, she is also a board director at Smart Applications International, and she is the managing director at Hako Industries. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me appreciate Marianne Musangi as she comes to briefly guide us on medical tourism. Welcome, Marianne. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. I know I stand in between you and lunch. I'm very aware of that. But I also have to be honest, I have hijacked the stage. I am not on the agenda. However, I could not miss this opportunity to tell you what it is that this great nation of ours is trying to do and how we need your support, all of you in this room, in order to achieve that goal and that objective. So today I stand wearing a hat of tourism, completely different from healthcare. But I think we need a break after all those statistics, huh? I agree. So The Cabinet Secretary for Tourism set up a task force end of last year to rebrand this great nation of ours. And we need to do this within a year, at least start the process, so that the ministry can continue in this endeavor to grow the number of tourists that come into this country. Currently, for 2025, we estimate that our numbers will be at about 2.6, 2.7 million visitors. But do you know what these visitors are coming to do? They're going to the beach and they're going to safari, to the Mara, which means our tourism is extremely focused in two periods of the year. The Christmas hot, sunny season, and that one of around August through to October, when we have the animals filling in the Masai Mara and running off to the Serengeti. Not enough. For this great, beautiful nation of ours, I think we can get tourists all through the year. We have many representatives here from hospitals, and we thank you for joining us today. We get a number of people coming in for healthcare in this country from our neighboring countries, Uganda, Rwanda, Ethiopia, Tanzania. Please correct me if I'm wrong, if they're people from the hospitals. I'm sure you get patients from all these particular countries. Why do they come here? Because of the technical expertise and the amazing healthcare services that Kenyans give to their people. So one of the strategic pillars that the task force wants to do is to highlight this technical expertise, to highlight the great care, to highlight the innovation that we are talking about today in this room. And in so doing, move the numbers that the government currently has at about an estimation of about 50,000 people coming in for healthcare services and grow it to a higher percentage. I believe with your expertise, your capabilities, your institutions across this nation that we can do that. Our objective is to move the tourism numbers from 2.5 million to 5 million in 3 years. Do we believe in this room that at least 10% of that can be gained from medical tourism? What will that expansion in numbers in your hospitals, your insurance do? You will need to be more efficient, isn't it? We will need to know how can we look after a Sudanese who has come into the country, record his illness, his care, and his payment, and record it adequately so that we can have the analytics as well, so as to understand the kind of tourism that is coming in, the kind of medical requirements needed in Rwanda, needed in Ethiopia, needed in Uganda. How do we support the East African nation? I think we get Zambians who come in as well. I think we get them from Malawi as well. Are we ready to accommodate them? I think we are. If we take on technology, as UJ said, collaborate together with government, together with the partners, whether it's the insurance industries, whether it's the tech companies, whether it's government, in order to grow these numbers. So I said I had to speak just for 2 minutes to leave that with you. And I'm going to go around during lunchtime and over the tea break later on in the afternoon. And if you are interested in being a part of this journey, of ensuring that Kenya does become a great medical healthcare destination, please come, let's talk. Let us discuss how can we come together. Insurance companies, every tourist that comes into this country has to have medical insurance. Where are they going to get it from, if not you? How are we going to do it? How do we work together to make sure we have a system that works seamlessly in order to enhance and grow this great nation. Thank you very much for listening to me, and hope to see you later.
Thank you for that to Director of the Board, Marianne Musangi, and thank you for the fantastic work that you are doing, stepping in and leading from the front. We absolutely appreciate it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to get into a launch and then we'll get into a panel discussion. Thereafter that, we can be able to break for lunch. We appreciate your understanding in this, but we're going to make sure that we can be able to align on everything. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this particular point in time, we want to have a product launch ceremony, and this is the launch of the Smart Detect AI. And what really wants to come out is that Smart Detect AI will have a discussion on the same. It's able to use the machine learning and behavioral analytics. It helps insurers detect suspicious and also abnormal claims earlier, and also it's a platform that supports the data-driven investigations and also better decision-making for the players. So as the technical team are able to come and assist in making sure that we can clear the stage, I would like to call certain executives to come here on stage, especially first. We'll start with the government officials. Mr. Steve Reru, you can be able to come and join us on stage. He is the Director, ICT at the Ministry of Health. I'd like to call forward our chair at Smart Applications International Limited, Mr. Andrew Musangi, Board Director, Marianne Musangi, just to come and just come and stand, sorry, should have mentioned this. It's a launch that we are doing, so we'll just come and stand here. Marianne will join us on stage. Board Director Robert Kirubi to come and join us on stage. And also Board Member Andrew Waitito to join us on stage. Group Managing Director, Smart Applications, Mr. Harrison Muiru to come join me on stage. Also Aga Khan University CEO, Aga Khan University Hospital CEO Rashid Kalami to come and join me on stage. And Bupa Global CEO, that is UJ, if he's here, to come and join us on stage. And also Njeri Jomo to come and join us on stage, Jubilee Health Insurance CEO. All right, Dr. Gakombe to come, please, and join us on stage. Dr. Gakombe, if you'd be so kind as to come and join us on stage. All right, to come and join us on stage. Thank you. Representing the Federation. Ready, ladies and gentlemen, delegates on the floor, are we ready? Shoo. Let me see if I can be able to get a good confirmation from the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates on the floor, and for the ones who are watching us online, are we ready? All right, one more time. Are we ready? All right, technical team, you can be able to give us the countdown. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we launch the Smart Detect AI Assistant. Put your hands together as we celebrate the Smart Detect AI, ladies and gentlemen, machine learning and behavioral analytics. Makofi for the ladies. Congratulations, congratulations. Thank you to our executives. We may have our seats. We may have our seats. Yes, we may have our seats. All right, thank you very much. Let's appreciate our executives with a warm round of applause. Thank you for that. Smart Detect AI. To have a better understanding of this particular solution, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call our head of analytics at Smart Applications International. This is none other than Barbara Simiyu. Barbara Simiyu to come and give us a walkthrough and a very, very brief grasp of this particular solution. Let's appreciate the ever so lovely Barbara as she comes forward. Makofi tafadhali. Welcome, Barbara, as you guide us on this, and looking forward to it. Asante sana. Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I hope I'm loud and clear and audible, just as the media team brings up my presentation. I'm sure you're wondering, after the beautiful launch that we've had, what exactly is Smart Detect AI? So I'm here to talk about that and to tell you a little bit more about the same. So I'm just going to go into the presentation. Okay. So in terms of Smart Detect AI, I will be introducing this particular solution, which is our claims intelligence solution. It's a solution that is designed for both insurers or payers and providers, bringing one intelligence across every claim, every single claim, not just smart claims, because at the center of healthcare, apart from the patient, the transaction, we believe that this is also the claim. And that's where the biggest financial risk lies. We also see a lot of opportunities existing for this. Andreas, are we good to go in the presentation? Okay. So we're going to talk a bit about the reality today, the why we went into Smart Detect AI. So we saw that today, healthcare claims are processed at scale. As you've seen from our analytics, then there are a lot of claims that are passed on a daily. But critical issues within this ecosystem remain hidden. For insurers, we saw that between 3 to 15% of healthcare spending is lost to fraud, waste, and abuse globally. And this is according to global repositories, but if we bring it home to the African space, we see this number rising to around 20 to 30%. And we see even some players within the Kenyan space placing that number at around 50% when it comes to healthcare insurance fraud, waste, and abuse. And most importantly, we see that a lot of this, what we call fraud, waste, and abuse, or FWA, as fondly known in the industry, is not obvious fraud. It's complex fraud, where it's often embedded into very complex, normal-looking claims that pass through traditional systems very undetected. For providers, on the other hand, we see that up to 85 to 90% of the rejections that they receive, or the denials that they receive on healthcare claims, are very preventable. Yet many of these particular claims are still submitted with hidden errors. We see a lot of inconsistencies or missing information from the provider side. And these issues are only discovered after the rejection, which leads to a lot of rework by the clinical teams, a lot of delays when it comes to payments, and sometimes even lost revenue. So while claims are processed very efficiently, they are not very fully understood in terms of the behavior that we see in this. And this is where Smart Detect AI comes in. So Smart Detect AI, just as Ian has put it, analyzes claims using machine learning, and that's where the AI comes in, behavioral patterns, so we're able to analyze the behavior, and clinical knowledge to be able to identify risks before and even after the submission. What this means in very practical practice is that when the system does not just look at a single claim in isolation, it looks at patterns across the claims ecosystem, across providers, across members, and across time. It asks very simple questions as AI, such as, is this behavior consistent with what is the norm within the industry? Is this clinically justified? Does the pattern make sense according to the patterns that have been seen in the past? For insurers, we see Smart Detect AI patterns that are typically very difficult to identify using traditional rules. We've seen a lot of the players using very static rules to be able to try and identify and curb fraud, waste, and abuse. So with Smart Detect AI, for example, using machine learning and behavioral analytics, then we're looking at things like unusual billing behavior, where you see quantities, procedures, or costs are outside expected patterns. We see a lot of conversation about antibiotics and augmentin. We can now be able to unearth that. Member-provider collusion signals, this is where we see specific patterns repeating across the expected ecosystem. Thank you, Ian. Okay, we can now follow through the slides as well. So we do member-provider collusion signals, so where we see very specific patterns repeat across the same relationships, signifying or signaling collusion. We also see abnormal visit frequency, where utilization does not align with clinical expectations. And just to give you an example, when we are talking about optimal visits for a patient with hypertension or a chronic patient, as opposed to a patient who maybe has a common cold, then the model is able to unearth that by looking at the larger claims ecosystem. We're able to look at clinical inconsistencies where the treatment does not really match the diagnosis that we see, and even location anomalies where claims activity does not align geographically. So we see a patient today in Nairobi, we see him tomorrow in Mombasa. Why exactly is this patient traveling around so much? And the red flags that we see, they are not individual red flags, but they feed into a particular pattern of behavior. And that's where intelligence becomes very critical to understand this particular behavior. For providers, on the other end, Smart Detect AI works earlier before the claim is submitted. It acts as a claim scrubbing layer, so identifying issues that typically lead to rejections. And we've seen with most rejections, a lot of these issues can be mitigated. So this includes things like missing or insufficient documentation, incorrect coding or benefit mismatches, procedures that do not or are not adequately justified, incomplete clinical rationale, and even line-level areas with the claim itself. So looking at the whole ecosystem, and importantly, very importantly, the system does not just flag the claim, with the push towards ethical and explainable AI, it also shows exactly what is wrong and where, enabling the correction to be done before the submission. So instead of discovering problems after the rejection has already come, you identify and resolve them before the claim even leaves the system. When you bring the level of intelligence that I've talked about into your claims processing and your claims workflows, the outcomes become very clear. For insurers, we are looking at you being able to detect hidden risk earlier, being able to reduce financial leakage through the exposures that we are seeing for fraud, waste, and abuse, and you focus investigations where they matter the most by reducing the investigative noise that we see a lot. On the provider side, you're able to improve your claim quality before submission, making sure that you have all the relevant information that is needed to be able to process that particular claim. You increase your fast pass acceptance rate so that you don't have the back and forth to be able to rework that. And you protect your revenue and cash flow by being able to predict what is payable on your end. So this is not just about detection, it's about making better decisions on every single claim that we see. So Smart Detect AI is now available as part of our early adopter program, and that's why we're launching it today. We are working with selected insurers and providers to be able to validate different use cases, to integrate into live workflows, and to be able to deliver very measurable impact. So as you can see, we have a QR there, and if you're interested in exploring this further, I invite you to scan the QR code so you can take out your phones at this time. Yes. I'll just pause there until I see some phones coming out. So you can be able to scan the QR code and book a session with our team. We'll be able to take time to understand your environment and the challenges that you face as an organization and show you exactly how Smart Detect AI applies in your particular context. And because the organization that will lead in terms of healthcare and in this healthcare space that we are all in are not the ones that are able to process the claim faster, but also the ones that are able to understand the claims and the patient journey better. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Barbara. Let's appreciate her. That was not my voice. Let's appreciate Barbara one more time with a round of applause. When Marianne came here and stood on stage, there was also, once again, another token of appreciation. A call came in, Marianne, and there's someone who just wanted to appreciate you on screen. I'll ask the technical team if they can be able to put that 20 seconds video on screen so that we can be able to have a look at it.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we recognize a leader who exemplifies strength, vision, and purpose, Marianne Musangi, Board Director at Smart Applications International Limited and Managing Director of Hako Industries. Marianne represents the power of leadership that not only drives business success, but also shapes industries and uplifts communities. Marianne, thank you for leading with excellence and for setting a powerful example for the next generation. We see you, Marianne. We love and honor you.
All right, even me, one day I'll get to a point where I can be internationally recognized, all right, by other leaders out there. We want to get into a panel discussion, but I just want you to give me just a minute. And I know we're in the health sector. We've been seated for far too long. We just want to stretch for 1 minute. If you'd be so kind as just to rise to your feet, rise to your feet. If you can be able to put your seat under the table, it's all face forward. We can be able to look at the brand Smart Access, okay? Let me see by a show of hands, how many of us here, especially Kenyans, how many of us here are fans of Lingala? Lingala, let me see how many of us, they call it Muziki Bila Jasho, that is... Than you. All right, we may have our seats. We'll have our seats. I'll ask our technical team if we can be able just to align the seats. We're having a panel discussion. We'd like it to be done in a way the panelists can be able to see each other as we get ready to invite them. Thank you very much. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we want to get into a panel discussion, and we have captains of industry who are here who will be able to guide us on that, and then we can be able to break for lunch. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll invite the panelists, and then they will come in and also occupy the seats from my extreme left as we come all the way like this. Our first panelist, ladies and gentlemen, the CEO, Jubilee Health Insurance. This is none other than Njeri Jomo. Let's appreciate her as she comes forward. A champion of innovation. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is the Director Health APA Insurance. Please help me appreciate David Mumo as he comes forward. Welcome, David. And our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is the Director East Africa at Unisure. Please help me appreciate Daniel Vandermeer as he comes forward to join the panel discussion. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is the CEO, Uganda Insurance Authority. This is Jonah Kasekie as they come to join the panel. Let's appreciate our panelists, CEO, Uganda Insurance Authority. And our next panelist is Head of Medical Division, GA Insurance. This is none other than Sheila Moai. So appreciate Sheila. And to moderate this particular session, ladies and gentlemen, is a Group Director, Insurance Business, a seasoned navigator of complex navigations and conversations. This is none other than Esther Muiruri as she comes to moderate this particular session. Welcome, Esther and the panelists, and over to you as you take the conversation forward. Thank you.
I'm trying to move closer to the panelists. Good afternoon, everyone. And good afternoon, my fellow panelists. So today we'll be having a conversation to discuss matters to do with, we have seen a fundamental shift in our industry, moving from simply financing illness to be able to actively enable health outcomes. Despite the rapid growth, definitely we have seen from insurance companies, studies show that 70 to 80% of health outcomes are still driven primarily and majorly through traditional insurance. Therefore, this raises a fundamental question. Are we truly in the business of insurance or in the business of health? Yes? And to begin us off, I'll start by Njeri Jomo. And you can start by probably telling us, we have seen Jubilee investing heavily in digital platforms across your healthcare domain and ecosystem. What would you say the specific technology that has had the greatest impact on patient outcome and definitely matters customer experience?
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. I want to start with where you left off on, are we in the business of insurance or healthcare? If you look at health insurance today and you think about it, I've always said it's complex because it's a convergence of three sciences. Any guesses? The first one. If I have actuaries in the room, please raise your hand. I can see one of you, so I don't want to name you. So actuarial science, a whole discipline, a very challenging discipline. The other one is medicine. And clinical medicine is also extremely challenging and extremely complex, and that's why we have doctors in the room. But the third one, which people forget, is insurance. Insurance is a science. And when you have a convergence of three sciences, you then have quite an interesting cocktail. And if you go back to what insurance is we pool risk. We created pools, and from these pools, we pay. Which brings in a concern I often have, and if I could make an appeal at this 5th Smart Summit, please stop calling us payers. And I say that because a payer is the guy with the credit card who just swipes. And that's not what we are. We are not just payers. Ours is not just to pay. So could I ask kindly to the hospitals in the room? I know it will mean you go and change a lot about how you do business, but please call us something. Call us insurers. Call us insurers. Payers sounds like we just swipe the card and pay, but and there's a lot around that. But back to the question you asked. As Jubilee, today we have the great privilege of being the leading health insurer in this region. And it's a privilege we take seriously because health financing is an area that we think continues to be an area we all must continue to invest in a big way. The PS spoke to it. The conversation on catastrophic health expenditure is one that is central to our economy and to all of us. But for us, when we kept looking at the data over the years, one of the things we continued to identify that it was not enough to just continue paying. As an insurer, we collect data across, we're able to tell you today what are the disease trends, we're able to tell you how those have continued to evolve, and those are conversations we have. But to your question, AI really came in as one of the most critical tools to help us really speak to the strategy of how we felt health financing should continue to evolve. And here's why. If you look today, and we said it and it's been spoken to, 30%, oddly, of all the bills we deal with today have a big component of fraud, waste, and abuse. And that speaks to, on two fronts. One, our incentives are mixed. From the provider side, of course, you want to drive revenue. On our end, we are managing those outcomes, but again, we also have to manage affordability for the customer. So for us, we said, how do we make it better for the client? And AI became the response to how we address fraud, waste, and abuse, and I must admit, with outstanding results. And the other part became, how do we help the client afford their cover better? And when you reduce fraud, waste, and abuse, you then can manage affordability. You can keep the cost for that client at renewal better, and it allows you to continue managing that. The third area for us was about quality of care. One of the things we do quite actively is look at the outcomes. If a client, and I saw the conversation on repeat visits, what I'll tell you at Jubilee, we address the issue of outcomes quite seriously. If last week you were in hospital, had augmentin, this week, we are treating something else. We have the conversation on what are we treating and how do we make sure the client is actually getting better. So what the conversation we're having today here is useful is that for us, and we think AI is a great enabler for addressing the issue of health financing, making sure that we provide affordable healthcare, but also quality, and it has been the most critical. The current one we are now piloting with, which I'm most excited about, is in about a week or two. We will be able to do agentic AI for pre-authorization. So at least the client won't have to wait in hospital for an approval. Initial tests are just 5 seconds for approval, which we think is going to be quite groundbreaking. So a straight answer, AI.
Thank you, Njeri. Allow me to stay with you there when you spoke about, we should not be called payers. And my next question comes in. Many Kenyans in the informal, and I must say even the formal sector, view health insurance as unaffordable for majority of Kenyans. How can technology help to be able to design products that work for irregular income earners?
Thank you for that question. And it goes back to when you talk about the lower end of the pyramid or the mass market, it brings up a question we have often on, is health financing a public or private good? And from where I sit, I think it's both. There's a role of government or public sector layer that must take care of what we call social insurance. Today, we're already doing that through the WhatsApp groups that we have in the room. So we are already someone's insurance. So your grandmother's care and so on, but that's the public sector layer. If you go back to the strict definition of insurance, you need a pool. The question is, do we have a pool big enough or bigger than what government has today? not quite. So there's a layer that we call the social layer, and that we think is a strong play for for government. What private health insurance does is provide a layer above that, and that introduces many conversations on what today we call microinsurance. Is this the very, very bottom end, which becomes hard to sustain, or is there a middle there? But to how technology supports it, again, technology enables access. Technology enables you to find the opportunity to make it more efficient. You are able to identify how to provide it more effectively in terms of cost. It removes fraud, waste, and abuse. And again, I think there are many conversations we can have on the data that was presented earlier. For example, today, and I know Dr. Gakombe and I speak about this a lot, I'm told that most doctors from training can diagnose over 50% of the issues without any diagnostics. So then follows the question, then why? Do we have all those imaging and so on and so on? I think that's what we keep saying. It enables us to find the right balance of quality care and keep it affordable. So technology has a significant role to play in finding that match, in addressing the reach and so on. But allow me to say this. We must be honest that technology will only accelerate what exists. If our culture is not innovation, if we have not had strong conversations about the strategy that that truly we do want to address that issue of that market, technology is not the answer. Technology enables what you have decided that you want to do and what you want to accelerate. If that is not in place, it only accelerates inefficiency. And I say that because today you will see, and we are fond of this, we say, I am innovating, and you take your application form and put it as it is for the client to key in. Again, we will put into technology what is inefficient. So we must be clear on the fact that do we want as insurers to really go mass market? I think we must answer yes or no. And if we do, what role does technology play? What role does culture play? What role does the technical components of designing a product for that market, what role does that play? And the data that we already hold, what role does that play?
Thank you so much. Allow me to move to Jemima on matters data, just where Jerry has left us off. And I know we had some display on the current ecosystem in terms of what we've seen in terms of data, medication, lab, what are the average cost. What role would you say can the real-time data sharing between underwriters, I want to avoid the name pairs, yes, and hospital play in reducing dispute and improving overall patient journey?
Right, thank you so much, Esther. I'll just pick it up from where Jerry left it. So one of the biggest investment that we have made as insurances is to digitize our processes. And in the claims environment, that has been the biggest game changer, because one of the biggest challenges as insurance we have is that we have a lot of paper, because all these claims that happen at the hospital have to come to us through paper. But we made big strides, and with the support of the likes of smart application, where through the EDIs, we are able to receive our data electronically. That was the first step and the first breakthrough that we got. But what we didn't know is that there was so much more ahead, because receiving the data, we became paperless, and our rooms were cleared of paper, and even we reduced some operation staffs. But the thing that we didn't know, there was so much more ahead of us, which was automation. So Jerry talked about AI, which is a big breakthrough when it comes to automating the data that is now coming through in big numbers from the hospitals. But what has that done to us? Lots of gains. We have seen lots of gains by utilizing AI, ML. Customer experience has really improved, because today, the claim that is happening right now at whichever hospital, we can receive it the same day to day through the EDIs that we have with our partners. What that means is that that claim can also, through AI, be processed end to end. Medical adjudication, financial adjudication, clinical adjudication, it can all go through today through AI. And a lot of error rates have come down. We've seen lots of improvement in how our data is processed. Our customers are happier. Service providers who are seated here are happier because once the claim is processed, it's pushed straight to payment and the money gets to the provider faster. So we've seen quite great gains around digitizing of the data, and which is something that we are very, very open to continue investing in, even at APA Insurance, because that is one area that when we get it right, then and even the penetration issues that we hear here in Kenya, that we are way below the mark, even the global standards, then those are some of the areas that we are going to overcome through efficiencies in how we are processing our data and how our customers are now experiencing us with digitization.
Wow, very profound. At that point in time, I know we have one of our panelists online from Uganda, that's a regulator. I can see Jonah has joined. Jonah, good afternoon. I would want to definitely bring you up in this conversation from a regulator perspective. I know you're sitting all the way in Kampala, Uganda. How can regulators really accelerate digital adoption while still maintaining consumer protection from your perspective as a regulator?
Good afternoon, everyone. Representing Jonah, representing on his behalf, he's not been able to make it, but we are not from the regulatory angle, we are from the association angle. And as regards that, for us, we are the equivalent of API. So we are an umbrella organization, we are a trade organization, and then we represent the associated, or rather we represent the insurers who are providing medical insurance. But from our side, I think the critical role we can play is to coordinate and enable digital integration between insurers and health providers, but at the same time also working closely with the different regulators, the regulator for the insurers, and then also the regulator for the hospitals. In our case here, it's called Uganda Medical Dental Practitioners Council. Since these two entities are independent, then it means that a neutral body can come in to create standards or to promote and ensure that there's adherence to standards, governance, collaboration, and all these other frameworks which are needed. So in our case here, the ecosystem is still evolving. The industry association in liaison with the regulators can accelerate digital health insurance through developing standards, maybe standards around common data sharing. So if we establish common data standards, then this is one of the important roles that the association can play. Through standardizing the data formats and coding systems that all insurers and providers can adopt. So here we could look at standardizing diagnosis codes, treatment codes, claim data formats to ensure that what is submitted through a particular insurer is the same which is submitted through all the other insurers. And for us to have visibility of what's happening in the market, both at the level of the association and at the level of the regulator. So with these common standards, hospitals and insurers can exchange that automatically, reducing the normal manual processing and bureaucratic procedures. But also this ultimately leads to faster claims processing and lower administration costs. Secondly, from the association angle, we can promote the culture of a shared digital infrastructure. So here we could work closely with the regulators and promote the development of the shared platforms that all insurers and providers can connect to. An example of this can be the claims clearing house or any industry fraud detection platform, or even provider verification systems. So the association in liaison with the regulator for the hospitals and the regulator for the insurance companies can play a coordination role to create that sort of platform to ensure that such an arrangement is in place to control and also provide vital information as has been shared in the presentation that you've done, which vital information is quite important also to promote health awareness and as well as also provide important statistics for the regulator, that's Ministry of Health, to address some of the challenges that are affecting the members. So I think these are some of the areas which we can collaborate, but also we could also collaborate with them, especially the regulators of the hospital, to develop common treatment and billing protocols, which can ensure that at least there's some bit of standardization in the provision of some of these services, to ensure that there is some set of a level playing ground, which will ultimately reduce disputes around claims, settlements, and any other challenges which might arise as a result of alignment in terms of the coding and the stuff between the hospitals and the insurers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just borrowing from our previous panelist who came just before you, there's a mention of how can we be able to work together to increase penetration of health. From your perspective, what lessons can the entire East African market share to be able to increase medical penetration from an association level?
Come again?
What lessons would you say can East African markets be able to learn in order to increase health penetration across Africa?
I think the lessons we can learn, I don't know if I'm audible.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, so I think the lessons we can learn are pretty simple. What we can do is, well, we can promote mobile-based insurance enrollment through the different mobile health, through the different mobile technology providers to help insurers reach people without necessarily having physical branches or agents. Through the USSD registrations, mobile apps, like in our case here, we have MTN, Airtel. So this mobile platform can help register and bring more people on board, but also support the payment of premiums and as well as confirmation and receiving of the health treatment. As well, here we can also promote digital micro health insurance policies, which can reach the last level clients who would otherwise not been able, who would otherwise wouldn't have been able to get this sort of services through the conventional arrangement. Also, telemedicine and the use of remote health care access is also an important area which can be explored through the use of remote access to health services. Communities which are far away from hospitals can be able to access treatment by linking the patients to the doctor through the different platforms. I think these are some of the areas which technology can help address the challenge of penetration. But also, technology can help in creating digital health cards and through the provider networks. And we've seen this has worked well with community health-based insurance schemes, where people are identified and then they are mapped onto particular provider networks to provide treatment. I think these are some of the areas which we can use technology to explore and grow penetration.
Thank you, very well brought out. And saying on that matter of penetration, Sheila, let me bring you up at this point in time. As an insurance company, just don't want to pay claims. Yes? You want to be able to help keep, the end consumer healthy. How are you seeing that conversation changing in how we build health products?
Thank you for that question. Essentially, we're all in the same, we can be the clients, at the same time we are the, we're the ones providing the service. But what I feel is that a lot of our products can come through innovation in terms of, one, the customer journey. You can simplify that. And then the products, you can have simple embedded products, even at the level of the supermarket, where they can buy it at, when they're buying a product, it's embedded with a little amount of medical cover, hence penetration through the micro level. And of course, ensuring that they understand what they're getting, even if it's not a magic amount that they're buying, but there's an element of cover. Then they start experiencing what the benefits of health insurance are. So in that aspect, of course, that speaks to the mass media. And through technology, that will require us to be speaking through digitization platforms and make sure that, one, customers, the journey is simplified, all the way to when they can even receive the service, so that we can, benefit through platforms like what Smart is offering, even the claims coming into the insurance companies through the EDI and various integration platforms. That way it makes it seamless. They can also get to see from end to end, from when they get onboarded to experiencing the service with the hospitals or various providers, whether it's getting the medication. And at the end, they're able to have visibility on how they have used their cover, and even, offering some wellness and, library showing what they can benefit. That would actually make sure that it penetrates further.
Thank you. And just staying there on matters prevention. To be able to really shift towards prevention, we need to definitely use data better. Yes, what we saw today. How do you see us using data and analytics to prevent risk and encourage wellness?
Repeat that, sorry.
How do you see us using data analytics and data to prevent risk and encourage wellness?
Of course, I thank you for that. I see technology coming in very, greatly in that, especially in the AI and machine learning. And for us in the insurance industry, we should have, I think we should all be speaking one language, because this is the same data Smart has, and we have our little ways of getting our clientele, whether it's on whatever amounts that they're utilizing. And if we can, improve our skill sets, that's very important. Of course, also on tool sets, it means on the technology. Are we having the same conversation around us in terms of, are we able to work together to have one platform to see how we can help with our clients to access their information? Are we able to, give them a better customer experience? So that way, at least it will help us to give better outcomes, reach out on a one-on-one, faster information to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Daniel, coming to you. I know, and we know Unisure from an IPMI perspective, you serve clients across different borders, yes? How does technology enable seamless care when clients fall sick outside their home country?
Thank you for the question, and good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone's still awake and listening to us at this time. So thank you, Esther. I think we need to differentiate between a client who potentially has flu walking into a facility in Mauritius and a client who potentially has gallstones in Madagascar, northern side of Madagascar, and does not have access to a facility during cyclone season. So there are two differences, and the reason I want to talk about that in particular is to address some of the points about what Unisure actually is. We're an insurance solutions provider, which means that we have to find solutions to some really complex issues. As an administrator, as a medical assistance provider, as a distributor of products, and as a creator of products working with insurers and reinsurers. So sometimes we have to come up with really, really complex solutions. And that is the reason why, as a company, we started at a very early stage working in partnerships. And I think it was in 2019, 2020, Harrison, that we first reached out to you based on recommendations from the industry to see how we can facilitate easier access for our members, certainly in countries where SMART is present. So coming back to the member in Mauritius who potentially has flu. Our biggest problem as an international provider is that our members have a real challenge in being identified because we are not a known brand. Though we work with local insurers, some members find themselves in a facility where they are required to pay for treatment up front and claim back. Now, that is not necessarily a problem if it's outpatient treatment and is affordable. However, if it's an admission and you are declined an admission or have to pay in advance, it becomes a real problem. So circumventing that problem, having SMART work with us in Mauritius assisted us to have our members identified, had them treated, and had their claims submitted directly to us for outpatient services, which really assisted us. We extended that across the operations that we have in East Africa as well, into the DRC, and we're looking to extend this beyond that scope, working with you in the countries where you're planning to be, Harrison, by the way, just so you know. I'll talk to you afterwards. Then dealing with a member who potentially has gallstones, cannot be diagnosed in Madagascar during cyclone season. This is a completely different challenge. And it comes back to the points that were raised earlier, that technology can go so far and is an enabler. It is not the only solution, and sometimes cannot be a solution to solving that problem. There you need expertise of teams. Now I have today with me our head of medical service provider engagements, and between her and myself, we have traveled extensively across the continent. We're not the only team members of Unisure, by the way. We're quite a large organization, working in about 130 countries as it stands today. But to understand where your members are is the first step, right? Dealing with regulatory requirements is the second step. Third step is to have a treatment protocol in place for every single client you onboard onto your books. Because if that member falls ill and they potentially have a life-threatening condition, you do not want to be in a situation where you're unable to assist them. In fact, it comes down to our duty of care and a very single principle of insurance that we live by, and that is utmost good faith. Right? Members trust us to assist us when they need us most, and we have to be there to provide that service. So coming back to your question, Esther, technology assists, definitely assists for us in identifying members and having them treated. But it's not only technology that is required. We must never forget that. At the end of the day, there's a human element to all of this. We are all also patients at one stage or another in our lives, yes? And we do not want to feel like a number. The challenge we always have to work against is the advances of technology, AI, which we also use quite extensively in claims submissions and claims analytics, but not to treat our members as mere numbers. They are people, as we are, and we all want to be treated in a specific way. So it's bringing those two together, providing technology to assist us, but bringing in the human element and keeping that within the structure as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Just staying there a bit in terms of how then do you see insurance rethink cross-border health coverage?
Oh, there's a lot to consider once you want to tread across border. And about 15 years ago, when I left the medical schemes industry in South Africa and made my first foray into the rest of the continent, I realized how complex that actually is. We're looking at 50 plus countries with different regulations, different laws, different requirements, different cultures, different setups. Some countries being way more developed and amenable to technology than others. So in choosing where to go, one has to analyze what is reasonably possible, where can one provide service, what makes sense for that specific company to work in that environment. And then once you've made that decision, to make sure it's not only the provision of product, saying that we will cover you wherever you are in the world, making sure you have that service available. Now, technology is catching up, which is very good. In the past, it was not so. It was very difficult for members to traverse various countries. But my advice is always, having now been in the insurance industry for this year is my 30th year. And yes, I started working when I was 5, just as someone is counting the years. But I've physically been in this industry for a very long time, working across multiple countries. Technology really helps us in our service delivery. But at the end of the day, we need to look at what are the structures in those countries, and would it be amenable for us as an organization to work in those countries? Do not merely offer a product with the broad spectrum view of saying, we will cover you wherever you are. It's not that simple. Members are exposed at the end of the day, and if you cannot assist them, you actually put them in a worse position than they really are. So for insurers going forward, those who want to traverse cross-border, make sure that you do your research properly. Find out which partners you can work with in country, as we have done. No entity can do this alone anymore. There are too many variables involved. And as an organization, it becomes impossible to invest in every single aspect of what is required on the ground for our members. But aligning with like-minded partners allows us to broaden the scope. For us, certainly, it's allowed us to engage with multiple in-country insurers in many countries, which has broadened our scope and understanding of what market requirements are on the ground. But it also allows those insurers to have access to a much larger reinsurance pool that sits outside of their specific country. So it's a mutually beneficial structure that is created, then aligned to partners such as SMART, who help us on the ground and help insurers on the ground in multiple countries. It creates a tripartite structure that is very hard to beat, to be honest. It doesn't really exist in other markets. We generally have conversations with our teams in Asia, in the US, in Europe, and they struggle to find solutions providers, technology solution providers who can do what SMART does. And they constantly ask us, well, isn't there a SMART type company in Europe that we could potentially work with? Or a SMART type company in the countries where SMART is not yet present? Which really shows you the value of what SMART is actually doing, right? Obviously, there are many providers in a country. We do not disregard our medical service providers. A lot of you are here today. A lot of you know Ilse Mulbert, our head of medical service provision. And that partnership that we all have with you at the end of the day is what creates the value we give to our members. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Allow me to bring Jerry at this point in time. I know our time has really gone, but looking ahead 5 years from now, do you see insurance underwriter evolving into what you're calling health ecosystem orchestrators than just risk managers?
I think the straight answer is yes. I'm increasingly convinced that our job will be largely benefits management. And I say that because if you look at the statistics over the last couple of years, the medical insurance industry is by and large loss-making. There's no business model that can continue to operate that way without real conversations on what does the future look like. So of course, there'll be conversations on efficiency, and technology provides an opportunity for you to manage your expenses. Of course, we say, if you've optimized on your expenses, your acquisition cost has already a cap. So it then goes back to the loss ratio as the item you keep looking at. And I say again, that is where conversations like this are important, because that's where the tension begins. We must look at how we align our incentives between the facilities or the providers and ourselves, so that then we make this business of health financing truly sustainable. But today, if you ask me, as the model already exists, it is very challenging to sustain. If we speak to providers, they say, you're not charging enough premium. But if I speak to the clients, they're saying, you're already too expensive. So the challenge is that tension continues. The challenge is, what's the real outcome of all of this? So I'm convinced the future will be benefits management, heavily supported by technology. Of course, the human in the loop will continue to be there because I like to say AI hallucinates, and we keep asking when it hallucinates, who is going to be held accountable? So I think there'll continue to be a human in the loop. And I think that's a model that I expect us to see, because if you look at our market, the consumer today is yet to completely, fully appreciate what health insurance is. And I say that because the purchase trend today is, once I am diagnosed with a chronic illness, I now want to buy health insurance. And you see that tension then begins, because if you ask us as insurance, is that the client we want? We will tell you we want them at 25, and so that then it doesn't affect the pool and so on. So the future, from where I sit again, I think will be heavily benefits management. It will be heavily supported by technology. There will continue to be the human in the loop, because we are very relational. We are still going to want to still also make sure that the ethical considerations are there and that it continues to be fair. I think the fourth thing for me, we will see enhanced regulation, mostly because once you're in AI or technology territory, the question becomes, it is efficient for whom? Or it is beneficial to whom? So I think we will continue to see regulation expand in that area. That's what I think the future will look like.
Spot on. Jemima, if you had a magic wand and you could fix one structural challenge in the healthcare insurance provider relationship, what would that be?
That's a setup. I think what I can say is what was said in the morning, interoperability. That will be my magic word. There is a lot of data that streams from the provider to the insurance, but the level of fragmentation that we see is humongous. It's different. It's not standardized. Our systems are not standardized. So it creates a huge challenge when we want to build, when we want to grow, when we want to analyze. It's a whole big challenge. But there was a lot of hope while I listened to the speakers this morning when we were talking about the need to embrace standardization, the need to come on at the table and we have those discussions, and even agreeing to appreciate the digital highways that are available to us. We have data, we have information, but it is secured for APA. But then this information can be helpful if it is visible to maybe partners in the health insurance or even to the other health providers, because a patient today will visit provider A, tomorrow they'll visit provider B, and that fragmentation continues to affect how treatment is administered to our customers. So I still feel that fragmentation is a huge challenge.
We'll definitely embrace that magic wand, Jemima. As we come to maybe the last comments, allow me to bring Sheila in. We have seen a lot changing globally on matters digital health. Looking at where we are in Africa and across the board, what is that one or two innovations that you think would realistically be able to change the entire health ecosystem?
I think I'll summarize it in a few words. First of all, it's the patient journey, whether with us as the insurance companies like GA or on how they receive the service at the providers, because we know there are sometimes challenges on wait time, how they access, and of course, in terms of operations, and networking with the insurance companies to make sure it's seamless, and making sure accessibility is very affordable. I think if we can work around how we can use technology, and I want to weigh in and bring in even the government. We can borrow from other countries on how they have made it more affordable. I think there's a lot, as much as maybe the payers, on not us, the others, would want to hear guidelines, along certain, ailments. We find that you come to this hospital A and hospital B, the prices are very different. So how do we make sure that we make it more affordable for them? And basically making sure that there are less times and less inconveniences to, the patients when they're accessing the service.
Okay, it's really spot on. As we come to the tail end, I know I'll have the panelists coming to give us their final parting shot. But it's very clear that as we move closer, one thing is really, really clear from this conversation, that this is no longer a conversation about innovation for its own sake. It's about how can we be able to fundamentally refine our role in the ecosystem. From the underwriters of claims, or payers of claims, to partners in health outcomes. So I'd want to bring in Jemima, maybe coming in this way, on your parting shot.
Right. I think what I would say is that technology is here to stay. Digital transformation is here. And using the words that Harrison used in the morning, that we are not catching up, we are leapfrogging. If you look at where Kenya is in the digital transformation, where we are ahead, especially when you look at in the mobile space. So what I would say is that apart from technology, looking at it as machines and computers, we also need to build on trust. We also need to improve on the health outcomes and even build scale through technology.
Daniel, your parting shot.
Thank you very much. I think from my perspective, technology has a massive role to play in simplifying access to healthcare. There's a long road still to walk, I think, in terms of covering all the various aspects, all the components required. But we've seen the value of what has already been introduced. I think 10 years ago, if anyone were talking about AI, no one would have any idea what they're talking about unless they were a fan of science fiction. And yet we are now in a space where we're actively using AI across the board, just using that one example. But further advances in technology brings us as a continent closer together. At the end of the day, everyone in this room is focused on providing access to quality healthcare to everyone, whether they are insured members, whether they're part of a social health insurance structure, or whether they don't fit in anywhere at all. They have no cover whatsoever. The idea is, how do we make access to quality healthcare more accessible? And certainly technology is the biggest driver of that at this moment, making it simple, making it accessible through mobile phones, as we've discussed earlier, through the use of technology that we may not even fathom at this point. So my parting thoughts is, in as much as technology is bringing us closer, we should never forget the human element of the industry in which we work, and not to make or to lose sight of that personal touch that we need to retain in this industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to go online. Uganda, your parting shot.
Thank you so much. I will not depart so much from what my other panelists have talked about. I think, like they have said, technology is the way to go. And without it, we cannot make much headway. You'll note that in most of our markets, penetration still stands low because of the low adaptability of technology and the other data-driven systems. But I think we, as the players in the market, both the hospitals and the insurers, if we can provide efficient platforms which allow for seamless interoperability of the data systems to allow efficient sharing of information between the hospitals and the insurers, and also to create a relaxation in terms of accessibility and regulation as regards data privacy and all these other aspects, then I think we shall be able to, because without that, we shall still remain stagnated in terms of uptake on medical insurance, like the way it has been. If we embrace and allow the adoption of other facets which will allow the penetration to go further, then I think it will be a good game changer for providing efficient medical treatment for most of the population that do not even have access, of those population who are low-income earners and cannot access the conventional aspects of medical insurance provided by the company. So I think we are good to go. The conference is addressing the right objectives. So we have to see that we adopt technology, the penetration goes on, and everyone is at least covered that in some of the goals that we want to attain as a developing nation.
Thank you so much. Let's come back to the room. Jerry, your parting shot.
Thank you. I don't know whether we have realized that we are the generation that has experienced the birth of many, it's called connected intelligences. And I hope we take a moment just for a second to take that in. That we are the generation that finally got to really experience AI on a gadget, talk to it. Our children are chatting with it, forming opinions. And I think that is exceptional. And I hope that as we write this chapter, we are very, very intentional about setting a strong foundation for what this will mean for years and years to come. And one of the things that I think that we must be intentional around is to make sure that we are intentional about our data. A lot of the models we are using today, including those that have AI, have not been trained on Africa health data. And therefore, a lot of the outcomes ideally will have some form of bias. We are fortunate to have SMART having data that is very Africa specific and can really speak to even disease trends in the tropics. And that is critical. And I hope that we use that to make sure that the data we are receiving, we set it up, it is clean, it is useful, and it is used to train models that will form a strong foundation for years to come. I think the next couple of years will continue to be explosive, that we use this chapter, ladies and gentlemen, intentionally to be the chapter that set the world for a strong foundation for an explosive, explosive phase for generations to come. Thank you.
Explosive phase indeed. Yes.
As the last person, I speak less. I'll just summarize that, healthcare financing is a very important aspect of the economy, whether in Kenya, our neighbors, and Africa at large. And this landscape, we as, the healthcare subjects, sectors, we are actually the security. You will provide the platforms. We are the army as we cushion our patients, our customers, and of course the technology that will speak with the data. We have the various industry players, we have the stakeholders like the government, we have everyone on the table. And if we all work together, I think we will widen that pie. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sheila, for winding that up for us. We've come to the tail end of the panel conversation. Thank you so much for the audience on the floor.
Right, thank you to our panel. I'll just ask them to rise, they'll just come to the center. We have a token of appreciation to the panelists and the moderator. And I'd like to call our board director, Marianne Musangi, if you'd be so kind as just to come on stage. Smart Applications team will be able to bring the token of appreciation that we want to give to our panelists. And then we can be able to proceed from there. DJ, thanks. you've been able to get that particular photo. Thank you very much. Thank you, Esther Moirori, for moderating well. Thank you to all our panelists. Thank you to our board director also for the token of appreciation on behalf of SMART. We may have our seats. Thank you very much. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. We want now to break for our lunch, and where we are going to do it is, first of all, we'll use the main entrance as our exit, all right? The walkthrough that is on my extreme right, that is the area that we're going to walk all the way to the registration desk. We have a team that is waiting there for you. They will be able to give you the lunch vouchers, and then our lunch is going to be at the Nyama Choma Ranch. How you access it is once you walk all the way out to the registration desk, you will take a left turn to the very far end, and then there is a canopy that will take you all the way to the Nyama Choma Ranch, all right? So it is exactly 1:20. We're hopeful that we can be able to be back at it's actually 2:20. We're hopeful that we can be able to maximize the time and be back at 3 o'clock. I know it's a bit of a stretch, but we want to see how we can be able to cover as much as possible. It's 2:20. We're hopeful that we can be back here at 3 o'clock, and then now we can continue with the afternoon program, all right? Please give a high five to the person seated next to you and tell them lunch is on Harrison. Lunch is on Harrison. Okay. Thank you very much.
My name is Sheila Zulu. I work for Zest Life Zambia, and I'm excited to be part of this conference where they were introducing the new product under Smart Zambia International. We're so excited to be part of this because this will enhance client access for medical services throughout provided list of providers countrywide. We have worked with Smart Zambia for over 4 years, I think, yeah, and it has really helped us in processing claims for our clients as they visit the providers. And it is in this regard that we still want to continue working with Smart, and with this introduction of this new product, we are positive that we'll work hand in hand with Smart Zambia and to ensure that clients access the medical services that they need at their disposal. Thank you.
The Smart Access Virtual Experience, the revolutionary solution that brings convenience and peace of mind to your healthcare journey.
It has been a gradual growth, and where we are now, it is excellent, I should say. We had challenges of maybe you've captured bills, you can't find them on the HMI Smart Report, challenges with patients whose fingerprints can't be registered, and that becomes a hassle to get them, receive service. Of course, network challenges, whereby the smart system is quite slow, and then you're finding hard time to get the patient's benefit. Yeah, but as time has gone on, well, Smart has come in with interventions. For example, the fingerprint challenge, they have an alternative OTP code. That has been very helpful, especially in patients who are elderly, the patients who are on chronic diseases and they have their finger grips affected. The OTP has done a great job. I would also appreciate their efforts to come to site, because that one has also saved us a lot, especially when the system is slow. They're in touch with the IT team to find out if the smart server is at its point or it's working well. I think that's the reason maybe why we are having bill saving so fast now compared to the past. The current EDI system, the paperless system, where sometimes you check and you can't find the bills. They're on the HMIS report, but you can't find them on the EDI system. However, still Smart has come in handy, the Smart team, the Smart support team, and they've resolved the issue. Previously, we also had a challenge of the call center. The call center would hardly be reached, but of late, within a minute, someone has picked you up and they're giving you a solution. I think that is also a thumbs up for the Smart team, because I've been with the Smart system for over 10 years. So I can record these progresses. As Nakasero Hospital, our core value is a 4. When I look at innovation, yes, as a hospital, we are doing our best to go paperless. With the introduction of the EDI system by Smart Applications, paperwork is wiped out. Definitely someone doesn't have to move with a claim form, and then the hospital also doesn't have to transfer claim forms to the insurance company. So I think that is an achievement when we look at the value of innovation. Teamwork, yes, we are working close in hand with the smart team. Yes, we've been able to work as a team. You're looking at the value of professionalism. Smart application, or the smart system, teaches you not, we call it fraud with the insurance team. So you're not obliged to fraud because as a hospital, we value our customers so much, Smart being our customer and insurance companies are our customers as well. So we do not want to engage in anything called fraud. Maybe you're treating a patient who is not a holder of the card. So with Smart and the fingerprints, we've been able to uphold that value as well, because when we can't treat anyone who's either where the fingerprint has failed, the insurance company has to sort that with the Smart system. To the health facilities out there, the only way to go is to embrace new technology, new levels of technology. Our patients no longer want to be in the long queues. Patients want to be billed real time. They want real-time service. And if you want to have this, it's only the advanced technology. Gone are the days when patients would want to come and stay in hospital for long hours. You want to boost your business, turnaround time is key. Good client experience is the only way to go. And this can only be done with advanced levels of technology. Because imagine a patient comes, they do not have to carry a claim form, they do not have to wait for hours to be billed. So this is what will boost our businesses as well, especially in the health sector. Giving our clients that ambience, that good experience, that yes, when they know I'm going to hospital, their time is budgeted, they know I'll be there for this time, and then they budget the time for other things.
Smart Access Virtual Experience. Anytime, anywhere.
My name is Dr. Kanyenje Gakombe. I am the founder CEO of Metropolitan Hospital, where we are seated today. Metropolitan is a 27-year-old hospital, started in 1994. We provide quite a wide range of services, and at the moment we are just commissioning our new world-class surgical theatres. We've been using Smart for the last 13 or so years. We first got introduced to Smart by one of the insurance companies, I can't quite remember which one. And Smart at that time came in a box. We had a computer with a biometric reader, freestanding in our outpatient. And Smart was brought to us to solve a problem. Two fundamental problems, actually, not one problem. The first fundamental problem was member identification, knowing who was the member. The second was benefits validation, knowing what benefits the member was entitled to. And despite the fact that it was a freestanding system, it was not integrated to our system, it was much better than the alternative that existed before. And that alternative came in several forms. The first one was a photocard, which was the most advanced form of identification at the time. A photocard with the member's name and photo. The second one, which was extremely tedious to use, was a list of members that one was expected to go down and identify the person to be a member of a particular scheme. Those lists used to be delivered every Friday from most of the insurance companies, many insurance companies. Used to be delivered every Friday, and it meant if somebody presented for service, then the staff serving them would have to look for their name in that list. The worst version were actually in Word, so you couldn't even search the computer. The third one is where the company would submit a digital, an electronic list, which would save in a computer, but it still required one to search. So it was an extremely tedious process of identifying who was a beneficiary. And in many places, not just metropolitan, staff tended to ignore the list because it was easier to serve the client without spending time going through the list. Because remember that the people who come to hospitals are sick and stressed, and any delay, and no one comes to the hospital to see a receptionist unless you are their friend, in which case you are not coming to a hospital to seek service. People come to a hospital because they are sick, and until they meet a core service provider who is a clinician, the treatment has not started. All those other processes are a barrier to access, and therefore it was easier to ignore those lists, and that then meant that the bill didn't get paid because the person who got treated was not the member. So, is this the member? And are these the benefits entitled to? Since then, along that 13-year journey, we got to the point of linking SMART to our system, so that our system now talks to the SMART one, and we no longer have to search on a separate machine and then transfer data to ours. In our conversations with the company, because we have a fairly deep relationship, we did agree that for SMART to be truly smart, it needed to be smart for the member, smart for the hospital, and smart for the payer. Because the original drive was to be smart for the person paying the bill, because they're the ones who are feeling the challenge and the cost of people being treated who are not their members. So the original version of SMART was insurance driven, payer driven, smart for them, not necessarily smart for me or the member. Since then, the system has gotten to that triple point where the person who has a SMART card is likely to be treated quicker or faster within the hospital system than the one without. It is smart for us because our bills can now be transmitted electronically instead of us using forms and papers. And it is still smart for the person paying the bill because after the integration, our system is now a slave of SMART in terms of member data and benefit data, and SMART is a slave to our system when you are transmitting the claim information. So it's two-way communication. It's is a lot smarter than those 13 years back. As an organization, we do not want to be involved in fraud. We made a policy decision many years back that we will not knowingly misuse somebody else's insurance benefit. Because remember, if somebody comes and uses someone else's account, essentially it's identity fraud. You know, benefits you paid for because these benefits are bought will have been consumed by somebody else unless they are caught and you get the credit back. The second is that it reduces the amount of work we have to do, because you no longer have to go through a book to identify a member. As soon as the member places their finger on a reader, then we are able to identify who they are and what benefits they're entitled to. So it means we are treating the right person for the benefits they're entitled to. It means we can cancel members for benefits that they're not entitled to, that they have to pay for separately, because one buys a package, and that's what you're entitled to. And it has meant that our claim processing, that journey from the time we finish with the patient to the time we get paid, is a much shorter journey and a much more efficient one, because the hospitals and healthcare providers do lose money if you submit claims that are not valid. We call it our claim recovery rate, the same way insurers look at claim payout rates. And we track outcomes, or how of every shilling we bill, for every 100 shilling we bill, how much are we able to collect because we treated the right person for benefits that were entitled to, and the claim was sent to the right insurance company and was received by the right insurance company and then subsequently paid. So we have noted that in cases where the system is smart, the recovery rate is plus 95%. In other instances, we've had instances where the recovery will be as low as 70%, which then basically means that we are losing money, but that by serving the members of that scheme, we are actually losing money, because with the 70% recovery, we are not getting our cost back. Healthcare providers need to realize that there really isn't an alternative to going digital. It is like the motor vehicle industry. It is difficult to find a manual car today, even if that is the choice you would want to make, because the world moved on to a more efficient way of powering cars. So the world has moved on to a more efficient way of powering the medical claim process. So to any healthcare provider out there, I'll tell them it is a necessity. So I endorse and recommend that any organization should use smart-based system for their claim processing, but also tell them there really isn't a choice. So it is important that one embraces fully and follows the rules, because that is what ensures that a provider has a chance of remaining relevant and continuing to grow.
My name is Lydia Masharia. I'm the Director in charge of Employee Benefits Insurances at Minet. That is where we take care of your employees' group life and pension. We take care of their health benefits. We also take care of actuarial services so that we can advise you better on the cost of the solutions that we give you. Minet Kenya is a one-stop shop for all insurances. So we also have our Minet Risk Solutions, we also have our retail and SME practice, and our vision is to secure your tomorrow. Smart Applications International, I think, was first introduced to me somewhere around 2004, 2005. By that time, I had been in Minet for maybe 6 years, about 6 years. And of course, since then till now, we have been interacting with the Smart Applications. And they came in with a solution that had not been heard about in the market, talking to us about being able to biometrically identify people and to be able to manage benefits remotely, and the member being able to see their balances and being able to know what products they are covered for by just accessing services at the provider's side. So we've known Smart for most of those 20 years, so to speak. Smart Applications has met our needs as an organization. As I said, we met in about 2005 when they first introduced the solution. At the time, the market was photo card driven. So for us to identify members, first of all, they needed to fill application forms, they needed to bring us photos so that we have a photo card that they can then go and use at the providers. One of the things that was a real clincher for this new solution was that they were offering us a solution that would enable us to manage fraud. Of course, we know that fraud is a big deal in medical. So when they did come and they did give us not only biometrics and management of benefit, they also gave us an ability to catch fraud, which was quite rampant with the photo cards because you couldn't quite tell whether this was the person, not the person. The card could be given to a cousin or to a friend. And so their solution seemed to be more holistic and was going to answer some of the problems that we were suffering as an industry at the time. Of course, as with any new thing, there were things that Smart brought along that we cannot forget. One of the things was that now for us to move onto this platform or to move our clients onto this platform, there would be a drastic change in cost from photo cards to smart cards. But there was also the element of the fact that there needed to be biometric card readers at the hospital. What I remember at the time is that not only were we now going to tell our clients that they needed to pay more for this identification solution, but we also needed to fund the putting of these biometric readers in the hospitals. That became a challenge. It became a big challenge for us because it meant this cost would then again also need to be passed back to the client. I think it was about 5,000 per reader. We have almost 1,000 facilities on our panel. So that became a challenge. But what is memorable to me about that is as soon as we made Smart understand the difficulty we were facing with trying to sell not only a more expensive card, but also to sell putting biometric readers in the hospital, they were able to go back to the drawing board and they were able to absorb the cost of readers in the provider facilities, and they quickly engaged most of the providers to try and have this solution put on. Of course, there was a lot of providers who, even as we see in change today, were a bit resistant. But there were those who were quick to embrace, like the Aga Khans were quick to embrace, Gertrude was quick to embrace, Mater Hospital was quick to embrace. I remember there was Acacia Clinics by the time, but now obviously Smart is already a well-known brand across all our hospital networks. That is one of the things that I would say is one of the memorable experiences, that together we were able to navigate those challenges and to get the providers to accept and to also get the clients to see the value of what was being done. Another memorable experience is when the private sector started to write large public sector medical schemes, and we needed a solution again for identification and for management of benefits. The traditional Smart access with each member having a card was a challenge. And so again, Smart was able to go back to the drawing board and was able to come up with a solution that worked for us that was able to be used for those large schemes. And so I would say those would be the two most memorable things that I can remember. But I think the point there is that SMART has always been I think one of the most memorable things for us as Minet. Of course, over the 20 years, SMART has not remained static. We have since moved from, I try to remember, it's quite a while, whether we began first with just the biometric recognition first, and then possibly move to a more robust benefit management. And you see, as Minet, we're a bespoke solutions service provider, and so every client has a different product. And one of the things I'd say about SMART and evolving is that there is no challenge that we gave them that they were unable to surmount. So when we sold products where the benefit changed depending on how many children you had, then they went back and they found a solution for that. When we developed a product where you moved from maybe one grade to the next, they went ahead and found a solution for that. So in terms of evolution, they sort of grew with us as a business. They met our needs as a business. But of course, most recently, the move to a virtual access has been, I think, one of the most recent evolutionary things that SMART has done. And I think it's the way of the future. If you check the first world, first world economies, you'll find some of these things are things that are being used where you don't actually need a physical card to be able to access services, and the virtual access is very welcome. Of course, it's had maybe some challenges, but as with any change, like what we spoke about in 2005, that happens. But once it's embraced, it becomes the way that people are able to access services. So yes, SMART has evolved with us, and we expect that they'll continue to do so even in the years to come. SMART has also had to navigate challenges like we all did over the COVID time. And one of the things that was the biggest challenge then was that the biometric fingerprint that we used to use traditionally became a challenge because nobody wanted to touch anything after anybody else because of the protocols that we had in terms of sanitation and cleanliness. And quickly, SMART was able to answer that problem by giving us an OTP solution such that people now did not need to use their biometric fingerprints anymore. They could use their phones and get a one-time PIN that they'd be able to use to access medical services and to access care at the hospitals. So once again, SMART was quickly able to come up with something that still enabled us, because what we had sold to clients was benefit management, fraud management, member identification. So they were quickly able to give us a solution that enabled us to continue to give what we had promised the clients, although in a bit of a different way to ensure that we adhered with COVID protocols. So on this special occasion of 20 years of service for SMART, I will say in the traditional Kenyan way, hongera. Congratulations, we are so proud of you, and we are a partner that is proud to be associated with you. And we wish you and the entire team at SMART all the best now as you celebrate, and even in the future. We look forward to celebrating 30, 40, 50 and more years together as we partner to offer seamless healthcare access to our mutual clients. As SMART embarks on their next 20 years, my advice would be that it's never enough. We are very happy with what you've done so far, but we need you to stay ahead of the curve. We are looking forward, like I had possibly said earlier, to other forms of identification, other ways of managing member benefits, other ways of managing fraud. And so we look to you as the pioneer solution provider in this nation to bring more innovation, the facial recognition, the iris recognition, whatever it is, I mean, that we can be able to quickly sell to our clients, to give them value, and to be able to show them or to be able to share with them how better to access services in the years to come. Once again, SMART, congratulations. We are proud of you. But like we have said, we expect a lot more from you in the years to come. We celebrate with you. We trust that we will continue to innovate together so that we can meet our clients' needs beyond expectation. Thank you very much.
Through fast access to healthcare, personalized health apps, we've empowered individuals to take charge of their well-being. Health is no longer a privilege, it is a right. From clunky databases to seamless interoperability, our systems have evolved. We've embraced cloud computing, AI-driven insights, and virtual card technology. The future? Limitless. Beyond borders, we've diversified. Our solutions span telehealth, precision medicine, and population health management. Because health knows no boundaries. Our legacy? Not just technology, it is impact. Because every line of code, every partnership, every
Smart Access app, Smart Health. Now available in Zambia.
My name is Andrew Mugalu. I am in charge of IMC Clinics. I'm the general manager of IMC, which we have recently rebranded to C-Care. You cannot deliver quality healthcare and be able to monitor clinical outcomes unless you have technology tools that will be able to register records, both the billing and the clinical information. Because we see very many patients, they are spread between those paying cash and those that are paid for by their insurance companies. Between us and Smart is that we see very many patients, and what it means is that we have to use their technology to verify insured patients. We've integrated Smart with our own ERP in a way that if a patient comes and they swipe their card and they verify that they are indeed eligible to receive medical service within our facility, we don't need to duplicate that information within our system. The member details will be pushed automatically from Smart to our system. The client benefits because they don't have to be tossed around, they could receive the service they ought to receive much faster. But also when it comes to analysis of information, how many patients we see at Smart, which patients are seeing this and all that, it's easier for us to do such kind of data analytics with these kinds of integration. It's a learning journey for us that I think technology has to evolve, and we see that when we gave them the idea to integrate, they embraced it, and a lot of work went into it. we've even given them more avenues to integrate. Yeah, so it's a learning experience for us. Yeah, but certainly one that is able to get us to great efficiency.
In the heart of over 8,000 healthcare institutions, our technology solutions have revolutionized patient care. From streamlining administrative tasks to enhancing diagnostics, we've empowered hospitals to focus on what matters most: saving lives. Our collaboration with insurance providers has reshaped the industry. Real-time data analytics, fraud detection algorithms, and personalized health plans have made insurance more efficient and accessible, serving millions of lives across Africa. Meet our beneficiaries, the heart of our mission. Through fast access to healthcare, personalized health apps, we've empowered individuals to take charge of their well-being. Health is no longer a privilege, it is a right. From clunky databases to seamless interoperability, our systems have evolved. We've embraced cloud computing, AI-driven insights, and virtual card technology. The future? Limitless. Beyond borders, we've diversified. Our solutions span telehealth, precision medicine, and population health management. Because health knows no boundaries. Our legacy? Not just technology, it is impact. Because every line of code, every partnership, every breakthrough matters.
Hello, my name is Natasha Elias Mbaya, and I am the nurse in charge at Hawthorns Health Services, who is one of the service providers under Smart Health and SmartLink. And we are very proud and confident in Smart because it has really integrated our data collection system. It's helped us in our data collection and patient record keeping. We also love Smart because it helps us in reconciliation of funds, and we know that most patients under insurance are safely and properly taken. Hello, my name is Natasha Elias Mbaya, and I am the nurse in charge at Hawthorns Health Services, who is one of the service providers under Smart Health and SmartLink. And we are very proud and confident in Smart because it has really integrated our data collection system. It's helped us in our data collection and patient record keeping. We also love Smart because it helps us in reconciliation of funds, and we know that most patients under insurance are safely and properly taken care of. Our company also specializes in medical aid, and working with Smart has helped us and our patients and clients be able to find readily available service providers all over the country, and it's also helped our patients and clients be able to track how far and how their funds are being utilized under our scheme. It also helps us collect data adequately and accurately, and we are very confident in Smart and everything that they are doing to help us. Thank you very much.
So my name is Ruben Nyemba, working for Educo Services as a Human Resource Officer. Educo Services operates within Zambia, so we've got offices. The main office is found in Solwezi, and then we've got other branches in Kalumbila and here in Lusaka as well. So as Educo Services, we were migrating from MedLink, and we wanted to introduce what we call in-house medical services. And this meant that as Educo will be managing our medical services ourselves. But then that proved to be a challenge because it was going to be quite a tedious job for us as human resource officers to handle that. And so we went around to ask how best we can do it, and then we came across Smart Access application. And so when we introduced Smart Access application, they were willing to be on board, and they were willing to help us to onboard our members and help us to track the bills and claims that we'll be getting from hospitals. And so far we've been using Smart for the past 1 year, and it's been a very good application to have. We've got our employees, more than 300, who are using Smart application, and most of them have it on their phones. And it's easy for them to see how much they have utilized whenever they visit healthcare providers. So it's been a good journey. And for me, I'm capable of just going on the Smart application portal. I can see how much I need to pay a certain hospital. I can see how much has been utilized by a member, and we can see how much money is left in our employees' account. So it's been a wonderful journey with Smart, and so far so good. I can say that my work has been quite convenient because of Smart, and our employees are appreciating. Here in Lusaka, we've got people from Trident Prep. They're able to use Smart and go to any facility here in Lusaka. We've got employees in Solwezi who are appreciating the use of Smart. We've got employees in Kalumbila who are appreciating the use of Smart. So it's been a wonderful journey so far.
My name is Nefas Tembo. I'm from St. John's Medical Center. Currently we have 3 facilities in Lusaka, Chongwe, and Solwezi. So we're using Smart Health as our principal hospital management system. And we're also using SmartLink for processing insurance claims and billing. Now, for Smart Health Pro, we had a hospital management system that we struggled with, especially when it came to reporting and extracting of analytics and data. Now, with the coming of Smart Health Pro, I think we've been using it now for the past 2 months. We've greatly enhanced our service provision, both for the staff as well as patient walkthrough through the hospital, from registration, triage, consultation, lab, pharmacy, and all these other walkthroughs that our patients experience through the hospital. And it has greatly helped us reduce on turnaround for patients. We are also getting to the zero paper use within the facility, both on all our facilities, as well as enhanced reporting mechanism, which also helps us manage our key stakeholders like Ministry of Health, as well as the insurance companies when we're filing in our claims. I think basically this is what I can say for Smart Health Pro for now.
My name is Twapel Walumpa. I work for Kabelenga Family Hospitals. I am the current IT administrator. For as long as I've been working, I have had excellent experience using smart systems. There are times when the network can be slow, causing delays in reporting and sending bills from a patient or to other departments such as the consulting room or to the treatment rooms. But ever since, as long as everything is running perfectly, the system has been very, very efficient, including to my end as the IT administrator. It has been very, very simplistic and efficient for I to be capable of seeing patient bills, closing, opening, and editing insurance. So yes, I have enjoyed my usage of Smart, and I can't wait to use even the latest innovations as well. Thank you.
Everyone, my name is Veronica Chalema. I work for CFB Medical Center in Lusaka, Zambia. And I'm here just to talk about how we've worked with Smart as our partners in the online billing that we've been doing with them for a number of years with a number of our clients that use Smart. So Smart helps us because we're able to bill in real time, and we can also avoid having rejected claims for clients who have depleted their benefits, because we're able to see, just as we attend to the client, whether they have enough funds or they don't have enough funds, and we are able to proceed from there. And sometimes we do have challenges, maybe with our internet or anything like that, and we have their 24-hour helplines that are always there to help us whenever we need them. I think that's it for now. That's one of the major things that we have enjoyed with them, working with them. And I would recommend other healthcare providers out there who would want to reduce their rejections to come on board and use Smart.
Clinical outcomes unless you have technology tools that will be able to register records, both the billing and the clinical information. Because we see very many patients, they are spread between those paying cash and those that are paid for by their insurance companies. Between us and Smart is that we see very many patients, and what it means is that we have to use their technology to verify insured patients. We've integrated Smart with our own ERP in a way that if a patient comes and they swipe their card and they verify that they are indeed eligible to receive medical service within our facility, we don't need to duplicate that information within our system. The member details will be pushed automatically from Smart to our system. The client benefits because they don't have to be tossed around, they could receive the service they ought to receive much faster. But also when it comes to analysis of information, how many patients we see at Smart, which patients are seeing this and all that, it's easier for us to do such kind of data analytics with these kinds of integration. It's a learning journey for us that I think technology has to evolve. And we see that when we give them the idea to integrate, they invest it, and a lot of work went into it, and we've even given them more avenues to integrate. Yeah, so it's a learning experience for us. Yeah, but certainly one that is able to get us to great efficiency.
My name is Collins Ngeno, Group Technology Director at Smart Applications Group.
Hey, my name is Jane Gikonyo. I lead the HR team at Smart International.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Harrison Muro, the Group Managing Director of Smart Applications.
When I think about technology, it's easy to get lost in the buzzwords of AI, blockchain, machine learning, and all these other words. But at the core of it is not about all these big words. Technology should be something meaningful. And what we should be focused on is, what is technology doing for humanity? How is a human being at the end of it benefiting from this technology? In healthcare, for example, which is a space where we play in, technology is known to avail healthcare to some of the marginalized communities. It's extending the reach of healthcare to some of the people who would otherwise not have been able to access it through technologies like telemedicine, for example. And at Smart Applications, we do not just build technology for the sake of it. At the core of it, we look at what is it doing to the human being? what is it doing to extend healthcare access? And for that, we've been recognized and given super brand status because of the work we do, because of what we've been able to do and the impact of what it has had in the community. For us, we take pride in assisting that child who perhaps had a medical emergency and the parent was not around, and somebody, maybe the caregiver at that point in time, is able to, through one of our solutions, get this child to hospital and get access to that much needed healthcare. And for that, we are very proud and we would want to continue impacting society. Thank you.
We are excited to have achieved the super brand status. This demonstrates the commitment our people have towards innovation, creativity, and ensuring that we are creating human-centric solutions for all. We're looking forward to have this status inspired us to even the next level of innovation. When we innovate, we create experiential career pathways for our people, where people feel engaged, they feel involved to create and to build impact for themselves, for the company, but most importantly, for the community. We at SMART see our people as a critical process to this achievement. And one of the things that we're doing differently is to ensure that we are very well embedded in our culture. We live our values which are authenticity. We allow our people to be real, come to work and do what they love to do, where we have creativity as part of the things that we want to do differently, listening to the market and ensuring that as we listen, we are consistently creating new solutions to ensure that our people, our communities are well serviced. We also are very caring. At SMART, we ensure that as people come to work, they feel they have come to a place where they love to work, where they feel heard, involved, and a fun place to work. We have young people and we want to ensure that every day, everyone wakes up to come to SMART, they feel empowered to do what they have, what their aspirations are. This super brand status hence is an inspiration to all of us to do better, go ahead of ourselves, ahead of the change, and ensure that we are consistently creating solutions for the market. This recognition as a super brand emphasizes that we're a great place to work. We are a place where if you're a new graduate, if you're looking to maximize your skills, then you're welcome to join SMART. We grow our talent. We're very intentional and deliberate, creating pathways for our teams. When people join us as graduate trainees, we ensure they have clarity of what it is they want to achieve at SMART. So we converge where personal aspirations converge with business expectations. Hence, we create a win-win environment for our people. So look us up on our platforms. We have many opportunities that come up, and we are looking for great talent to work at SMART. What we promise you when we work at SMART is that we recognize great potential, we recognize innovation, and we recognize anybody going above and beyond to ensure that we are creating human-centric solutions for our customers. We also ensure that as part of our culture, we create a great place to work for everyone, irrespective of the generation. We create a collaborative work environment. So you may come in as a technology expert, but before you leave, you're a business expert, because we do a lot of projects together as teams collaborate and bring all energies to ensure that whatever products we get to the market are beyond reproach from whatever side you look at. So SMART is a great company to work for, and this super brand status inspires us to move to the next level of excellence.
Today, I'm happy to share with you the story of our journey, how across the last 22 years, we've impacted how healthcare is accessed across the African continent. Today, as we stand tall, we remember that we do so on the shoulders of our partners, of our clients, of the patients and the hospitals and the insurance companies that have believed in us. As they say, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. Ours began with looking at the challenges that were plaguing healthcare access 22 years ago, starting with many patients whose records could not be found at healthcare facilities, whose process of accessing insurance covers was tedious, who ended up in many frowns, tears, and disappointments at the point of care, because many calls had to be made, many emails had to be exchanged, many faxes had to be sent in order for approvals to be done. With that, we rolled out our biometric infrastructure as a small team of 5-6 young individuals who believed in the power and the vision that we could transform healthcare access through enabling innovation and bringing a digital access right into the heart of the African healthcare facility and automating processes between that facility, the patient, and the insurance company. It took many tries. Some of the initial steps were very painful. Technology, as you know, sometimes fails when it's needed the most. But we are glad that we didn't give up. It's a story of resilience. It's a story to our absolute belief in being authentic to our passion, of being committed to a cause of simplifying access to healthcare, of commitment to ensuring that we empower our users with information digitally, and that we remain our caring selves, because healthcare is really about care. We are proud today, as we stand 22 years, that journey of connecting the dots through use of biometric access, through use of our Smart Access mobile app, through use of our digitized patient access mechanisms that automate the insurance verification process and the claims process at the hospitals, has contributed to many mothers accessing care for their children simply. I recently had the story of one of our users who, through the Smart Access app, seated many miles away from home, can be able to access and see records of her children as they go to hospital, can be able to generate the necessary details that are required at the point of care to enable that access. And that has led to many moments of assurance that care can be provided at that hour of need promptly and with the right quality. I've had many instances of healthcare facilities who have been able to scale and deploy many branches in different corners of the African continent where we operate, as we have helped them automate their facilities through our Smart Health Plus solution. So we've continued to innovate, and we have continued to innovate because we seek to simplify access to healthcare. We seek to impact and provide meaningful human-centric innovation, and that we cannot do without you, our customer, our partner, our stakeholder. I take this moment to thank our smart applications heroes, our staff who have journeyed with us. Many have come to join us across the years of continuing to build this company, from starting off in Nairobi, Kenya, to going to over 4,000, 5,000 hospitals today that we stand with in Kenya, to another 700 healthcare facilities in Uganda, into Rwanda, South Sudan, Southern Africa in Zambia and Malawi, in the islands in Mauritius, Central and West Africa in DRC and Cameroon, Tanzania, Somalia, Ethiopia. We continue to ensure that we can work with similarly like-minded partners to serve the healthcare needs across the African continent. As we take this moment to celebrate that journey that has earned us the super brand status, we say that our commitment is renewed to work with you as our partner, as we continue to ensure that healthcare is built in Africa for the world. Thank you.
In the heart of over 8,000 healthcare institutions, our technology solutions have revolutionized patient care. From streamlining administrative tasks to enhancing diagnostics, we've empowered hospitals to focus on what matters most: saving lives. Our collaboration with insurance providers has reshaped the industry. Real-time data analytics, fraud detection algorithms, and personalized health plans have made insurance more efficient and accessible, serving millions of lives across Africa. Meet our beneficiaries, the heart of our mission. Through fast access to healthcare, personalized health apps, we've empowered individuals to take charge of their well-being. Health is no longer a privilege, it is a right. From clunky databases to seamless interoperability, our systems have evolved. We've embraced cloud computing, AI-driven insights, and virtual card technology. The future? Limitless. Beyond borders, we've diversified. Our solutions span telehealth, precision medicine, and population health management. Because health knows no boundaries. Our legacy? Not just technology, it is impact. Because every line of code, every partnership, every breakthrough matters.
My name is Dr. Kanyenje Gakombe. I am the founder CEO of Metropolitan Hospital, where we are seated today. Metropolitan is a 27-year-old hospital, started in 1994. We provide quite a wide range of services, and at the moment we are just commissioning our new world-class surgical theatres. We've been using SMART for the last 13 or so years. We first got introduced to SMART by one of the insurance companies, I can't quite remember which one. And SMART at that time came in a box. We had a computer with a biometric reader, freestanding in our outpatient. And SMART was brought to us to solve a problem. Two fundamental problems, actually, not one problem. The first fundamental problem was member identification, knowing who was the member. The second was benefits validation, knowing what benefits the member was entitled to. And despite the fact that it was a freestanding system, it was not integrated to our system, it was much better than the alternative that existed before. And that alternative came in several forms. The first one was a photocard, which was the most advanced form of identification at the time. A photocard with the member's name and photo. The second one, which was extremely tedious to use, was a list of members that one was expected to go down and identify the person to be a member of a particular scheme. Those lists used to be delivered every Friday from most of the insurance companies, many insurance companies. Used to be delivered every Friday, and it meant if somebody presented for service, then the staff serving them would have to look for their name in that list. The worst version were actually in Word, so you couldn't even search the computer. The third one is where the company would submit a digital, an electronic list, which would save in a computer, but it still required one to search. So it was an extremely tedious process of identifying who was a beneficiary. And in many places, not just Metropolitan, staff tended to ignore the list because it was easier to serve the client without spending time going through the list. Because remember that the people who come to hospitals are sick and stressed, and any delay, and no one comes to the hospital to see a receptionist unless you are their friend, in which case you are not coming to a hospital to seek service. People come to a hospital because they are sick, and until they meet a core service provider who is a clinician, the treatment has not started. All those other processes are a barrier to access, and therefore it was easier to ignore those lists, and that then meant that the bill didn't get paid because the person who got treated was not the member. So, is this the member? And are these the benefits they're entitled to? Since then, along that 13-year journey, we got to the point of linking SMART to our system, so that our system now talks to the SMART one, and we no longer have to search on a separate machine and then transfer data to ours. In our conversations with the company, because we have a fairly deep relationship, we did agree that for SMART to be truly smart, it needed to be smart for the member, smart for the hospital, and smart for the payer. Because the original drive was to be smart for the person paying the bill, because they're the ones who are feeling the challenge and the cost of people being treated who are not their members. So the original version of SMART was insurance driven, payer driven, smart for them, not necessarily smart for me or the member. Since then, the system has gotten to that triple point where the person who has a SMART card is likely to be treated quicker or faster within the hospital system than the one without. It is smart for us because our bills can now be transmitted electronically instead of us using forms and papers. And it is still smart for the person paying the bill because after the integration, our system is now a slave of SMART in terms of member data and benefit data, and SMART is a slave to our system when you are transmitting the claim information. So it's two-way communication. It's a lot smarter than those 13 years back. As an organization, we do not want to be involved in fraud. We made a policy decision many years back that we will not knowingly misuse somebody else's insurance benefit. Because remember, if somebody comes and uses someone else's account, essentially it's identity fraud. You know, benefits you paid for because these benefits are bought will have been consumed by somebody else unless they are caught and you get the credit back. The second is that reduces the amount of work we have to do, because you no longer have to go through, a book to identify a member. As soon as the member places their finger on a reader, then you're able to identify who they are and what benefits they're entitled to. So it means we are treating the right person for the benefits they're entitled to. It means we can cancel members for benefits that they're not entitled to, that they have to pay for separately, because one buys a package, and that's what you're entitled to. And it has meant that our claim processing, that journey from the time we finish with the patient to the time we get paid, is a much shorter journey and a much more efficient one, because the hospitals and healthcare providers do lose money if you submit claims that are not valid. We call it our claim recovery rate, the same way insurers look at claim payout rates. And we track outcomes. How of every shilling we bill, for every 100 shilling we bill, how much are we able to collect because we treated the right person for benefits that we're entitled to, and the claim was sent to the right insurance company and was received by the right insurance company and then subsequently paid. So we have noted that in cases where the system is smart, the recovery rate is plus 95%. In other instances, we've had instances where recovery will be as low as 70%, which then basically means that we are losing money, but that by serving the members of that scheme, we are actually losing money because with the 70% recovery, we are not getting our cost back. Healthcare providers need to realize that there really isn't an alternative to going digital. It is like the motor vehicle industry. It is difficult to find a manual car today, even if
This, ladies and gentlemen, is a man who is able to bridge the world-class treatment with integrated health coverage. And one thing that stands out is that he's proven that quality care and financial protection are two sides of the coin. He is the CEO and founder, RFH Hospital and Red Leaf Insurance. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me appreciate with a warm round of applause Dr. Maxwell Okoth as he comes forward to give us his talk. So appreciate him with a warm round of applause. Welcome. We're glad and honored to have you here. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very difficult role to come in just when people are from lunch, because first, their metabolism is working. Secondly, they are struggling with sleep. And so you must really try to be very interesting. I will try to be interesting, as I also fight those two things that I've talked about. But today we want to talk about something. More often than not, when we talk about healthcare, we consume data that is Western. We try to ride on systems that are not for us, but have been brought to us. And how do we customize these things to an African context and come up with a system that works and listens to our patients? A lot of changes are happening in the world. Very many things are fast moving, and most of them are not cheap. But we also have constraint for resources. How do we merge limited resources, change in technology, demanding patient demands, and come together to come and build a system that speaks to what our patients works? That is a role I've been given to speak about this afternoon. And I hope I do justice to it. And as we talk, let's also try to converse. So if you think there's anything I want to say that you need to challenge, please challenge me. If there's anything you want to add on to it, please add on to it. My time is 15 minutes, I presume, and I will go straight to my presentation. Listen more to what I say than what I broadcast. So I'm looking at two things. We have a model that we are used to. And we are model, I think I'll use a handheld mic. Thank you. We are a model that we are used to. And we are looking at a model that the world wants to have. So how do we try and relate with these two things? So previously, what I call the old model is what we are currently doing. And what does this old model tell us? Number one, that care is episodic. A patient comes with a flu, you treat them for that flu, and they walk and go home. And you forget that visit and life moves on. Then geography determines who gets specialized care. I grew up in a small town called Homa Bay. We had two specialists, a pediatrician and a gynecologist. The rest were luxury. I would travel by road to Kisumu to see a cardiologist and any other specialist. But the world is informed. The small boy in Homa Bay today has AI on his hands and is very much aware of what goes on around the world. And so he also has demand for that cardiologist right on time when they need it. The other thing is claims are an administrative back-end office. For those of us who run hospitals, we have always thought claims is something else. But that claim system, and I keep telling people, there are two pillars to running a hospital that if you don't get right, you're lying to yourself. Claims and credit control and BDM and sales. The rest, which is your core business, is a turbine that runs the engine, but the pillars of these two engines are these two things. If you don't have a clean system and you don't collect your money, everything in the middle suffers. And so claim is an integral part of the healthcare chain that you cannot ignore. The third thing is financial data and clinical data operate in separate worlds, which still speaks to what I've said. You cannot ignore finance in healthcare. The moment you put it as finance, then you're lying to yourself. Today we are in a smart conference and we are talking about technology. So if you're going to build a healthcare system that does not speak to the financial model of your operations, then the entire chain is broken. And anyone who runs a hospital here will tell you payment is the biggest complaint anyone ever has. Either your suppliers, your doctors, or the insurer paying you. And so every discussion we have in the healthcare ecosystem today, finance should be the first thing. And so we cannot continue operating the way we've been operating. And so the red side tells you that care is not episodic, it's a continuous process. A flu in childhood can cause rheumatic heart disease later in life. And so if we packed it and ignored it, it is something that is fundamental in our current day discussion. And so data must be continuous and not periodic. The last one is the patient is responsible for carrying their own continuity. How many of you today, if I asked a question, would be able to give me the data of their patients 10 years ago? Dr. Gakombe? Because he has embraced technology. How many can say that confidently? 10 years ago. Gertrudes, I see. Anyone else? If you're not sure, it's okay, it's allowed. Smart technology, right? Because that's your core business. For you, I'll understand. So, patient is not responsible for carrying their data. We are responsible for carrying the patient data. And so, if you look at what we are doing versus what we should be doing, that tells you why we need to move. So I'll go into one by one of those 5 things in our discussion this afternoon. So care happens during visits. Patient presents with a problem or not at all. There's no visibility between appointments. Chronic conditions are managed reactively. Am I speaking to someone? Am I speaking to someone? This is what we do. In my presentation, it is saying it is the old model. So I should say it is the current model. Then missed deterioration until crisis point. So we are reactive and not proactive. And if you're going to build sustainable healthcare systems, we need to react and become proactive so that we listen to what our patients need and develop them for them. That is the only way we will be sustainable. It is a difficult environment to do this, but it is possible to be done. I always say everything is possible with intentionality. And you must be intentional about what you do. And that comes up to everything we do. The insurances pay colossal amounts of care because everything presents at late stage presentation. And that is the normal that we have agreed to operate on. How many of us have presented budgets for preventive measures and not curative measures? How many of us have put systems that will be able to pick up conditions at an early stage and sort them at an early stage as opposed to at a later stage? And so when we sort that, then we come up with a new model that we need to speak to, where longitudinal patient record spans years and not visits. Can we talk to one another? Can we talk to each other? Right? And when the government came up with a health information exchange system, I was like, voila, finally somebody sees it. Anyone who's gone to Arab Health, you go into that presentation room, you see big screens, and it's churning data every second. And that's where the world is, right? Today, something gets developed in the States, and in 5 days, we see it in Kenya, right? Previously, you'd wait for 8 months before you see anything that's new. And that tells you even our patients need that level of conformity to the society. We need to give them what the world is doing because they are aware, they are informed, and they have that information. And so we need to start thinking of: remote monitoring flags, early deterioration, treatment adherence tracked between sessions, oncology patients monitor across full cycles. Loss to follow-up is one of the biggest complaints that most people deal with. How do we track treatment to completion of treatment? And until you respond to these things, then we have a fragmented system. And that is why when you call healthcare people to a sitting on finance, it will be full because they all have a financial problem. But financial problem will be sorted with a systemic solution. That we have a systemic solution. Today, Kenya Healthcare Federation has the biggest problem to get data and tell the government that this is the data that speaks to the healthcare system today. Health is an economic function, not a social function. And when we start talking about health, let's not talk to health as a social function. It is an economic function. How do you present health as an economic function? Data is your key. That today Kenya spends this much $1 billion in healthcare treatment on curative services that would have been sorted with this much budget on preventive services. That's when we will win this war. Otherwise, we are just going round and round and round a maze without a way out. So the second thing is geography determines access. Sub-Saharan Africa has 0.2 physicians per 1,000 people. Oncologists, radiologists, specialists, we know. Today we are producing them much more than we used to produce them, but the number is still not enough. How do we share the resources we have amongst ourselves to be able that we reach everyone that we need to reach out? So telemedicine, today if you're sitting and running a hospital and you're not thinking of telemedicine, then in the next 5 years you're out of business. And remember this discussion today. There are people who came ahead of their time, but the time is here. Remember me and thank me later. But the problem is our telemedicine are not tailored to the market today. We have not built them to the way our people live. But it is coming, and it will catch us unawares. I always tell people, go and read the case study of Amazon. Amazon is what it is today when it started as a bookshop. Built the brick and mortar and built the infrastructure, then became a logistical hub. And that's where healthcare is going. We have a generation, they call them Gen Zs, and the ones that came after them, I keep forgetting the name because my children are in that generation, but they want things on the instant. We call them the microwave babies. They have no time to queue. Anyone here today, the biggest complaint we get as administrators, turnaround time. Then you go to your dashboard and you say the patient was there for 2 hours, from triage to prescription to whatever, and they have made all the noise, right? And they even had an ultrasound. And they have complained to the end of their lungs. And like, I wish you knew what used to happen previously. So that tells you these people don't want to wait anymore. We are seeing portable x-rays. So these things are going to go to people's homes, right? Very soon, ultrasounds are going to be done in people's bedrooms. And so if you don't think about that way, then one day you'll find yourself with an empty waiting area and you say, what did we do wrong? And just like BlackBerry, you will say, we did everything right, but we don't know what happened. Because you are not proactive. You are waiting to react. But it would have been too late because even the system you have cannot be modified at that time to speak to the day of the moment. Am I speaking to someone? Are we somewhere? So we have to think. Create local access points, specialized services that we need to Gertrude's hospitals today, and allow me to call you out with your permission. I see them in the informal settlements. They are giving that person in the village the same care they are giving that person in Muthaiga. And they have telecommunications and teleconsultations with people in the remote areas. They are speaking to what the world wants to hear. And if you're a provider and you're not going to react with that level, then you're going to be kicked out of business. So the third one is claims are an administrative function. This is the biggest problem any hospital administrator will deal with. I keep saying, if healthcare was a cash business, life would be easy. I would not need credit control officers. I will not need claims processors. I will not need people to verify whether these claims are in order, right? And so I have a workload of stuff that have been loaded onto me that I don't need to have. But there's a solution. IT, systems. If you integrate all these things to a system that speaks to you and gives you data, then you are able to come up with a solution to sort them. Thanks to AI, today we have clinical decision support systems, right? Where a doctor would be told you cannot prescribe this to this because they react to each other. So it is helping us forgo some of these litigations that we would have met. And anyone here would tell you, you sit in your office and an email comes in and you have a legal suit that you have no idea about. And you read that case and you're like, how the hell did this happen? But that's the nature of the business. You are in control of people that you are not in control of. You cannot do anything about it. And so how do we harness IT and technology to sort some of these problems as we run those institutions? You know, what does rejection patterns tell us? Do we ask for this data as hospitals? Can I go to SMART and tell them, I want to see my rejections over this period of time? What percentage of my claims are being rejected? One of us here has a 2% rejection claims. Amazing. But majority here have a 10 to 18% rejection rate. What business are you doing? And you do it consistently. If I have 18% in 2 months, I need to sit down for a crisis meeting, find out what is leading to that 18% and what is the problem. Is it a people problem? Is it a system process? Is it a flow system issue? And how do we mitigate that problem? Reconciliation data shows where the financial system and the clinic system diverge. We do reconciliation for the purpose of doing reconciliation. We don't do reconciliation because it speaks to something. The day we start consuming data is the day we will head somewhere. And I will still repeat, if you forget anything, the 1% today, and that will be my rallying call to everyone in this room. Health is an economic. Can we repeat? Health is an economic function. A patient with CA cervix today will lead to 3 people not doing anything when they go for treatment. There's a person who will drive them to hospital. There's a person who will walk with them to the doctor for the time of their treatment. You have removed 3 people from the entire ecosystem, active people, because they need to take care of 1 person. That is a loss to our economy. But that is better said sentimentally, but we need to justify this with information. What data speaks to what these 3 people contribute to our GDP? Can we have that information? And if SMART becomes our rallying person to give us this information, please volunteer and give it to us. KHF is here. Because we need that information to speak to people today. Any healthcare provider will tell you, oh, we have cash flow problems, oh, NHIF went with this much, but can we justify what that has done to the sector? Because the engineers will go and speak to the government and tell them this is what is hurting the economy. But do we have the information to tell them? Because everyone is running their own kiosk with their own systems, with their own information, and you speak to them and they hold it like this. But that will not lead us anywhere, and it cannot work. Financial and clinical data are separate. I can bet majority of you have 2 systems. There's a clinical system and there's a financial system, right? How many have an integrated clinical and financial system in one? How many? Lift your hands up confidently. In a room of how many? You can see, and the others are lifting like this. So that tells you they are, comme ci, comme ça, right? You need to say like this. I have 1, but I can tell you it is not 100%. That information system that I have should tell me my bank balance to the Latcoin. But do we have APIs that connect my system with the bank's account system? Is our security system that robust that we can be able to guarantee that the bank will give me the API to connect my HMIS with their system, that when I withdraw 20 bob, it tells me your account has reduced by 20 bob, right? So I have to depend on manual people to click in. Then why am I having this system? Garbage in, garbage? So you bought a system that tells you has all those things, but it's not working. So the future of healthcare, and if you're going to run these outfits, is how robust our telemedicine, our technological advancements are. It is not 2 shillings. And whoever will crack it will crack all the problems. Our problem as a sector is the fragmentation of each and every provider. And that is what eats us each and every day, because we don't speak to one another. And it hurts the patient care, it hurts the outcome, and it hurts the economy of this great nation. So treatment plans, clinical notes, test results, they are on one side. The day we have one unified patient record, clinicians see coverage status, wherever you had been, this health information exchange that the government says, I hope it materializes. But even if it doesn't, I hope somebody somewhere listens to this and comes up with a parallel one, because that is what we need. It will save you the reason to print films for X-rays and CT scan. Can you imagine how much that money is? If we had data, somebody would have entered and said, how much films do we import as a country? And say, this is a saving to the sector. And I'm sure it's in tens of millions of dollars. You understand me? Then it saves you the envelopes that you print and you have to brand and thinking you're marketing. You're littering the world. And when you say you're ESG compliant, you need to be fined because you're cutting more trees. Right? And they are very colorful and very brilliant and glossy envelopes, and you see patients carrying them everywhere. Shame on you. You are giving these people a load that you should not give them. Patients need to walk like this, right? With a phone and a click and a tap, right? QR code and you have everything, voila, on your screen. Imagine that day. And it's possible. Mine is to sell a dream. I am not in that dream world, but mine, as a person, I am a dreamer. And my dreams scare me, but I always work towards them. So the day we start dreaming and working towards them as an industry, then we will be somewhere. So basically, the rest are just theory, but I believe you get the point, right? The patient carries their own continuity. So this is it. The old model, they remember what was prescribed. Unatumianga gawadani? Kuna ile karatasi nilikuwa nayo hapa. So it starts doing everything, then it removes a very, some paper that nifedipine, amlodipine. We need to get out of that. That needs to end. Because assume he gives you a name that is not the right name. He says a pin, and you being a doctor, you say, nifedipine. It was not nifedipine, it was something pin, right? But you have assumed. Then you give something else and there's a reaction. So we have to have, I'll speak about us. We have a multi-tenant system that I can log in from here and see how many patients are waiting. It is not perfect, but it is almost what we dreamed of. Because then again, you can have a very good system, but if the users are not good, then you're lying to yourself. Or the users don't want to use it, or the users want to sabotage it. And so these are just some of the challenges I'm telling you about adopting a system. So we could be able to transfer information across and get to know their data. Assuming from our 11 branches, we had 1,000 people in that system. You can imagine the data that will be there, right? And that data will feed to the clinical system. And today, with the world of algorithms, we would know what is our disease patterns. Instead of just talking, how many of you, and I want to challenge you, go back to your financials today and look at your inventory holdings. If you do your quick ratio, it will tell you, what is your inventory holding? You don't need to hold inventory in this day and age. Right? But we are dealing in a guesswork system. I have to stock everything of every class, even those ones that we have never treated patients in 10 years. Because one day, one patient came and we ran like a cat and mouse everywhere to stock that. Then you say, now let's stock them so that we don't run again next time. Then they expire in your store. But if your data was speaking to you, you would have a just-in-time way of distribution. And people like Maidawa, I'm not marketing anyone, and I've not been paid, please forgive me, would now stock data next to hospitals that they just deliver when you need it, right? Imagine that system, where people will accept that pharmacies don't have to be a display of stock, but is a person sitting on a computer and making a phone call and it comes and you're given. Actually, you're not given. We tell you go home, it will be delivered at your doorstep. Imagine that world. So I only come to the hospital for that thing that needs to take me to a hospital. Assuming it's an X-ray or a CT scan that cannot be carried to my doorstep, right? Imagine that world. And that rider will be on my doorstep. And that rider has gone to school because we have we have an unemployment crisis. All our farm techs know how to ride, and they can deliver medicine at the door and give me instructions. And so I can only spend 30 minutes at the hospital. Imagine that day. How much we'll have saved this nation as a country in terms of man hours, in terms of quality outcomes. And that's what we need to work to. The proof of concept, I'll speak about us. So we have 11 branches, almost 300,000 visits, 5 oncology lines with 1 coordinated system. Assuming the number of facilities here fed into this, and you have a system that gives you 10 million visits in that record in one system, right? We don't need to see, I don't care who owns that system, right? But it works to what we need. Because that is what growth is about. The problem is we are in a medical field, and allow me to be political, and please don't quote me after this, that we were competitive from childhood. I was number 1, you're number 3, so I must bring you down so that I become number, you understand? And so we cannot work together. And that is what eats us. So when you think you're growing, you're actually going down. I would wish to see a hospital that declares dividends at the end of any financial year. Show me one. Because your profit will always be tied down in your receivables. Is that a system that's functional? Should we be able to sign off at every financial year so that everything you're owed, you're paid? So when you have profits of 200 million, you say, I have 200 million somewhere. You understand? You can make sense. And that means I can now go buy the latest MRI machine because there's profitability. But here we boast of our facilities like we have made it. There's nothing we've made it. We've just accumulated headache after headache after headache. And I'll tell you, look for anyone who's run a hospital after 40 years. They're like, I'm tired. Just take it. And that's why we don't have facilities that run past a certain generation. Because by the time you take it, even give to your children, even your children are exhausted because you've not been a very good parent. You've just been pumping, you know. That needs to change. So these children are irritable because the father was irritable from birth. So you tell me how they want to run these facilities. They're like, yo kazi ya baba mistaki. Acha ikae. But if we had systems that works, then we would be somewhere. So imagine if we feed all these things into one system and move forward, where we would be. So for us, it's just integrating an ecosystem. We have a health force that we produce because we know that the world needs a health force. Then we came up and realized payability is a problem. And people within where our facilities live need to have a medical cover. And we came up with Redleaf, which is a medical insurance provider that is affordable and within reach. And this is cover they bring to themselves. And I keep telling insurance company, I hope they don't punish me after this. They are the only people who sell a product they don't own. And while at it, bully you about it. But you know, people are thinking. People are thinking. I hope they don't sue me. Today, Equity has hospitals. They have an insurance. Are you seeing where the world is going? So if we don't think differently, then things might change. The world always adjusts to accommodate the pressures of the day, right? And somebody will do it. So we need to find a way to accommodate each other, and we operate in a space that everyone is happy. Because when you're happy and the other one is not happy, then you're running an engine that is soon going to step to a halt. What old model never produced? We don't have treatment completion rates, approval delay mapping. The biggest headache today is getting approvals. That turnaround time, if you look at it as a complaint, is approval delays. If we had a system that works, we don't need these approval delays, right? Because the system tells you. And the system even self-approves itself because it has the information. So you have to write an email, wait for someone, because now you must have someone huko ndani mwenye tunapigianga ndio vitu ziapproviwe haraka. Is that a working system? So how many people can have someone inside there? So assuming we have 8,000 facilities, do you have 8,000 people there? Right? And every hospital is seeing a patient at that time because we are not speaking to one another. So just population risk, utilization benchmarking, outcome correlation, we need to have a system that talks, right? So what disruption actually feels like to implement? I'll tell you what we did. So after I finished a certain course somewhere, my project was having how to cut the hospital into something called a hospital. That's what we called it, a hospital. So we can treat people at the convenience of their houses. And I was very excited, came back. That was even before COVID. Imagine how I think I was smart. Then I come, first I look for Kenyan developers. Unajua kupewa vumbi. We paid the first one, akadevelop ka system, tuko na logo, akapotea. Paid the second one. Eventually we had an app. And somebody said healthcare systems are not applications. We had an app. We trained doctors, we put a call center, we were like, we want to disrupt the industry. Something that you'll come to a hospital for 30 minutes and go home. We'll deliver the medicine, Shock on you. Everything went back to WhatsApp. You understand? It's not about designing the system. You have to look at the people, the culture, and how do you develop that system from a minimal viable product. If the WhatsApp is your MVP, start from the WhatsApp and then see how you graduate it into something that will be accepted by everyone. You understand? Then the next question comes, kwa hii application yako, insurance itanipe approval. So even the ecosystem has not accepted it, right? So how do you let them accept these things? M-Pesa, I remember I was in campus when I was coming up and you're like, how is that possible? So let the rules be played around what you're building, but everyone must have bought the idea. And if everyone does not buy that idea, no matter how good or robust your system is, you're lying to yourself. It will still come back to where you are. And if there are people who can show you who the bosses are the workers. They will take you to your place. And with that good idea, you will be stuck back to where you started. So, insurers, you need to know what your problems are. You need to know what the problems of the patients are. You need to know what the industry problem is. A happy provider will lead to a happy payer. And the vice versa is right. You understand? And that's why we find people thinking that insurance business is in collecting premiums and investing it somewhere else. Those days are gone. They are gone. Run the system that works. Listen to your stakeholders and develop things that work for them. Disruptions in approvals, give this data to your people. What are the reasons for your rejections? What are the reasons for your delays? And let's work as a team. Hospitals and providers, fragmented billing gives way to episode-based care pricing. So we need to have a system that speaks to each other. Data becomes a negotiating asset with payers, not just an admin burden. If you have their data and say, I am seeing this number of your patients. And today for us, we can easily come to an insurance and say, I'm going to give you a fixed cost for service of this much. And they come and say, I want this item. If it's that one, then stay with it. Give it to someone else because you know it cannot work, right? That person will take it after 3 months, they will have collapsed and life will continue and somebody else will move on. So we need to give them information, but we don't have an industry data set that works. So basically where we are going, think in care episodes, not transactions. Connect the clinical and financial record, handle insured and out-of-pocket patients in the same environment, make approval decisions in real time at the point of care, turn claims data into clinical intelligence. When we do this, then we'll have a system and an ecosystem that works for all of us. What Africa is where this gets built us. Why Africa is where this gets built us. We have no legacy to protect, scale of unmet need creates. Africa is one of the biggest markets that everyone is going to today. There's a hybrid financing model is a feature. Local development capacity is growing. And so the future is immense and great. Thank you very much. They say the old model is not failing because of bad intentions. It is failing because it was built for a world that no longer exists. It is not the old model, it is a current model. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and I wish you a good afternoon.
Thank you, Maxwell. We totally appreciate you. And before we let you off the stage, I just wanted to confirm if there's a token of appreciation from the Smart Applications team, if it's already here. Just wanted to confirm that. All right, okay, no problem, but we'll organize it. Please, let's appreciate Maxwell with one more time with a round of applause. Maxwell, thank you for that. Maxwell is an excellent communicator, and definitely the stage loves him. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we now want to go to the healthcare providers case study, and representing the CEO of Aga Khan University Hospital, Rashid Kalani, we have Dr. Saeed Ali, and Dr. Saeed Ali, he is the electronic health record lead physician at the Aga Khan University, and also he's an associate professor and is also a faculty in the Department of Internal Medicine and Palliative Care. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me appreciate with a warm round of applause Dr. Saeed Ali as he comes forward to briefly give his speech on behalf and representing the CEO of Aga Khan University. Let's appreciate him one more time with a warm round of applause. Welcome, Saeed. We're glad and honored to have you here, and welcome once again.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's lovely to be again here in Nairobi. I think the last time I met you all was in Uganda last year, and the year flies so quickly, it's unbelievable. The last time I had this podium, we spoke about our transformation to an EHR. I see many people here who helped us. Michael, you know the journey that we was pulling teeth to go from paper to electronic, but it's been amazingly 3 years that we're fully electronic. And I wanted to show you some of the things that we have actually done. Give me just 1 second. And the last time you saw me, I wasn't wearing glasses, but now I am, so it tells you. And I bet the ones who saw my pictures, my grayness is increasing, and it's just, yeah. So those are the things that AI does to you. It just makes you more gray, and yeah. All right, moving on to just the next slide. I'll have you guys read the next slide. All right, there you go. I'll just have you read that very quickly, and I'll just tell you what we do. And very basically, you know, the Aga Khan University Hospital focuses on evidence-based care. Education is a big part of what we do, and then certainly research as well. And we're trying to build all of that. And not to bore you, I'm just going to move to the next slide as well. Am I using this? All right. Am I? Sorry, that's me. No. There you go. That's our journey. And what I really want you to pay attention to is in 2022, when we went live with an electronic health record. So we're fully electronic. There is no paper. I shouldn't say there's no paper. There's very little paper. People are still very used to holding paper. The patients will come in with paper. We're trying to stop that. But it was a big transition for us, and it took a lot of effort, including all our outreach clinics are now all electronic fully. So our nurses, our physicians, pharmacists, physiotherapists, speech therapists, you name it, are all online. So just a couple of statistics on what we do, and I really want to point out the biggest thing here you see that, and someone was talking about this earlier, is 25% of our patients come in from abroad. And how do we increase that? So we have patients coming in from Sudan and Ethiopia and Malawi, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Tanzania, and these are the people. We're losing a ton of, this is not my talk, but we're losing a ton of business to India. And why are they going to India, not coming here? And that's something that we should explore. But we have a ton of people coming in from, so we have about 250,000 people coming in from surrounding countries to seek care at Aga Khan. That is my nurse manager. She's very photogenic. Her name is Elena. She keeps me in check, and she keeps on texting me why I'm not back to the clinic this afternoon. So I have to buy a present before I go. But basically, as you can see, our electronic health record, we went live in 2022. It connects all parts of the hospitals, like I discussed, the doctors, the nurses, the labs, pharmacy, radiology as well. It's real time, so you can access, even when I'm sitting here, I can access patient records. I was just during lunch putting in a prescription for someone, which makes my life very, very easy because it's right here on my laptop. And please don't ask me about the security. We'll discuss that at a different time, but it makes life very, very easy for me. And one of the things that we have also launched is a patient portal. So every patient, or not every, but a majority of patients actually have a portal that is linked to the electronic health record. So your labs, your radiology, all of them appear on your portal. So we talked about paper, that's all disappeared. So if you're traveling, you're going to Canada, you're going to see another physician in another hospital, you don't have to take these things with you. They're all on your phone right now. And it's made life very much easier for patients, especially those patients who come from outside, because they go home, they go and follow up with their primary care provider in Tanzania, in Malawi, in DRC, and everything is on their phone. So this is just our organogram. So we have the CMIO, that's me. Do I like the job? That's another discussion. And then we have the ICT director, and we all report to the CEO, and we have a huge team under us that takes care of very, very talented people. Unfortunately, I'm the face who's doing this, but the person who does This beautiful thing at the back is sitting in an office. Very, very talented people, and I love them a lot. So data is power, as we've heard throughout the day. It's really important to know that, and this is where the future is going. We make informed decisions with evidence, reveal trends and patterns, and I'll show you this, drive innovation and strategy, enables personalization and efficiency, provides competitive advantage, and supports accountability and transparency. So where do we get our data from? So we have an EHR record, so you can see everything is actually filling into the EHR record. So our lab, our pathology is filling into the electronic health record, which is called Meditech. Our ICU data is going into that. Our patient portal data is going into that. Our anesthesia data is going to that. Our surgical data is going to that. So this is a ton of data that is collecting on a minute basis. And one of the discussions we might have later is what happens to this data and who controls this data, but not today. So we have a ton of data that's collecting, and how do we use this data to make evidence-based medicine decisions? So great, so then we have this ton of data. What do we do with it? So it's all real data. You need these very smart people, not like me, not the doctors, the people who know how to use this data at the back. They get this data and they come to us and ask us, what do you want from this data? And we tell them what we would like to see. And then they put in their formulas, again, very smart people, gone to school for many, many years, and they make beautiful things that really, really are impressive. And I'll show you what they look like. So one of the things I wanted to show you, and I'm just showing you this. This is not. This is just a sample, slide. So one of the things that really worries us is readmission rates, right? So why are people coming back to the hospital? What are we doing? What can we do better, right? And so I'll show you one of our. That's a dashboard that we've created. Now the beauty about this dashboard is it's live. So the data is populating as I speak. So if the CEO wants to now look at this data and understand why are we having readmissions, he doesn't have to call anyone. It's available to him at his fingertips. So you can see on your left-hand side the years 2023, 24, 25, 26. It looks at the trend per month, right? It also looks at who was admitted at 24 hours, who was admitted between 2 to 7 days, and who was admitted from 8 to 30 days. Right? And then it tells you which wards were admitted. Were these people from the general medical ward, the pediatric ward, the ICU? And then it also tells you what sections. So is it the cardiologist patients that are getting admitted? Is it the OBGYN patients that are getting admitted? And then you can further drill to see which physician is having readmission. So is it me? And are my patients getting readmitted? And furthermore, they can even tell now what diagnosis is getting readmitted. So is it the gastroenteritis that was discharged 2 days ago that has come back under my care? So just imagine how powerful this is, because now you can actually make change and you can hold people accountable. What do we need to do better to prevent this? And this is just one example of what this electronic record does. And again, this dashboard looks very pretty, but a lot of work goes into it. There are a lot of smart people sitting at the back who are making this. And the best part of this is it's going live. So as we speak, it's just populating. I want to show you something else. Again, this is just an example. This is just a discharge dashboard for a day. And as you can see, the nurses and the pharmacists do a great job. But when it comes to the physicians discharging, we have a problem there. And then the second problem is finance. So what is going on with finance? Are the hospital bills not getting approved in time? Is it a delay between us submitting those medical reports and getting approval from the insurance companies? So what is happening? And that gives us the ability to say, okay, this discharge process is 4 hours, 2 hours has been spent in finance. What do we need to do, right? Or what does a physician need to do to make sure that the discharge is done earlier? Do we need to do discharge at 9 in the morning rather than wait until 2? So very, very powerful tools to make clinical. And now it's not really putting the blame on anyone, but it's finding accountability. Because I think when you start using these dashboards to blame people, you're absolutely wrong. This is not a blame game. This is a system. Like someone said here, it's not the physician or the nurse who is bad. It's just that they're in a bad system, an inefficient system. So how do we fix the system? And so these dashboards are built to help people improve the system and not really point a finger at one or two people. Another issue we're tackling, and again, these are dashboards, I don't want to bore you, but one of the things that we saw is delay in surgery times. So we wanted to find out why were there so many delays in surgery time. So this again is not people pulling data from a record, but this is automatically coming out from the medical record. And we easily found out that if they got pre-anesthesia review, it quickly lessened the time for them to have surgery. So we learned that the problem was that if these patients came to the OR the day off and had a pre-anesthesia review, then the surgery happened in a timely manner. Again, these are decisions that came from just looking at our dashboards again. All of you know this. You want to get an MRI, it takes you 2 weeks to get an MRI. So we wanted to understand where is the delay in all of this, right? So I put an order in for an MRI today, right? The patient goes and asks for an appointment for an MRI. They get an MRI. The MRI has a reading, and then it's a validated reading. So where is the delay? Who is delaying the process? And that is really important because it helps us understand, do we get more radiologists? Do we invest in an MRI machine? Do we get more front staff people to expedite the orders? And this has really helped us understand much better where the delay process is. Again, this is coming from the AGFA. AGFA is the people who provide the reading for the radiology, and they have live dashboards that are helping us. It goes to the fact that we can now tell which radiologist reads how many CAT scans and MRIs, and how long is it taking a radiologist, John, to read an MRI. It's that sensitive. And again, it's not to blame people. We're not going after people saying you're a bad radiologist, but what can we do to improve the system so that the delivery of care is better for our patients? Everyone knows this is a big issue in every hospital, right? So COTIs and CLABSIs, catheter-associated urinary tract infections, central line-associated bloodstream infections, huge things that kill people. These are markers for how well we do in a hospital. All of this data now is coming in through from our medical record. It builds dashboards for us. It tells us how many infections we have in the ICU, how many we have in the HDU. Is it women? What age do they have the infection? What organism is growing? So we can now understand, is there a specific organism that we need to target? And then more importantly, what antibiotics are being used? So are we over-prescribing antibiotics for these organisms? So again, this is such a powerful tool, and I'm not sure if many of you appreciate it, but it really makes us make sane and safe decisions for patients, right? To the fact that the dashboard has been built to, I can even tell, is it the central line that's put in the neck or in the femoral that causes the infection? Is it the right femoral or the left femoral that causes the infection? And again, it varies for different hospitals, but now I'm able to understand, well, maybe it's the right femoral. What's wrong with the right femoral? Why are these so many infections coming from this area? What do I need to do to fix this? So again, that data you have is very powerful to make structured and intelligent decisions. One of the things that all of you struggle with is antimicrobials, often used, inappropriately used in Africa, in Kenya certainly. Now we have a dashboard that looks at our infections. We have a dashboard that looks at who is prescribing the restricted antibiotics, right? And we understand now why they've been asked for. So we go back to our providers and ask them, why did you prescribe this antibiotic for a urinary tract infection? Again, not to penalize the provider, but to help educate them that there needs to be some sort of accountability to this, because we just cannot prescribe antibiotics because the rate of resistance is growing significantly. The biggest thing about this is we have created an antimicrobial stewardship program. Out of this data came this stewardship program that now there's a team of physicians and nurses that looks at all antibiotics prescribed in the hospital, and they will call you and tell you that this is inappropriate or you need to switch it to a different antibiotic. Because we cannot use these strong antibiotics because we are going to eventually lose a war against organisms. So where are we right now? I'll tell you something interesting in terms of AI. So I'm really excited because we have our x-rays and chest x-rays being read by AI. And it makes my life so easy because on Saturday, when I want to look at an x-ray and I'm looking for a radiologist, the AI reads it for me. Now, I take it with a grain of salt because I know the AI has inherent issues reading. There will be mistakes. But on Saturday, I don't have to wait for an x-ray to be read. Does it have a fracture or not? The AI tells me that, and I validate that report with the radiologist. So that's something that I am really excited about. We have what is called Afya Gemma. So we are building a local, what's the word? A local ChatGPT. So you know how everyone goes to ChatGPT and asks questions? And someone said it very well. In fact, the gentleman said it very well, is that unfortunately, those large language models don't have data from Africa. So oftentimes when you ask them a question, they will give you an answer that's very Western based. So we are building our own Afya Gemma with our own African data. So it's taking our studies, what we've published in Kenya and in Africa, our guidelines on heart disease, diabetes, strokes. We've uploaded it into this thing. We are now using our data that we're getting from Meditech and all these other things, and we're testing this to see whether it gives us appropriate answers. And we're hoping that our local physicians, especially in the county and in the rural area, start using this to get appropriate answers to their questions. So you're seeing a patient, you want to know what is the treatment for H. pylori, right? It will give you the answer based on our data, not Western data. We're also looking at early sepsis tools. So we're trying to understand how can we identify a patient who is going to decompensate very quickly before they do. And how do we intervene very quickly? So there are a couple of models. We're looking at vital signs, lab work. We're putting them into a large language model, and we're asking the model to tell us this is someone who is going to decompensate in the next 24 hours. Please intervene now, move them to HDU, give them fluids, give them antibiotics, so we prevent adverse outcomes. We're looking at dementia, so there are these large language models, machine learning models. We're looking at MRIs, we're putting them all together, and it's reading MRIs, it's reading and telling us, you know, this person might be a candidate for early dementia. You might want to keep a good eye on them. So it doesn't make a diagnosis, but it warns us as to who of our patients might be a future candidate who might suffer from dementia. And as many of you know, and many of you have loved ones who have dementia, everyone wants to know if I will have the disease. And how do we make those decisions earlier for patients? So these are, again, very powerful tools, and we want to make them very Africa specific. Again, we're developing dashboards on infection control, surgeries, order set utilization, readmissions. We're looking at our pathways. We're looking at both stroke and acute MI pathways, and we're trying to understand what we can do better to save these patients. And I think that's it from me. And it's asking me to stay here for a longer time. There you go. Oh, no. Okay. I think there you go. Thank you very much.
All right, Ali, before you leave, we have a token of appreciation on behalf of Smart Applications, and I'd like to call our Group Managing Director, Mr. Harrison, to come on stage. Muiru to come on stage. Our Group Managing Director will be able to present this on behalf of the Smart Applications team. Media team, just make sure that once you get it, give me a thumbs up. Delegates, let's appreciate Mr. Ali for that particular presentation. Thank you, Harrison. Thank you for that, and thank you, Ali. And I'd like to call back Maxwell Okoth, if you'd be so kind just to come back on stage. We also have a token of appreciation for you on behalf of the team. And for this, I would like to call forward Board Director Robert Kirubi. Robert Kirubi, if you'd be so kind, Mr. Kirubi, if you'd be so kind just to come and present this. On behalf of the team. All right, we just want to make sure that we can get the photo ops here. We want to get the photo ops here so that now we can be able to proceed from there. Delegates, let's appreciate Mr. Okoth also for that fantastic presentation. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are just slightly changing our program, and we want to go straight into the awards, all right? But before we can be able to do that, we want to have a preamble of the awards, get to have a better understanding of how it's been judged and how it's been conducted, and to guide us on this and to give us a better gist on this particular award ceremony for the Smart Healthcare Awards, I'd like to call for the founder and the CEO of Zenith East Africa. This is none other than Esther Ngomeli. If you'd be so kind as to come forward, Esther, and just guide us on this particular award session. And then now we can be able to proceed from there. Let's appreciate Esther with a warm round of applause. Thank you, Esther. We're looking forward to get a better understanding of it as we proceed.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. I'm privileged today to present, to walk you through the framework that was undertaken for the inaugural Smart Healthcare Awards. And this being the 5th year for the Smart Summit, it was definitely the intention that this year we'll be able to appreciate our partners. And this really is an award that has been to recognize exceptional achievements in the healthcare, with the healthcare and with our partners, and also honoring our providers, insurers, brokers, and to drive progress and excellence. So today for me, the object of this short presentation is just to walk you through the criteria and of course the categories and the framework of the voting process. Now, the significance of this Smart Healthcare Awards today is uniquely by the ecosystem, for the ecosystem to emphasize peer recognition and of course the collective celebration. These awards, and being the inaugural awards, will set the gold standard for excellence by highlighting achievements that drive efficiency, quality, and innovation in healthcare. I believe that every speaker that has stood here has eloquently presented these areas that are part of today's celebration as we award the awardees or the winners for the different categories. The recognition of these awards motivates organizations to innovate, collaborate, and continuously improve patient-centric care. And the awards were created through a transparent, inclusive platform where community voices define leadership and progress in healthcare. Now, we have 4 categories, and I will summarize. The first category is best claim settlement, and I'll walk you through also the voting, or rather the framework for these awards. So the first category is best claims in settlement. Second is best quality of care, best data accuracy, and best adoption in technology. So today, we'll be awarding those 4 categories. Now, a little bit of insights of the different categories. In best claim settlement, this is to recognize an insurer who is excellent in handling claims, reducing the processing time and errors, and also to celebrate accuracy in claims adjudication, ensuring that there is fair, prompt settlement for patients and providers. Again, also this category was to also highlight the commitment of superior customer service, and I believe that most insurance are looking at that, enhancing overall experience of claimants, and of course to acknowledge innovation that amplify complex administrative tasks, and of course to improve transparency in the claim process. So in this process we had quite a number of insurance companies. We'll walk through the voting process, but the second category is best quality of care. Now in this category, we were looking to recognize healthcare providers within the SMART network with outstanding patient healthcare outcomes, and of course safety records. And this category will celebrate also dedication of patient-centered care, and of course to review continuous improvement in service delivery. The highlights also is to look at innovative practices and to also review areas of enhancing treatment effectiveness and patient satisfaction, and acknowledging systems and processes that prioritize safety protocol and holistic well-being. This category again also was to be voted by insurance brokers, and at least we had quite a number within this category that will walk you through the voting process. The third category is best data accuracy, and here we wanted to recognize a healthcare whose data accuracy ensures reliable patient information, critical for effective diagnosis and treatment, robust data governance. We've talked about data and how to ensure safety in use of these data, and of course to ensure integrity in terms of compliance with the regulatory framework. And again, also how do we look at this data that fuels innovation to enable advanced analytics and of course decision-making process. The organization here, we were looking at one that is excelling in advocacy and lay the foundation for trust within the healthcare ecosystem. The last but not least is in the category is the best adoption of technology. We believe that we've talked about the use of technology, and we want to also to encourage that this will be an area for review even in future awards. So this category, we're looking at the outstanding insurer, outstanding healthcare provider whose honors visionary integration of cutting-edge technology in the healthcare operations, as well as highlight solutions that address the pressing healthcare challenges effectively. Again, here we want to celebrate enhancement of patient care through digital innovation and automation, and to also recognize pioneers who use technology as a catalyst for transformative change within the healthcare ecosystem. Now, the role of SMART involvement was to provide a platform for voting, a platform for tallying, and finally a platform for ensuring that we have awards for the various categories. The voting process for the insurance category was voted by the providers, and the providers were voted by the insurers. So this process, which started in last year, from 1st of October, we had a registration process which was online. We had an access portal that was designated for this, and for 30 days, we were able to have the various categories and, of course, the different stakeholders cast their votes. And then also we had the tallying process that was undertaken by the SMART technical team. So with that, without further ado, I would like to call the MC as we celebrate the inaugural SMART Healthcare Awards. And this is the part that you clap, isn't it? Huh?
Great. Let's appreciate Esther Ngomeli with a warm round of applause for giving us that particular preamble and also helping us understand this particular award ceremony. To our online viewers, thank you very much. We're seeing your comments, and also we are glad to have you here. So just a bit of guidance before we get into the awards. I will call the awardee, and the awardee would be the one to come from this particular side. All right, so for all our winners, they will come from my left, all right? From my left side of the stage. Once you come, you get in, get the picture, and then that is going to still be your exit. So all the winners, all the runners-up are going to come from my left side. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, let us get the show on the road. I was talking to the management team, and they said that the winners, it would be prudent as you come on stage, you can be able to come with a little bit of a jig and a little bit of a dance. You can break the dance floor as you come forward, and I've been informed that it might be slightly mandatory for you to do that as a winner. All right? Thank you very much. So, technical team, if you can help me get the podium probably away so that we can get into that. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates, are we ready for the awards? Are we ready for the awards? Let me see by a show of hands. How many believe that they are winning this? I'm winning this. Oh, we're not winning it. So we all have runners up here. How many believe that we are going to win? My category is mine to win. Okay, fantastic. So we want to start with the first category, which is the best insurance provider in claim settlement via Smart EDI. And to give us this particular award, I'd like to call forward Board Director Robert Kirubi, if you'd be so kind as just to come so that we can be able to present this award. Best insurance provider in claim settlements via Smart EDI. And ladies and gentlemen, our second runners-up is... Second runners-up. And this goes to none other than APA Insurance. APA Insurance, where are you? APA Insurance, are they here? Just kindly wave at us. Yes, yes, congratulations. APA Insurance, they are the second runners-up. Best insurance provider in smart settlements. As the DJ looks for drum rolls, thank you very much. Congratulations. Job well done. Thank you very much. Mr. Kirubi, you'll just remain here. This is your cluster until we get to the winner. Thank you, thank you. And our first runners-up, ladies and gentlemen, in this particular cluster, this goes to none other than... goes to none other than Minette, Kenya. Minette, Kenya. Minette, Kenya, where are you? Just kindly wave at us if you're here in the room. Minette? Minette, please, yes, yes, kindly come. Congratulations. Let's appreciate Minette, Kenya. They will come from this side of the stage, all right? Just still okay, still okay, still applies, still applies. Minette, Kenya, congratulations. Congratulations, Minette. Give them a warm round of applause, Minette, Kenya. They're the first runners-up. Congratulations, Minette, Kenya. Thank you. Media team, give me a thumbs up once we're good. Thank you. All right, Mr. Kirubi, the final one. Ladies and gentlemen, and the winner in this particular category, this goes to none other than, you know them, you see them, Old Mutual. Old Mutual, where are you? Old Mutual, are we here? Old Mutual, yes, yes. Please come, please come. Please come. Feel free to come dancing with a little bit of energy to the Old Mutual. Yes. Congratulations. Old Mutual, Old Mutual. Makobi Tafadhali, welcome, welcome, welcome. Congratulations, Old Mutual. Hey. Congratulations. Oh my God, my God. Congratulations. Media team, once you capture that, give me a thumbs up. Let's put our hands together to the winners. Best insurance provider in claim settlement. This goes to Old Mutual. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Robert Kirubi. We appreciate you. Thank you. Congratulations. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we want to go to the next cluster. That is the best insurance in adoption of paperless process. And to guide us on this, to award this, I'd like to call our board member, Mr. Andrew Waititu. He'd be so kind as to come forward. Mr. Andrew Waititu. Welcome, Mr. Waititu. Thank you very much. And all the winners will be able to come from my left. And ladies and gentlemen, the second runners-up, this goes to none other than, in the best insurance in adoption of paperless process, the second runners-up, do we have it on screen? This one goes to none other than this particular cluster. You know them, you see them. CIC Insurance, they are the second runners-up. CIC Insurance, are you here? Yes, yes, they are right here. Congratulations, you are the second runners-up. CIC Insurance Group. Job well done, job well done. Yes, we have given you a run-through as you come here. Congratulations.
I hope you're happy now. I see you flexing on the ground with your sponsor, Susanna. I hope you're happy now. I see you change your skin color.
Congratulations, CIC, second runners-up. Yes, Makofi, asante sana. Yes, congratulations. Lovely smile. Okay. All right, fantastic. And ladies and gentlemen, and the first runners-up in the best insurance in adoption or paperless process, ladies and gentlemen, this goes to none other than, you know them, you see them, and it's Britam Holdings. Britam Holdings. Britam Holdings. Where are Britam Holdings? Congratulations. Job well done, Britam.
Oh, Susanna.
First runners up.
I hope you're happy now. I see you flexing on the ground with your sponsor, Susanna. I hope you're happy now. I see you change your skin color.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much, Britam Holdings. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, the winner in this particular category for the best insurance in adoption of paperless process, ladies and gentlemen, this award goes to none other than a brand that you know very, very well, with a very strong presence in the region. Please put your hands together for none other than Jubilee Insurance. Jubilee, please come dancing to the stage.
You got it on lock, you got it, and that's
congratulations, Jubilee.
you show yourself, you make that
Jubilee Insurance are the winners in this particular category.
Cause they're watching you. Feeling not far, feeling not taste out. Chase that paper when you're star. Yeah, far, yeah.
Congratulations, Jubilee. Congratulations.
Feeling not taste out. Chase that paper
Congratulations. For the board of delegates, let's appreciate Jubilee with a warm round of applause.
And I'm loving the view, you know I love to see my girls on top. Yeah, on things. Woman, you run my world and I'm
Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Waititu. Thank you. And congratulations to Jubilee Insurance. And where are the men in this team? All right. Boy child is suffering. Bona Chair, Bona Harrison. We speak for us. All right, now we want to go to the next category, that is in the best healthcare facility in quality of care. And for this, I'd like to call Board Director Marianne Musangi. You'd be able to do the honors to come and guide us on this. Let's appreciate Marianne as she comes. All right, fantastic. Best healthcare facility in quality of care, ladies and gentlemen, and our second runners-up. This one goes to none other than Penda Health. Penda Health. Penda Health. Penda Health. Penda Dawa. Penda Daktari. Penda Kushinda. Penda Health. Congratulations, Penda Health.
I never met someone like you before. I never felt
Penda Health, congratulations.
mwenye upole tena si mwenye hasira anipende mi mwenyewe.
Penda Health, second runners up.
Awe na subira. Puma baby,
Congratulations. Job well done, job well done.
Puma baby, you replay.
All right. And ladies and gentlemen, in this particular cluster, our first runners-up, ladies and gentlemen, this one goes to none other than an institution that we know very, very well and also associated with for a period of time. Please put your hands together for MP Shah Hospital. MP Shah. MP Shah Hospital, where are you? Are they here? Yes, at the very far end, MP Shah is here. Wapi makofi ya MP Shah? Makofi ya MP Shah, let's appreciate MP Shah.
I never felt something like this before. Mwenye upole tena si mwenye hasira anipende mi mwenyewe tena awe na subira. Puma baby, you replay. Give my baby some dancing shoes. Puma baby, you
All right, congratulations MP Shah, coming in as the first runners-up. And ladies and gentlemen, the winner for this particular category for the best healthcare facility in quality of care, this one, ladies and gentlemen, goes to none other than Aga Khan Hospital. Congratulations. Silent team, your job well done. Congratulations.
I never felt
Wapi makofi Aga Khan? Let's appreciate Aga Khan.
mwenye upole tena si mwenye hasira.
Congratulations Aga Khan.
Tena awe na subira. Puma baby, you replay. Give my baby some dancing shoes. Puma baby, you replay. Playing my favorite tune. Oh, your chairs are ready, your love. Oh, already your love.
Put your hands together for Aga Khan Hospital, ladies and gentlemen.
Pagini ready, your love. Oh, already your love. Chairs are ready, your love. Oh, already.
Job well done. Congratulations Aga Khan. Thank you Marianne. We appreciate you. Thank you for that. All right, and finally, ladies and gentlemen, in the category for the best healthcare facility in data capture, accuracy, and adoption of healthcare technologies. For this, I'd like to call Smart Applications International Board Chair, Mr. Andrew Musangi, if you'd be so kind as to come on stage to be able to award this particular cluster. Let's appreciate the chair as he comes forward. Welcome, sir. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, in this particular cluster, in the second runners-up, best healthcare facility in data capture, accuracy, and adoption of healthcare technologies. This goes to none other than second runners-up, Equity. Congratulations. Put your hands together for AAR. Congratulations, AAR, and a job well done. We absolutely appreciate you. Asante sana. To our chair, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Msange. We appreciate you for that. Fantastic. And we are done. Please give a high five to the person sitting next to you and tell them you are a winner. You are a winner. It is because collaboration is definitely the true north. Collaboration is the true north. All right. Congratulations to all the winners. Please, let's all just give a warm round of applause to all the second runners-up, first runners-up, all the winners on all the categories. May you continue working together. They say collaboration is the true north, and definitely this kind of partnership is the one that can be able to take us forward. All right, and thank you for that. Congratulations all the same. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we want to go into a panel discussion that is from coverage to care, bridging the gap between coverage and care through digital health. And our first panelist, ladies and gentlemen, we have the honor and the privilege of having the CEO of Gertrude's Children Hospital. Please help me appreciate Mr. Robert Nyarango as he comes forward. Welcome. Makofi tafadhali ya Mr. Robert Nyarango as he comes forward. And ladies and gentlemen, our second panelist is the General Manager, Health Business at Heritage Insurance. Please help me appreciate Mr. Anthony Mwangi. Anthony Mwangi as he comes forward to join the panel. And our second panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is the Associate General Manager, Health Risk at Minet. Please help me appreciate Dr. Ngatia Gakere. Dr. Ngatia Gakere, is he here? Dr. Gakere? Yes, please, let's appreciate him as he comes forward. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is the head of Systems BI and Automation at Penda Health. Please help me appreciate Kenneth Mugambi. Kenneth Mugambi. Makofi tafadhali for Kenneth Mugambi as he comes forward. And ladies and gentlemen, also joining the panel is the CEO Britam Insurance Kenya. Please help me appreciate with a warm round of applause Mr. James Mbithi as he comes to join the panel. Makofi tafadhali ya James Mbithi. Welcome, Mr. Mbithi. And to moderate this particular panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, is a true architect of digital transformation, Chief Digital Officer at Smart Applications International. Please put your hands together for Mr. Collins Ngeno as he comes to moderate this particular panel. Looking forward to the conversation. Over to you, Mr. Ngeno, as we take this conversation forward. Welcome.
Thank you, Ian. And just to start us off, I would request my panelists to perhaps introduce themselves so that we know who is here with us. I know as they were being called, we perhaps may not have gotten the institutions they represent. And I think I'll just begin from my far right, just your name and institution before we begin.
Good evening. My name is James Mbithi, CEO and Principal Officer, Britam General. Pleasure to be here.
Good evening. My name is Kenneth Mugambi. I'm the head of Systems Automation and Business Intelligence at Penda Health.
Good evening. My name is Ngatia Gikere, Associate General Manager, Health Risk Advisor, Minet, Kenya.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anthony Mwangi. I look after the health business at Heritage and Liberty Insurance.
My name is Nyarango Robert, CEO at Gertrude's Hospital.
Thank you. And to kick us off, I'll begin with Kenneth. Penda Health operates the clinics in some of the underserved regions in this country. What simple technologies have you deployed just to make sure you get the desired impact for these communities?
Thank you. Good question. So at Penda Health, we operate in mostly very highly populated areas. And what this presents is very high patient volumes with middle to very low incomes and some of access challenges. And this then pushes us to be very efficient because the only way to deliver the kind of quality care that we are winning awards for is to make sure that we are very efficient, that we can see as many patients as possible. So we have a very integrated system where the system that sees the patient is the system that all other things start from and happen in. And I will call it a tool because in one of the presentations here, we say the system is not a solution, it is a tool. So this tool helps us to plan our supplies very efficiently. This is pharma supplies, GenMed supplies, and it is the same tool that our frontline teams or clinical teams
use to serve our patients, which means they see patient profiles and history from there. They are able to document information for the patient journey when they visit us in the medical centers on this same tool. And then the tool is very well equipped to create workflows that create efficiency and transfer of information from one station of care to the other within the patient's visit. So this makes things very efficient for us. It makes data very available to us so that we know which areas we need to optimize. We know where our patients are spending more time waiting and everything. But it also sets us up for integrations with, let's say, third-party administrators. It supports our billing processes. So I would say that our core system is the tool that really supports us to reach as far as we reach. But it's also the foundation for other efforts that we make to assist the patient get alternative ways of accessing care, given the challenges of the areas that we operate in, which means it's the system that supports our telemedicine efforts, is a system that supports our chat napenda efforts, where patients chat with us to initiate their care journey.
Thank you. And just keeping on the provider side, I'll come to Dr. Nyarango. As one of the region's leading pediatric hospitals, how has technology improved your patient outcomes and clinical decision making?
So first of all, thanks for having me. We started a quality and safety journey about 10 years ago, 10, 15 years ago. And the biggest intervention in improving quality and safety is standardization. Standardizing practice across, because we have multiple sites and very many practitioners. If you don't standardize practice, then you're not assured of getting the best quality. So for us, I think the easiest way to standardize was adoption of technology. Of course, the biggest tools for standardization are standard treatment guidelines, protocols, and so on and so on and so on. So we did our first standard treatment guidelines about 15 years ago. And the idea was to try and use them to standardize care, especially on the outpatient side. But the challenge then was that if you don't have a platform on which to communicate with the practitioners and to have it widely available, then it was very hard to do that. So we did a system with that in mind. We adopted an electronic medical record also around the same time, about 15 years ago. So we were able to integrate practice standards and the EHR. And of course, build in tools that will help with decision support, but also integrate other already existing decision support tools to standardize care. So I think for me, that's the biggest issue, is how to use technology to standardize care. Obviously, because of standardization, you're able also to track the practice across. You're able to share data because we had an integrated system. You're able to track data across. And most importantly, I think it was alluded to in the morning by Maxwell, you're able to provide what we call continuity of care, so that if a patient went to whatever facility, the record is existing, the practitioner will know what was done by the other practitioner. They will be able to build on what was done, but also identify gaps in the care process. Because one of the things we do is that we do a very big preventive program. So it's very easy for a patient who comes for service X to figure out the gaps in care, for example, vaccination, and then roll that out across. So continuity of care was also one of those big issues. Then out of that whole process, of course, data comes out, and you're able to use the data to analyze it and use it for practice improvement.
Thank you. And jumping on to the insurer side, I would want to hear from Anthony. How can insurers work more closely with hospitals to improve patient experience and reduce administrative delays?
Okay, I think the first thing, and I'm sure each of you has gone to hospital, and majority of the people in the room have insurance. So one of the first things that happens after you've probably been on the queue for 30 minutes at the reception area, the first thing you do when you go for attention, they ask you, do you have insurance? And then you say yes. And the second question, which insurance company? And then you say, and the third thing, what happens? They give you a form. So you've been on the queue for 30 minutes, and then the next thing is you've been given a form to fill in. So if you think about it, it's a waste of your 30 minutes. If there was another way you would have put in all that information when you went there, and you are on the queue to see a doctor, I think that's one of the big inefficiencies. And then the second thing, once you've been seen and probably there's medicine to be dispensed, or you're supposed to go to the labs, usually, Dr. Nyarango here, my friend, the providers tell the patient, we are waiting for insurance. If you think about it, probably most of the time, the insurance probably doesn't even have that request for pre-authorization. And I think what we are saying here is we'd like to have a real-time tracking of service. So once the patient has gone to the hospital and they've been seen, and actually there's a pre-auth that has been generated, are they able to have real-time information? The three parties, the patient knows that a pre-authorization has been sent to Heritage, and Heritage knows that there's a client waiting for the pre-authorization. And if there's that real-time tracking, it then makes the patient experience very good, because there are a lot of frustrated patients who don't know, is the delay coming from the hospital, is the delay coming from the insurance company? And of course, the third thing is around automation of pre-authorizations. If you think about it, you've gone and seen a doctor, they are jotting down their notes, whether on the computer or on paper. If they are able to put in whatever they have seen from their lab results, from the observations they have made of you physically, then you are supposed to be having a facility where we do automated pre-authorizations. It doesn't have to wait for the insurance company, because we've already fed those metrics and they're able to judge whether is this condition covered, is the prescribed medication the correct one for this particular illness. And these automated pre-auths would go a long way. The fourth thing think about is the EDI, the electronic data interchange. And I know there's a lot of adoption of EDI across the industry, but you still find not all the providers are compliant, and there are a lot of paper claims that go to insurance companies, which is a total waste of time. And you think about it in terms of errors, in terms of the inefficiencies, and you'll go to insurance companies and they'll tell you we have digitized our claims process. So what happens is, once I receive the papers, I put them through our EDMS system, I scan them, but if you think about it, we've only automated an inefficiency, because you're still dealing with that paper. You're still having to key in or to do scanning for that paper. There's really no automation that you have done. So I think EDI is also a big one as far as improving the experience of both the patient and even the provider, who in this case provided the service. They expect their money in the shortest time possible. And I think I heard Dr. Maxwell say that receivables is a big problem for providers. If we were doing EDI, I believe would eliminate that problem.
Thank you. I'll go to Mr. Mbithi. From an insurer's perspective, what digital innovations are helping bridge the gap between coverage and actual care delivery?
Thank you very much. From an insurance perspective, to bridge the gap between healthcare and coverage really is to look at how do we leverage on technology. You know, we've always been in this industry that there is always a tag that insurance is sold, it's never bought. But then every customer and every person actually needs a pre-funded sort of a benefit for them to access cover and to take the pain of that cash paying aspect from their pocket. And so leveraging on technology, digital technologies, and also digital ecosystems, we can be able to embed insurance into the lifestyles of our customers, making the insurance product itself first accessible, affordable, because distributing insurance is very expensive and especially in our markets and actually in our continent. But then on the other side, once then we deliver the product to the customer, it's to ask ourselves, how do we then partner from a technology perspective with the service providers, with the hospitals, to have frictionless operations. I think when you look at our industry today, every provider and every insurance company who is here, every payer who is here, like we sometimes we are referred to. Everyone has a big reconciliation department, and reconciliation, that word reconciliation is actually synonymous. But when you look at reconciliation, I think it's actually a byproduct of the inefficiencies that we have. It's a byproduct of the manual processes that we have. And so with deployments of data sharing, interchange of data, being able to get real-time data, we can actually be able to get to a partnership that is frictionless as partners, both the payers and also the supply side, but also more importantly, then also be able to serve customers with ease without a lot of waiting times. If I look at the current penetration of insurance at the 2.3 penetration, and we are working as providers to actually see how do we cross to 10%. But the truth is, the current brick and mortar that we have, if we are to cross to that 10%, our current systems, our current models cannot actually be able to handle that. And so at this time that we're doing a lot of member education, I think it's all of us as players to ask ourselves, how do we come together and invest together, but also work together then to make the change that is needed. It's still surprising that we still have claim forms many years ago. You know, the first, before, initially we had post office, and then there was innovation of emails. So an email came to be, and it's surprising that we're still working on emails, approvals through emails, when actually we are supposed to be doing real-time approvals. And so some of these technologies that were new then, they're actually outdated, and our customers don't want them. The people who are receiving care don't want them, because that wait time that takes 2 hours, and it can be explained with whichever language, process engineering, medicine and all that. But the truth is, it doesn't make sense to the customer. And so how do we come together and then change that from a customer proposition perspective? Thank you.
Thank you. So, Dr. Ngatia, you, in your role, of course, you manage and deal with both insurers and providers as Minet. So, from your perspective, what are the biggest gaps in how data flows between these two parties, and how does that impact risk or the other operational elements like pricing, claims, management, and etc.?
Thank you for the question. As Minet, we are both a broker and an MIP. So yes, indeed, we do stand at a very good vantage point. Given that the issue that we have with the data currently is not that it's not there. The data is present. It's just that it's not standardized. We don't get it in real time. And also we don't get it in real time, basically. So now it feels as though each and every player in this particular market has a certain side of a story. So the service providers will have their own side of a story when it comes to a patient. The underwriter will get a very different story. The broker or the person in between will definitely get a very different story altogether. So with that fragmentation of that particular data, it basically converts what you'd call a very predictable medical risk, in a medical cost rather, into this avoidable financial risk. So what that does in turn is that whenever the actuarist from the underwriter side is not able to get data that informs them about things like severity, incidents and other things, they will tend to give a blanket kind of a cost to everything, and that literally pushes things to the right side. It makes things a bit more expensive. When it comes to this other side of claims, people tend to use a lot of time in admin functions trying to figure out, are people adhering to the tariffs? Is this actually meant to be approved or not? So that delay causes a lot of dispute. The dispute causes more delay, and it becomes a very huge, it spirals off. So indeed, this will change a few things, and cost will definitely increase. And how cost increases, from my perspective, is that not only does it increase on a direct perspective, but also indirectly, because the patient is experiencing some form of delay. Can you put a cost to that particular pain? Can you put a cost to the anguish that they're actually experiencing during that particular period in time? On this other hand, we have the very direct costs where everyone wants to play from a guarded position, and you get your service providers, because of that credit risk, tend to price things a bit more. And then the insurer on this other side wants to try and save something, so they increase on the premium. So it just becomes a very huge cycle that increases the cost.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And unfortunately, we're not doing so well on time. So I'd like to hear maybe your parting shots from Mr. Mbidi on that side coming this way as we wrap up this panel discussion.
Thank you very much. I think for me, my parting shots is customer expectations have shifted. We are no longer in the year 2000. If anything, our customers, we are already living ahead of time. And the ahead of time, what it means is that customers want everything instant. And so if your customer service charter has something called a turnaround time, you need to go look at it, look at how do you use technology to tear it and actually throw it in the nearest dustbin. Thank you.
Yeah, I think from a technology standpoint, the biggest opportunity I see will be to encourage players in the sector to build from the inside. And by this, I mean fix our internal processes, automate them more and more. This will not only prepare us to integrate and exchange information with each other, but it will also solve the problems that some of which we've seen statistics from Harrison on, that we lose maybe 50% of clinician time doing administrative things. We have, 20 to 30% losses on from inefficiencies. So fixing our processes internally will empower our frontline teams to deliver the best experience that our patients require.
On my side, I'd like to say that with this data and with everything that we've discussed today, the whole idea is just not to link service providers to the insurer for faster claims management and payment. I think we would be missing the point. I think this grants us an opportunity to do more. We can start engaging in things like utilization management, just trying to track how people are adherent to the clinical pathways. And with that brings in a new frontier in terms of health financing and the health financing mechanism. So we can now start looking at things like value-based care, predictive analytics when it comes to matters cost savings and cost cutting and the like. So let's just not miss the bigger picture, because you're very micro on how we look at things. And this is a very good thing that converts things from cover to actual care.
Yeah, for me, I think would be shared accountability, especially between the insurance companies and the service providers, the hospitals, because at the center there's a patient, and I think sometimes we tend to be too interested with us insurers keeping the claims as low as possible. I don't know whether they have a KPI to make the claims as high as possible, but I would like conversations to change to outcomes and not activity. And with this, I mean, I want to go to the hospital and tell them that instead of giving me a volume discount, because volume discount means very many claims that I've given them. So, and ultimately those claims I'm the one who's going to pay anyway. Even that discount, I believe some way, somehow I'm the one to pay it. We should be looking at outcomes. So, do we have readmissions? So how can we cut readmissions? How do we make sure that we've provided care in a way that the patient doesn't have to come back to the hospital again? How can we make sure that we are adopting technologies so that all these administrative costs that end up making insurance very expensive? And it's very difficult to sell insurance, I'll tell you. There are a lot of insurance people in here. So the higher the cost of insurance, at some point it becomes unsustainable. And people will not buy insurance. And With that, we need to make sure that as insurance companies and the providers, we are keeping the operating costs as low as possible, focus on clinical outcomes, and with that, it's a win-win for everybody, including the patient. And I'm very happy to hear about Smart Detect AI. And I'm happy to be an early adopter of that technology, because what it tells me is if I'm able to deploy it properly, I don't need to get to do a pre-auth for any approval. I believe it will be an express approval for whenever my patients go to hospital. So I think let's work together with the three parties, both the underwriters, the service providers, and the third parties like Smart. Thanks.
Thank you. So I hope Tony will not be looking for me for a discount after this. So the two things, actually three. Number one, I think the reason why the ecosystem is built the way it's built is to address a trust deficit among all the parties. And I think one of the things that the platform like Smart have done is that it creates transparency, and that transparency, I think, is a starting point to address that trust deficit, so that when Tony sees my invoice, his first reaction is to not to get an army of people to verify whether it's accurate. That's the trust deficit I'm talking about. Or when I send you for pre-authorization, on my side, I'm not too sure whether he's going to authorize, whether he's going to pay, and that kind of thing. So I think data and technology, in my mind, would go a long way in addressing that trust deficit. And my sense is that unless we address it, then the other good things that you should focus on may take too much time to attend to. So it's a challenge to really all the parties, as Tony has said, providers, insurance, actuaries, and employers to figure out how do we embrace technology more, how do we become more data transparent, and how do we use it genuinely for decision making. To the reduction of the improvement of trust deficit obviously will lead to reducing operational cost, because then all the costs that we put around it is just to address that trust deficit. Number two, once we address that, I think the next thing is how do we use data and technology for continuity of care? Because as somebody said in the morning, the healthcare system, whether it's just within the provider, one provider, or among providers, or between providers and the other parties, the level of fragmentation is just too much. So how do we use data and technology to significantly reduce that level of fragmentation, which then will lead to integration and continuity of care for the patients, because ultimately the patient is the beneficiary. Lastly is what Tony has said, moving to applying data and analytics, and also having a conversation around outcomes. The experience we have, and let's give two examples. The experience we have that the more technology you adopt and the more transparent you are with data, your quality improves. But the benefits of that quality, number one, is that you're able to predict cost better, and you're able to even discuss with underwriters to say, look, my cost of care will be this. And it's something that you know because you've standardized and you know the outcomes. Number two, outcomes inevitably, not inevitably, most of the time, will lead to more cost effectiveness. If your average length of stay goes down, then you have less patients coming to the ward, which is probably bad for the providers, but it's good for everybody. Because this journey that the patient was to make to the hospital and the additional care that was to be given, which now moves into in the realm of waste, will be avoided. So technology and data can help in improving quality, which has the benefit of improving outcomes, which then outcomes has the ultimate benefit of reducing the cost of care production. Care provision. In the outpatient sector, when we started a journey 15 years ago, our revisit rate was 2%. And we see very many, patients in the thousands per day. We've reduced that to 1%. So I'm sure in that process, everybody benefits. Tony here benefits the payer, and the patient doesn't have to make the trip. Our inpatient admission rate moves from 5%, now is about 2.2%. The best standard in the world is 4.9%. So in that process as well, because the outcomes are good, the cost effectiveness of care also improves. Someone talked about antibiotics in the morning today. 15 years ago, if a patient came to us, averagely they went out with 3 drugs. Now they're going out with about 2.1, because then you're looking at aligning the treatment outcomes to practice for each individual doctor, then aggregating that data and looking at the practice for the entire organization and saying, look, if a patient does not require an antibiotic, don't give them antibiotics. So it's good outcomes for the patient, but ultimately the outcome leads to more cost effectiveness because the cost of care goes down for everybody. So those are just a few examples, but the point I'm making is that if you use data and technology to improve quality, then ultimately the cost effectiveness of care also improves in the long run. So trust, using data and technology to address the trust deficit, using data and technology to improve integration and remove fragmentation, and then ultimately moving to a conversation of using data and technology to improve outcomes, which ultimately leads to an improved cost effectiveness of care.
Thank you. Would really have loved to continue this subject on digital healthcare, but in the interest of time, please help me appreciate the panel, even as I hand over back to Ian. Ian, welcome. Thank you.
All right, thank you to our panelists. We'll just kindly request if you can be able just to come and step forward. We have a token of appreciation on behalf of Smart Applications. I'd like to call our board member, Mr. Andrew Waitito, will be able to come and do the honors to just give a token of appreciation to our panelists. All right, media team, you'll just be able to give me a thumbs up once we have captured this. All right, delegates on the floor, let's appreciate our panel with a warm round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Collins Ngeno, and thank you also to the captains of industry for guiding this particular conversation very, very well. We appreciate you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the very tail end of this particular program, and we want to now go into the fireside discussion that is going to be on measurable impact of health technology for healthcare providers. And for our past panelist of the fireside discussion is the chairperson, Kenya Association of Private Hospitals. Please help me appreciate Eric Musau as he comes to join us. Dr. Eric Musau as he comes to join us. And also joining the fireside, ladies and gentlemen, one of our partners for this particular summit, the CEO of Metropolitan Hospital. Please put your hands together for Dr. Kanyenje Gakombe as he comes forward. Makofi tafadhali. We're getting the applause from one table. Let's appreciate Dr. Gakombe. I know it's been a long day. Let's keep at it. Let's keep at it. Thank you for your patronage. And ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this particular fireside discussion is a former CEO, Kenya Healthcare Federation. Please help me appreciate with a warm round of applause, Dr. Tim Theory as he comes forward. Makofi tafadhali, Tim Theory. Welcome, Tim. Asante sana. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. This is the last session of the evening and the day, and we stand between you getting home in a car or in a boat. I'll ask my panelists to introduce themselves, what they do, and particularly why they do what they do. Dr. Musau.
Thank you, team. I was hoping you don't ask difficult questions. So my name is Dr. Eric Musau. I serve as the chairperson of the Kenya Association of Private Hospitals. And why I do it is because it's primarily for the reason that we are here. And we operate in a very isolated ecosystem. And operating in an isolated ecosystem is very difficult, to tell an industry story. So we are working towards ensuring that we tell an industry story that is able to influence policy and able to create an environment where healthcare becomes an investable sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Gakombe.
Right, my name is Kanyenje Gakombe. I wear a couple of hats. One is the CEO of the TMG Group, which brings together Metropolitan and London hospitals. And the second is that I'm ambassador at large for Murang'a County, where I advise the governor on matters to do with health. So for those of you who may know, Murang'a County is pretty digitized in health. That's part of the work we've been doing. I've been in this space for a long time, from 1994. And when I started off trying to run a private hospital, it quickly became apparent that there were many things that needed to be fixed outside of the sector. And so I got involved, in trying to expand the hospital to what it is today. We started at 34 beds, and we are now doing robotic knee surgery. And secondly, because Metropolitan as a single institution could not raise the quality of healthcare for Kenyans across the country by directly providing care, we've been very keen to provide leadership in trying to raise the bar in tech, in quality, and so on. And that's why I also wear a third hat as the chair of the Kenya Healthcare Federation.
Thank you. What he missed out is that he does software as a side hustle. And I will begin with him. I mean, the journey of Metro has been one of many firsts. And technology for you has not been an event. It's been a journey. What is the one thing that you think technology, if done well, can help with improving patient outcomes? What is the one thing? And if you have a number to it, please put some numbers to it.
The principal trigger of my getting into tech was because, I got tired of being told I didn't know. You know, I would ask things and I would be told, we'll find the information for you. So things were always late. And secondly, we were leaking like a sieve. We were losing money and nobody seemed to quite understand why we were doing so, perhaps because we are young in the industry. And 3 years on, it became clear what Max was saying here earlier, that unless we got a system that basically ran things, we are not going to improve quality of care and you're not going to be financially sustainable. So technology for us became a key driving pillar in patient experience, operational excellence, and in financial sustainability. And I dare say that all things considered, we are more sustainable than many of our peers. I think Dr. Musau can testify to that fact, that we are more sustainable than many of our peers because we are pretty good at managing our costs and making our claims to insurance companies to the extent that we consider the insurance industry our friend, which is not very common for providers because most of us tend to see them as unnecessary, I won't say evil, but basically an unhappy relationship where you deal with them because you must. In our case, we are quite happy to work in partnership to solve problems. And that's where SMART has been very, very critical in our journey because they created a bridge that would connect us and they said we shouldn't call them pairs, that would connect us and the underwriters and others who pay for their clients. And we've been in that space, and we've encouraged others to be in that space, because our view was that fraudsters were exploiting a space, a gap between we, the providers, and the payers. And that fundamentally we were not dishonest. We simply were healthcare professionals dealing with accountants and insurance professionals who didn't quite understand each other's language. So a bridge that became a translator of information between us. And I remember encouraging Harrison and the SMART team to not only be in identification, but to build a bridge between us, because identification was not enough. And when they did, I celebrated like somebody who was a shareholder of SMART, because it was very smart for us. And in those days, we agreed we needed a system that was smart for patients. I hope, Harrison, you remember. Smart for patients, smart for providers, and then it would be smart for payers, although they are the ones who initially initiated it. So to cite Metropolitan's impact, or the impact of a tech, our claim recovery rate has been in the high 90s. Actually, with many payers, 97.5%. And for some who are not insurers, they are not as rigorous in checking their claims, 100% year on year for something like 5 years. We are now internationally accredited through COSASA. We couldn't afford JCI. So we are one of 6 hospitals in Kenya with international accreditation. And it would not have been possible without robust use of data. So as we sit here, the basic foundation is done. And we are now moving into AI. But let me just give you a simple illustration. Our catering unit went to visit Nairobi Hospital, and they were very happy with the menus patients were filling, so that you could choose your meal. Now, we are a medium cost hospital. We could not afford the paper-based system Nairobi Hospital used. Yet we still needed to give clients or patients choice within our menu limitations. So we built an app, a catering app, where food is ordered online, labeled in the kitchen, distributed to patients, because that tool made it possible not to have somebody at the back end trying to count how many cabbages and how many potatoes and how many kilos of meat to prepare, because the analytic engine did that in the background. So anything we see that we do, we want to digitize it, because we believe it is key to what the health sector needs. And we are among the first to integrate with SHA for the very same reason, that we operate seamlessly so that patients can benefit.
Thank you. You've had the first Glovo in the hospital. Musau, when you visit a hospital, and I think it's something that frustrates me quite often. Come in, go see the registration or billing person, go see the triage nurse, go to the doctor, you're told what needs to be done, you're sent back to the billing person for either a lab test or an imaging solution that you need. Come back to the doctor, and then you'll still need to go and see the finance person again should you need medication. And I think the CMIO from Aga Khan, you could see in the discharge process that you're spending a lot of time in finance. In a normal outpatient visit, you're only seeing the clinical people 3 out of 5 times. How do you use technology, in your opinion, to smoothen that, so that whatever you need to go and do in a hospital, that is to see the clinician, is actually what you get to do? Yeah.
Thank you, team. I think my observation has been that healthcare is a relatively young sector, also private healthcare ecosystem. And I keep saying that many of the private hospitals you see around were not there 25 years ago. Very few hospitals were in existence 25 years ago. And therefore, the clinical pathways that now inform the claims management system have never been reviewed. So they were designed based on the practitioners that were there initially. And right now, they've never been reviewed to reflect the current realities. And I think this particular to and fro is from fear of claim rejection, is fear of financial loss. So there is need for these particular processes to be standardized so that they are applicable everywhere. If you go to, or if you look at the typical bank loan appraisal process, it's almost similar across all banks, just with the exception of a few variations here and there. They have cutoffs depending on your balance sheet and your risk appetite in terms of what goes to the internal credit review committee, what goes to the board credit committee, and so on and so forth. So from a healthcare perspective, it's the high time we standardized that particular process so that when you go to Metropolitan, and I thank Dr. Gakombe, who once accommodated me for a benchmarking process. So you'd find that some hospitals have an outpatient visit model where you start with triage and then you go to billing. Then you have others there, you go to registration, then you go to billing, then you go to triage. So unless these processes are standardized across so that you can now embed digital platforms to ease and shorten that turnaround time, it becomes very difficult to customize for each and every hospital operation.
Thank you. 29 million people so far registered under SHA. More than 10,600 facilities already empaneled. And they definitely, in the private sector, we have more in terms of the claims volume and the claims value. And we still have a lot of questions that remain unanswered. How, in your opinion, Musa, or what do you think, in your opinion, should we as a private sector do? Want to integrate better with SHA, but more importantly, to ensure that the money flows into the sector through SHA? And what is the role of people like SMART in this?
All right, thank you. I think the first problem that needs to be sorted out is the trust deficit. And I think somebody mentioned about it early in the morning. And the problem with trust deficit is that solutions are not designed to be efficient, but they are designed to make sure you steal as little as possible. So they end up being extremely lengthy. So that's usually the thinking behind it. So how do we make this system so theft-proof, regardless of how many layers and layers of processes we embed? Today we were trying to sort out a problem that involves a new requirement where you're supposed to provide pre- and post-op imaging for discharges. And that's a very expensive, environmental and friendly, and sometimes exposing patients to unnecessary radiation. But the idea behind it is to curb fraud. So we have systems, basically what you're doing is designing fraud curbing and detection system. And that is as a result of a very low trust within the entire ecosystem. So I think any system that's not designed around that makes it very difficult for it to be efficient. So when you look at systems like what SMART does, so one of the things is to provide historical data as to how claims have always been and evolved over time. Because I think that historical knowledge is sometimes lacking when you're designing the systems. So that it's a general accepted rule worldwide that as you increase the volume or the number of people who are insured, the utilization rates automatically go up, not because the disease burden has gone up, but you now have provider-induced demand that comes as a result of that. That's an internationally accepted issue. So then that shouldn't be confused with fraud, and then you end up with a system that is technically layered to fight fraud more than it is designed to ensure that it is efficient and time costly to the patient. Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Gakombe, we've had numerous conversations with you about the usefulness of data, and the information that is sequenced out of it. And I'll ask you to talk about a particular example where during COVID, one of your doctors had fairly good outcomes and how you go to identify that.
Thank you, Tim. But before I do that, it's crucial for the payers who don't want to be called payers to understand that every doctor is actually told about cost effectiveness in training. We are taught to use the WHO list of drugs. We are taught, but the problem is that when it is presented by insurers, not a university, not an academic institution, it sounds as if you simply want to cut as, to keep a bigger share of the cake rather than discuss about health economics. So some of the messages you have are better conveyed by intermediaries, either through data, like what SMART is providing, SMART Analytics, or universities that have now gone into that space or beginning to look at health systems management. But to come back to the point, we do peer comparison on an ongoing basis. Physicians with physicians, MOs with MOs, outcomes, repeat visits, everything. And during COVID, we quickly found out that one of our doctors had much higher survival rates than the others. And she seemed to have, she seemed to have better outcomes than some other hospitals. And we quickly got this data out. We shared it with the doctors. It created quite a bit of heat because we were told we like being number one. So there were issues about why we are embarrassing people. But the data was anonymized. But the point is that this doctor became a trainer, not just Metropolitan staff. She began to collaborate and train doctors as far as Kisumu. We are cooperating with Kisumu. We are cooperating with KU. And therefore, the impact went beyond what we are doing ourselves. And it's only possible because we are looking at data. And some of you may also remember that we began to publish a dashboard about vaccination. There was a debate whether vaccines work. And we began to publish a dashboard about the admissions we were getting, especially the ones who were going to ICU, whether they had had the one jab or the two jabs. And we got our own data. We needed more data, so we got Avenue to participate. We got Nairobi Women to participate. And we published that dashboard for as long as COVID and the vaccination persisted. And it seemed to indicate that even if you got COVID, but you had had one jab, you are less likely to go to ICU, and therefore much less likely to die. So for me, it cannot be gainsaid about the value of data. And I think we in this room also need to realize that hospital managers are not very powerful. Never mind how we may portray ourselves. We deal with highly trained professionals. Many times they want to know, says who? Who says I'm overprescribing? Who says I'm keeping patients too long in the hospital? Who says my surgeries are longer than somebody else? Data empowers us to say, well, compared to your peers, peer hospitals, peer practitioners, you are an outlier. And again, in one of our studies, we found there was a big debate about whether medical officers or consultants, who has better outcomes, because one of our best doctors did not have a master's in medicine, he had a master's in public health. And so we got the analysis out, and there was no difference except that his antibiotic cost was 10% higher, and that he reduced, but he also had a shorter length of stay than everybody else. And during COVID, he also had very good outcomes. So it allows us to actually even establish at what point should care be provided. Can a nurse practitioner, midwife, achieve the same outcomes for normal delivery as an obstetrician gynecology? And if yes, then delivering at the level of the nurse midwife clearly saves money because the investment in her training has not been as long. So many of the arguments we have, many of the debates we have can be addressed by applied research through looking at analytics to drive quality first up and to drive cost down, because we are scientists and we tend to not debate too much. If the science shows that Dr. Musau is doing better than I, then I'll go and benchmark with him. So data does help us spotlight practices that are good and therefore helps us to drive the right culture and behavior. But one of the key missing things, and I think we'll be remiss if we leave here without addressing it, and I think it was mentioned earlier, we now generally are all digitized. You know, the level of digitization, and we maybe need to come up with a scorecard, because I say my hospital is digitized, somebody says they are fully digitized. I'm digitized up to the kitchen, some of my inpatient records are manual. We need to be like, have a scorecard that says, what is digitized? What does it mean? You know, so that if we say a hospital is fully digitized, then we can say, indeed, we've scored and they are digitized everywhere, including the laundry, if laundry is part of the scorecard. The need to use common references. And we've already achieved that for doctors, because you're now telling doctors, quote your KMPDC number, and dentists. Pharmacists need to do the same. I don't think we are enforcing that yet. The need to use common diagnostic codes, common procedure codes, common coding for everything, including patients, will allow us to now use that data in an even more impactful way, because Dr. Musau will be this Musau, not many other Musau. It's a pretty common name. It's like Mwangi, where I come from. So the Mwangi who is number 2 is not the Mwangi who is number 3. And we can then have conversations about where the outcomes are best. And again, to all of us here, in the absence of clinical outcome data, then your patients use infrastructure as a surrogate for quality. Who has better rooms, who has a better kitchen, who has better catering, because that's the only way they can judge one hospital for the next. So we then focus, and I'm not saying those things are not important. The hospitality side is important, comfort is important. But if we do not have performance metrics from the most important outcomes for a hospital, then many of us will invest our money not in medical equipment and clinical training and upgrading skills, but on the hostel side of the hospital. And I've never known anyone who wants to go on holiday and says, I am going to choose a hospital with the best kitchen as the place to go and enjoy there are hotels for that, including this one. So using the data that is coming out will help us know that Gertrude's is actually providing world-class service, so people do not need to go to India or to Turkey. That the Aga Khan is a world-class hospital, people do not need to travel everywhere. That Metropolitan has very high standards, so we can be trusted to give safe care to patients. It's crucial. I know Shah has started it. I know it's a conversation you've had with Harrison many times. I'm hoping by the next summit, we'll be able to say the following all have a common reference. And please spare us the job of doing what? Reporting to some in ICD-10 and reporting to others in ICD-11. Because ultimately, and this is also an important national point, any cost that you heap on a hospital is pushed right back in the form of a bill. Okay? Because we have to be sustainable. So when Shah says we take x-rays after surgery, that cost is added to a bill. When we have to fill three pre-authorizations instead of one, because you want to approve in bits and pieces, you'll still bear the cost. So data will help, hopefully, to let those who pay know that Metropolitan's claims are usually okay, so you can pay us at face value, and Musau's are not as great, so you send him to me, so that you can also pay him at face value. Because there is no point in having one center of excellence in something in a country and the rest are not doing well. Not least because of the fact that if any of us fall sick, and it happened when was he a vice president? When he had that aircraft accident in Busia. And this is something we must remember and remind Kenyans. Those who were in it, and there were all people who had world-class healthcare, maybe someone on Bupa, someone on AR, Gold Card, they were taken to a clinical officer because that was the nearest facility available for their rescue. So we need to raise the bar across the country so that everybody can get good care wherever it is as a minimum standard. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Musau. If money was no item and you had all the resources and the political power in the sector, how would you use technology to bring change?
That's a difficult question because at what point is money never a problem? But technology is meant to work for people and not people working for technology. And therefore, systems should always be designed with the end goal of making life better and more efficient to the end user. And therefore, I think right now we're generating a lot of data in all our institutions. And it would be great to ensure that we are using data to build and create more efficient systems. For example, just look at claims management. I like what Maxwell presented earlier in terms of what just the claims process is able to teach you. And for the longest time, the insurance sector, more so the medical insurance sector, has been on a loss-making streak for 15, 17 years, with the exception of the COVID years for obvious reasons. And I think the data that is generated more so by intermediaries like SMART should make us go back to the drawing board and figure out where are we losing the ball when it comes to, is it an underwriting problem? Is it a fraud problem? Is it utilization problem? So how do we look at it from that perspective? Have the underwriting assumptions changed over the years? There are always assumptions that, you know, this particular age group is less risky, this other particular age group is more risky. Have those patterns changed over the years? And that can only be achieved through data. But at the end of the day, it is to serve the person and make sure that, you know, service delivery is effective, it's fast, and it yields the intended results.
As we come to you, Dr. Gakombe, and as we give your closing remarks, we've had a situation where the human resources for health component of healthcare has for the longest time been very manual in how we look at it and how we deal with it. Most of our counties, the places where you find the most bloated staff numbers, ghost workers commonly called that, is in healthcare. What can we do about that and using tech to introduce efficiency in how we manage our human resource in terms of output and definitely to shareholders' value for money?
Right across the sector, the health sector is generally not efficient, okay? Because of the many interfaces we have, many products, many cadres, many departments, we generally, by nature, are not efficient. So the first thing tech will do for us is integration and the removal of information asymmetry, including in HRH, right? Today, tech offers us the capacity to ensure that whoever is supposed to be at a certain place serving people is at that certain place serving people. And I know SHA is at that point where they are beginning to geofence doctors so that if you're supposed to be in Murang'a County Hospital, you are there. They got the design a bit wrong, they have fixed it, but there is a lot of opportunity to ensure that A, if you're supposed to be at a place working, you are there working. B, you are doing the things that you are credentialed to do. You are practicing within your scope, because even scope, and we have begun to implement that, can be limited using tech, so that if you are an obstetrician, the system doesn't allow you to go and do general surgery except in a dire emergency. And if you are a medical officer, you are being medical officer. So first, we can identify all the cadres of staff in our country. 2, we can geofence them to be where they're supposed to be. And 3, we can solve an emerging problem of scope of practice. Because one of the new challenges we are having is that today, surgery can be done by radiologists who've done interventional radiology. It can be done by surgeons who've done minimally invasive surgery. It can be done by physicians who have done laparoscopic or minimally invasive procedures. So being able to implement scope of practice for regulators and providers is key. And finally, apart from ghost workers, we also have those fraudulent guys who don't have qualifications. Quacks. Yeah. Tech allows us to get rid of quackery, because if we are pulling data of healthcare workers from an integrated data point, and everybody who is being seen in a facility is being seen in a facility that is paid by an insurer or SHA, then it means that the system is ring-fenced and quacks will not have space. So it's a very, very critical area, and it's a low-hanging fruit as far as I'm concerned, because you already have registry of all the healthcare workers we have. And finally, actually, even training. Our MDoc app is being modified to become the logbook for medical students once they enter the clinical years, so that you can now track a student from the time they began to learn how to do medical procedures to the time they retire. And if somebody is called to the medical council, they can say, I've done 3,000 cesarean sections. I admire the fact that pilots have a logbook. I'm trying to build a logbook for healthcare workers so that you can say, I, as Dr. Deuri, I have done so many root canals, I'm an expert. Thank you.
Thank you. Musau, closing remarks. Keep it short and sharp.
So I think my closing remarks would be that, and this is largely aligned to what we do, is yes, we're here talking about data, we're here talking about what smart systems do, but we would love to see at least an improvement in how we operate. Would like to see integration from hospital operations to claims management operations to payment operations, so that we can clearly sit down and say, right now we have sorted out one area of siloed information. So if I raise a claim today, I should be able to track that claim through, say, SMART to the point that I get paid. And that data should be accessible to me 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the line. If we are rejecting claims, if we're accepting claims, we should be able to co-share that data across the platform, not to punish each other, but to be able to train each other and to build that trust that has never been there since credit arrangements started, so that we can have a healthcare system that's focused more on service delivery rather than a bloated credit department.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, that was our time. And to the team from SMART, I think I'd like to leave us with a challenge, and also to Harrison, that nearly your entire board is here. When you look at the numbers that we've crunched in the sector, the top 20 facilities on the private underwriter side, from the private medical insurance side, get 50% of all reimbursements. When it comes to SHA, the top 40 get more than 80% of reimbursement. That's a lot of money going to a certain a very few number of hospitals. We are paying 150 billion in salaries in the private sector. The public sector is paying 100 billion in salaries. We are the 6th fastest growing sector, but we don't have macroeconomic data. we can't tell whether the sector has expanded or contracted month on month. So my challenge to you is be the people who provide us this data. And I think the awards that you have started today, next year, let's have more hospitals participate, let's have more insurances participate, so that we weed out the fraud and wastage, and we're also able to know who of these hospitals is doing a good job. And that will bring out and tie the conversation of efficiency. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, and over to you, MC.
Thank you, team. Thank you, Team Theory, for that. We also have a token of appreciation to our captains of industry. I'd like to call Board Director Robert Kirubi, if you'd be kind enough to come and do the honors to be able to give the token of appreciation to our panelists, each one of them. Thank you, Mr. Kirubi, as he comes forward. Fantastic, fantastic. Right, with the lovely smiles there to our captains of industry. Delegates, let's appreciate them with a warm round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you, team, and also to our panelists for a fantastic conversation. All right, thank you for that. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are almost there at the very, very tail end of this particular conversation, but I'd like to give out a few vouchers, and I'll just ask just a few questions, and if you believe that you know the answer to the question, you can raise up your hand and you can win a fantastic voucher. So the one who's going to get it right, this is a voucher courtesy of Parkview Dental. Any representative from Parkview Dental? Parkview Dental, just raise up your hand wherever you are, just to appreciate you. And there's a voucher from Omega Optician. So I'm going to give out 2 vouchers to the one who can be able to get it right. What is the name of Smart's... This is not to the Smart Applications team. What is the name of Smart's flagship biometric medical scheme management solution? Quite easy. This is a no-brainer. All right. Who'd like to go for it? Go in once. Go in twice. Yes. Sorry? Is it correct? No. Let me come to the ground so that now I can be able to hear you. Say that again. No, that is not the one. The question is the flagship biometric medical management solution. Yes. Medismart, you're seated next to William. How can I give that to you? All right, congratulations. Let's appreciate her with a warm round of applause. I have 2 vouchers for you, so you'll come and get it. The next question, in 1929, Alexander Fleming accidentally discovered the first true antibiotic. What was it called? Yes, at the lady at the back. Penicillin, are you sure? Are you sure it's not Celestamine, it's not Maramoja, it is what? All right, let's appreciate her. Congratulations. You get a voucher from that. As of 2026, Smart Applications has presence in how many countries? 12 countries, yes. Who can be able to name at least 8 countries straight where we have presence as Smart Applications? And you stand a chance of winning 2 vouchers. 8 countries. You want to give it a go? And you're sure you're not a staff member of Smart Applications, isn't it? All right, fantastic. You can just stand up. Let me bring the mic to you. Just introduce yourself, the organization you represent, and you go for it.
My name is Samuel Getui. I come from Olumicho. So we have Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, South Sudan, Somalia, Cameroon, DRC, and Ghana.
Isaiah Ameshika, he's okay? The last one needs a bit of amending, all right? Probably he's actually just mentioning it prophetically, but we can be able to, through the CEO, we can be able to award him that. All right, fantastic. Let's appreciate him with a warm round of applause. So the lady will be able to get at the far end, you'll get a voucher courtesy of Supreme Dental Center and also Omega Opticians. Omega Opticians, do we have a representative? I know the marketing manager was around here. If she's still here, if she can be able to wave at us at the very far end. Yes, thank you so much. Let's appreciate Omega Opticians. And the gentleman here gets a voucher also from Supreme and also Omega Opticians. And I have just 3 more vouchers to give out, and then we can be able to close it. Which Olympic athlete has won the most medals of all time? Olympic athlete. Most medals of all time. I know we have AI everywhere, so I have to give this in 5 seconds, yes? Sorry? Michael Phelps. All right, fantastic. Congratulations. Let's appreciate him with a warm round of applause. Let me switch it up into music. When it comes to music, which is the highest gross selling album of all time in music? Highest gross selling of all time. And I can say this was actually before technology, but it's still the highest of all time. I need to give it once, give it twice. That is the album, isn't it? Who is the artist? Oh yes, it's Thriller actually, and Michael Jackson. Let's appreciate him with a warm round of applause. There's a gentleman who knows his music. All right, fantastic. Which Kenyan athlete won the 800 meters gold medal in 2012 and also 2016? Who is that? Going once, just raise up your hand and then you can be able to go for it. Going once. You are close, you said it. Rudisha, you are absolutely half correct, all right? He goes also by another name, not just Rudisha. He goes by, who? David Rudisha, 100%. Let's appreciate him with a warm round of applause. All right, fantastic. So ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the vote of thanks, we are not yet done, and also we have a token of appreciation to all the delegates that are here, but I'd like to invite the dance group, and I believe that they are all the way from the land of 1,000 hills, and this is none other than Indagamirwa as they come to do their performance. Let's appreciate them as they briefly come to entertain us, and as we also get ready to bring this to a close. Karibuni sana. Karibu sana. Thank you. All right, let's appreciate Indangamirwa dancers all the way from Rwanda. We absolutely appreciate fantastic talent that you've been able to display. I just want to confirm if we have the QR code ready. This is what we call the Captains of Industry QR code as a feedback from our delegates here. Team, if you have it ready, just give me a thumbs up. If not, then we can be able to proceed from there. If there's a QR code, yes, that is for the photos. We'll be able to leave that as the last holding slide once the delegates are leaving so that they can have accessibility to the photos. Do we have the QR code so that we can be able to get the feedback from our delegates? I'm not sure if it's going to be there. All right, if it's not there, then we can still put there for the photos, especially for visibility on the social media platforms. We can use the clarity of the photos that are there. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the very, very tail end of the program. But for me, I do not have the honors to close this particular program. I would like to hand it over to
the respective suppliers that really have worked with us. We had the event organizers. Yesterday, if you are here at around 8, there was nothing like this. The team actually worked through the night, and they made this place quite fantastic. So let's appreciate the people that were involved in this. And also, we want to appreciate the SMART team that has worked very closely with all the parties involved to make sure that this has been a success. The marketing team, led by William and the rest of my colleagues in the office that have really worked tirelessly to make this a success. Let's put our hands together for the team. You want to appreciate the various parties that were here on the floor, the panelists that came, the moderators, and all parties that were here, and they really shared their insights. And I believe that we are getting out of this place not the way we came in. We have garnered a lot of insights. We have experiences. We have learned more than we could have learned. Was it a classroom setup? Indeed, it has been an amazing experience. And so help me appreciate that team that was here. And we have learned quite a lot. And as I said in the morning, it goes beyond learning. It's now about applying what we have learned. I believe that the next time we meet here for the summit, is it the 6th summit? Obviously, we shall have we shall have made strides, and we shall talk about the aspect that we shall have put in place by that time. A few more just before we close. I want also to appreciate the SMART Group Board of Directors. They have been here. This team has been here since morning. They are still here with us. The chair, the board, the directors. Let's put our hands together for the team, the board of directors and the chair who have been here, and we really, really appreciate. It goes on to show our commitment, changing the world and making it a better place. You also want to appreciate this premise, this hotel, Safari Park. I'm sure we have enjoyed ourselves. The food was amazing from where I sit. I believe it was to everybody. They have done a fantastic job here to make it very good for us. So let's put our hands together for Safari Park or hotel. Last but not least, each and every one of us that came here, you've made this day a success. So once again, turn to the person seated next to you and tell them you really made a resolve. Fantastic. Thank you very much. And let's put our hands together for every one of us who was here for this event. I believe I've not forgotten anyone. If I have, please not. It was not deliberate. I think the time is gone, but we truly, truly appreciate you. Thank you very much. Ian, this gentleman has done an amazing, amazing job since morning. Please join me in appreciating Ian for the great work that he has done through the day. Asante sana. We are looking forward for other summits into the future. I don't know whether the next one will be hosted here. Wherever it will be, definitely, I believe you shall be part of us in shaping the world and making sure that we make the world a better place for all of us. Otherwise, thank you very much once again. Tunashukuru sana and have a good evening. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Isaiah Mosiori. Let's appreciate Isaiah just one more time. Thank you for your leadership, and we absolutely appreciate you. All right, fantastic. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a nice, warm high five to the person sitting next to you and tell them it's a wrap. 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 All right. So we have, thank you so much for your patience. I know the program was a bit stretched, but your presence definitely, meant a lot. And also to our online viewers who are there, we appreciate your patronage and also your presence. And we look forward to continue collaborating with you. We just want to notify you that we have a token of appreciation, small token of appreciation to all of our delegates here. Once you go out to the registration desk, you'll be able to receive that. And I'm informed that there's a cup of tea and coffee so that now the conversations that we have had here in this particular room, we can be able to cascade and also continue with the conversations also over a cup of tea, because collaboration is the true north. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Keep safe, and to our Muslim brothers and sisters, Eid al-Fitr, enjoy your holiday, and to the rest of us, have a fantastic weekend again. It's been a pleasure. My name is Ian Merori, and I'm proud to be associated with such a phenomenal brand. Thank you, Asante, and have a fantastic evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Every movement begins with a moment.
Turn data into smarter healthcare decisions and discover new opportunities. In healthcare, every second and every decision counts. But with data trapped in disconnected systems, EHRs, claims, financial reports, how do you uncover hidden trends, predict patient needs, or even spot the perfect location for your next clinic? Smart Analytics transforms raw data into real-world strategy. Our AI-powered healthcare intelligence platform helps hospitals expand wisely. Insurers optimize risk and governments allocate resources. Turn insights into action. Smart Analytics doesn't just report numbers, it reveals where to grow, how to improve, and what to do next. Discover your next opportunity. Smarter healthcare starts here. Talk to us today.
Introducing Smart Access, the customer virtual access to healthcare. The app that does everything your medical insurance card does and much, much more. To download, go to the Google Play Store or Apple Store and download the Smart Access app. Once downloaded, register by creating a username and providing your telephone number or email address. A generated OTP will be sent to your phone or email address for input. Once you input this OTP, you can now proceed to use the app securely. Additionally, you can tag the app to your phone, meaning the app can only be used by that particular device and cannot be accessed on any other device. This is an additional security feature to safeguard access to your medical covers. The Smart Access app will enable you to get all your 1. Covers in one place. You can see your covers both inpatient or outpatient, and the same for all your dependents. The covers will be listed on the app and you can click on each to see the balances available. 2. Medical cover balances. On the app, you will be able to see the updated balances for each cover. This will be updated in real time and you can see your cover utilization. 3. Customer statements. On the app, you can request to see your last 10 transactions or even a full statement of utilization that can be sent to you on email. 4. Virtual medical card. The app will have your virtual medical card and you can initiate a hospital visit for you or someone else who is a dependent without physically being present at the hospital. areas of interest and can see different stories curated just for you. All these features and a lot more are available on the Smart Access app. Download it today and have full control of your health cover. Available on the Google Play and Apple App Store.
Are you a hospital owner, medical entrepreneur, medical consultant, or practitioner tired of the hassles that come with managing your healthcare facility? Introducing Smart Health Plus, the revolutionary solution that elevates your patient care, billing, and boosts your facility's productivity. With Smart Health Plus, you can digitally transform your healthcare facility a click at a time. Smart Health Plus benefits include ease of use, scalability and interoperability, enhanced patient care and engagement, inventory and supply chain management, enhanced security and privacy, streamlined reporting and compliance, data centralization and analysis, finance and accounts management. To learn more about Smart Health Plus, you can talk to us on email at providersadmin@smartapplicationsgroup.com. Smart Health Plus, the HMIS of choice.
At Smart Applications International, we are on the mission to transform the healthcare landscape with cutting-edge technology. Introducing SmartLink Pro, our innovative platform designed to streamline operations for healthcare providers while enhancing the patient experience. Our approach focuses on efficiency in billing, transparency, and connectivity, ensuring both providers and patients reap the benefit of technological advancements. With features like streamlined pre-authorization, EDI for seamless data exchange, and dynamic reporting, SmartLink Pro optimizes processes and reduces costs. Transition to paperless processes, increase your online presence, and boost patient acquisition, all while ensuring zero claim rejections through straight-through processing. Patients can now locate providers easily, access their medical records online, and enjoy the convenience of self-registration and online appointment booking. With features like real-time queue status, appointment reminders, and easy management of referrals, SmartLink Pro keeps patients informed and engaged. Discover how SmartLink Pro can transform your healthcare experience. Join us in creating a more efficient, transparent, and patient-centric healthcare system. Visit our website or contact us today.
Welcome to the all-new Smart Access app. Enjoy a revamped, simple, and more secure login experience. Navigate effortlessly with our user-centered homepage, designed for maximum convenience right at your fingertips. Initiate visit code to start your healthcare visit. Find support easily with your smart virtual card. Enjoy a seamless, secure, and informative experience. Download the Smart Access app today on the App Store and Google Play Store.